Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Welcome to StudyIQ. So in this video, I will bring to you a current affairs marathon, keeping in mind the requirements of the LIC AO 2025 exam, which is just 2 months away. But before I start the video, I would like to tell you some topics on which you have to focus. Insofar as the insurance awareness current affairs are concerned, especially the current news with respect to insurance. So you have to start with the IRDAI annual report that covers a lot of important data. And then you also have to see the new companies which have got the license from IRDAI in the last 1 year, like Go Digit, which has got the life insurance business license, or a company like Narayana Health, which has got the license to act as a standalone health insurance. So these are the kind of news that you have to keep your focus on. Apart from the insurance current affairs, you also have to do the general current affairs of the last 6 months, while insurance current affairs you have to do of the last 1 year. Now the good news is that I have launched a course for LIC AO aspirants. This course is only for those very serious aspirants who for whom LIC AO is the ultimate dream. This is a very aspirational job, and the salary in the job is around 1.5 lakh rupees. And there are many perks also. There is also a great work-life balance when you compare it with the banking jobs. So in this video, you will get to know my teaching style. This is a free video for everyone, basically to acquaint all of you with my teaching style, my teaching methodology, and the depth of explanation. If you like it, then do consider the LIC AO course that I have launched recently. It is priced at just 2500 rupees per person. But there is an offer for the first 2000 students. If you use the code GG999, then you will get the course in just 999 rupees. So use the code GG999, everything in capital and no spaces in between, GG999. Also in this course, what will you get? So you will get the static insurance awareness, you will get the current insurance awareness, you will also get some practice sets, and you will get a test series where you will get 10 tests of the GA section, and GA section is the make or break section for this exam. So let us now start the video. A very important question: which of the following state has secured the #1 position in the Management Effectiveness Evaluation 2025, and this evaluation is conducted by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change? Now what is the meaning of this? What is this management about? This is the management of protected areas. When I say protected areas, I mean national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. This management effectiveness evaluation shows which state in India is the best when it comes to managing the protected areas. So that is Kerala. Kerala is #1 in management effectiveness evaluation. And this evaluation was carried out for a period of 5 years, from 2020 to 2025. So total 438 national parks and wildlife sanctuaries together, they were assessed by the Ministry of Environment over a period of 5 years. In fact, Kerala was the only state to get a very good rating. Kerala's score was the highest. The second state in India which manages its protected areas the best is Karnataka. Then we have Punjab. Then we have Himachal. So these are rankings, and #1 is Kerala. So you have to remember Kerala. Among the union territories, it was Chandigarh, and you can see the Chandigarh score was 85%, which is even better than Kerala. So among the union territory, it was Chandigarh, and Kerala 76.22% is the #1 state. Now, if I ask you which is the best managed protected area of India, so then Erviculam National Park of Kerala and Dachigam National Park of Jammu Kashmir, they are tied first, and their score is 92.97% each. So there is a tie for the first position. Erviculam National Park of Kerala and Dachigam National Park of Jammu and Kashmir, they both are #1, which means they are the best managed protected areas of the entire country. Even the Mathikettan Shola National Park of Kerala is very well managed, right? So Erviculam National Park was in news recently because it has completed 50 years, right? Golden Jubilee celebrated of Erviculam National Park. Erviculam National Park in Kerala is very famous for the Nilgiri Tahar. Nilgiri Tahar is like a deer. It is like a deer looking animal and it is the state animal of Tamil Nadu, but Erviculam National Park of Kerala has around 800 Nilgiri Tahar. Erviculam National Park of Kerala also has the Anaimudi Peak, which is one of the highest peaks. Anaimudi Peak is the highest peak of South India, and you can say it is one of the highest peaks of India. Anaimudi Peak is also present inside the Erviculam National Park. Erviculam National Park. And Kerala has 21 protected areas. 21 protected areas. And Erviculam National Park, by the way, is also one of the 39 serial sites of Western Ghats which were declared as UNESCO World Heritage Site. And the entire Western Ghat is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and Erviculam National Park is a part of Western Ghat. If you see the northeastern states of India, then Assam, Arunachal, Manipur, Mizoram, they have not done very well. But Tripura has scored the best among the northeastern state. Its score is 69.94%. Now, Erviculam National Park is also very famous for the Nila Kurinji flowers. Nila Kurinji flowers, they bloom once every 12 years. So, Nila Kurinji flowers are also present there. These are also present there. Understood? And talking of, protected areas, recently there are 2-3 protected areas that were in news. For example, Odisha has created a new national park. Odisha had only one national park, which is the Simlipal, which is the Bhitarkanika National Park. Now Simlipal has also been declared as a national park. It is the 107th national park of India. And Simlipal is also a tiger reserve. Odisha has 2 tiger reserves, Simlipal and Satkosia. And now even the Debrigad Wildlife Sanctuary in Odisha will be converted to a tiger reserve. And let me also tell you that there is a Tral Wildlife Sanctuary in Jammu Kashmir, and the buffer area, the area surrounding the Tral Wildlife Sanctuary in Pulwama has been declared as a eco-sensitive zone. It has been declared as a eco-sensitive zone. Understood that? And there is a place in North Karnataka which is called Kapatta Gudda Reserve. So Kapatta Gudda Reserve Forest, So Union Ministry of Environment, they have declared the eco-sensitive zone around the Kapatta Gudda Wildlife Sanctuary as a eco-sensitive zone also. Kapatta Gudda has been declared as a eco-sensitive zone, and it is located in Gadag district of Karnataka. So even this place, there is a eco-sensitive zone that has been declared around the Kapatta Gudda Wildlife Sanctuary. Also in Karnataka, there is a Nagarhole National Park, and it was in news recently because the Jenu Kuruba tribe, which was expelled from here 40 years ago, they have started to inhabit Nagarhole National Park once again. Recently, which of these organizations has approved the Amnesty Scheme 2025 to reduce the number of litigations by providing a mechanism for the resolution of disputes outside the court, offering the employers an opportunity to come forward for a mutual settlement to promote ease of doing business and earn the goodwill of all the stakeholders? Amnesty Scheme has been started by Employees State Insurance Corporation ESIC, which works under the Ministry of Labour and Employment. Ministry of Labour and Employment. Recently, ESIC had their annual meeting. This was the 196th meeting. It took place in Shimla, the capital of Himachal Pradesh. The capital of Himachal Pradesh. So what was decided in the meeting? So there is a scheme called SPREE, which has been relaunched by ESIC. What is SPREE? Scheme to promote registration of employers and employees. So the SPREE will open from 1st of July to 31st of December for a period of 6 months. It will offer a one-time opportunity for unregistered employers and left-out workers, including contractual and temporary staff, to enroll under the ESI Act of 1948. So, SPREE scheme has been started to register employers and employees. And Amnesty scheme has been started. It will run from 1st October of this year to 30th of September of next year. So, it will run for 1 full year. And this is for settling your disputes with ESIC outside the court. Outside the court, right? Now here you have to understand what is ESIC, right? Also one very small point. There is also a simplification of existing damages framework. What is this existing damages framework? Well, for example, damages are calculated or imposed in case of late payment of ESI contribution. How does the contribution takes place for ESI scheme? So the contribution of employees and employers is different. Employees contribution is 0.75% of the salary and employers contribution is 3.25% of the salary. Now if there is a delay in the or there is a late payment of contribution, then there is a damages that are calculated. And the maximum damage earlier was 25% penalty per annum. Now instead of this 25% annum, they have reduced it to just 1% for every month. 1% for every month on the amount payable by the employer. That is 3.25%. So 1% penalty every month instead of 25% per annum. So this change has also been done recently. Now let us come to a very small point. What is this ESI scheme, which is run by ESIC, Employee State Insurance Corporation? So look, ESI, ESI scheme is run by ESIC, and ESIC is an organization which was set up in 1952. And it gives you lot of types of help. More importantly, the medical help, maternity benefits and all these things. So for example, let's say you become sick. So there is a sickness benefit. What is the sickness benefit? You will get cash compensation at 70% of your wages for a maximum of 91 days in 1 year. You will get 70% of your wages for maximum 91 days in a year if you fall sick. Similarly, there is a maternity benefit. You will get 26 weeks off fully paid, right? Full wages payable for 26 weeks. This is a maternity benefit. Similarly, you will get a disablement benefit. Let's say during your job, you become temporarily or permanently disabled. Then you will get 90% of your wage in the form of monthly payment, so long as your disability continues. So that is the disability benefit. So there are a lot of types of benefit, even a funeral benefit. If you die, then 15,000 rupees is given to your family for performing your last rites, right? So ESIC runs various schemes. So for example, in ESIC, we have a scheme called Atal Bimit Vyakti Kalyan Yojana. What is Atal Bimit Vyakti Kalyan Yojana? Let's say you are fired. Then what happens? So for next 3 months, 90 days, you will get 50% of your salary. So that in these 3 months, you can find another job. But in these 3 months, you will not, it is not like you will be just sitting at home and earning nothing. So this Atal Bimit Vyakti Kalyan Yojana started on 1st of July 2018. So you get 50% of your salary for 90 days, right? Or 3 months. So ESIC runs many such schemes. Even there is a scheme called, which is named after Rajiv Gandhi. It is called Rajiv Gandhi Shramik Kalyan Yojana. Shramik is a laborer, daily wage laborer. So what happens in this? Again, you get an unemployment allowance. Now this scheme started way back in 2005. If you are insured under Rajiv Gandhi Shramik Kalyan Yojana, there is an unemployment allowance equal to 50% of your wage for a maximum period of 2 years in your lifetime. So in your lifetime, you get unemployment employees for maximum of 2 years period, you get 50% of your wages. Understood? This is again a scheme by ESIC. So you can see there are tons of benefits in ESIC, but of course you have to make a small contribution. So what is that contribution as a premium? Well, ESI, this premium is 3.25% for the employer and 0.75% of the wages for the employee. So total contribution is 4%. Okay, recently, which of these organizations has hosted the trade conclave, which is focused on strategies to build export-led growth, which is essential for achieving the vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047. That is our target set up by the Niti Aayog. So this is Export-Import Bank of India, which is a all India finance institution, one of the 5. Now, what were India's total exports? India's total exports in the financial year 25, the latest data that is available, were $825 billion. That I'm talking about goods and services both. And what is our target? Our target is that by 2030, our exports should be $2 trillion. That is $1 trillion worth of goods and $1 trillion worth of services. So total $2 trillion by 2030. So approximately in 2.5 times what it is today. And our exports were $825 billion. And if you compare it with financial year 24, there was a growth of 6.3%. 6.3%. So the answer is Export-Import Bank of India. And by the way, there are new offices of of Exim Bank which have been opened in Lucknow, in Indore and in Sao Paulo, which is in Brazil. Also, Exim Bank has signed technical assistance with Indian Institute of Technology Kanpur. IIT Kanpur will help Exim Bank to support high potential startups. High potential startups which are coming out of IIT Kanpur will be supported by Exim Bank. Now, the Exim Bank of India also runs a program called Trade Assistance Program. This program started in 2022. In Trade Assistance Program, let's say you are an exporter and you are exporting in a high risk market. So then your finance gaps will be filled by Exim Bank. You will get financial support from the Exim Bank, especially if you are a MSME or if you are an exporter. So this is a program that is also run by Exim Bank. Exim Bank was established in 1982. It is headquartered in Mumbai. And recently, Exim Bank has given a loan of $300 million to Vietnam because Vietnam wants to purchase offshore petrol vessels from India. OPVs from India. Now there is something known as GVO or gross value of output. So whatever is the output generated by the agriculture and allied sector, there is a statistical report given for that. Okay. And they have compared financial year 12 with financial year 24. Financial year 12 with financial year 24. This is given by National Statistical Office, which works under the Ministry of Statistics. So what does it say? Well, the gross value of output for agriculture and allied sector in India at constant prices has increased from 1908,000 crore. 1908,000 crore means what? It means 19 lakh crore to how much in financial year 24? So it has increased to 29.49 lakh crore, which if you do the math is an increase of 225% in this 12 to 13 year period, almost 11 to 12 year period. Okay, it has increased from 1908,000 crore to 2949,000 crore. Now, what about the total GVA? What about the total GVA? So you can see that for agriculture sector also it is given, and for non-agriculture sector it is given for the financial year 24. For the agriculture and allied sector, I am talking about GVA now, gross value added, not the GVO, gross value of output. So GVA is 48.78. Gross value added in agriculture is 48.78 lakh crore, and the total in the non-agriculture sector it is 225 lakh crore. 225 lakh crore gross value added. Understood? Now let us see which, if you talk about the gross value of output of agriculture, what contributes the most, and just focus on the top table because it is for the latest financial year 24. Crops still form 54% of the gross value of output of agriculture. So crops constitute 54%. Second highest is livestock, 31.2%. Then it is forestry and logging, 7.7%, and a close fourth is fishing and aquaculture. Now, if you see the different crops, now I am talking about this 54% part. Okay. If you see the GVO of the crop sector, then which constitutes the most? So you can see here that fruits and vegetable and cereals, fruits and vegetable and cereals. And if you compare the two, cereals are number one. Cereals are number one. Fruit and vegetable is a very close second. So you can see it is a very close second. Cereals is approximately around 28%, and fruits and vegetable will be around 27%, 26%. So cereals, and if you talk about cereals, then what? So if you talk about cereals, first let's talk about fruits. So latest data 2023-24, banana has the highest proportion of 26%, mango is second, 25%. And what about livestock? So among livestock, if you see, milk is the most, even 12 years back also and today also. Milk is around 66%. Then is second is meat, third is other products, and fourth is eggs. And what about cereals? So cereals also I will tell you. Among the cereals, if you see, then paddy is 52.6%. This I am talking for financial year 24. And wheat is second. Wheat is second, which is around 33%. 33%. Understood? Now, if you talk among the states, then which state contribution is the most in the gross value of output? So you can see just wheat and rice alone is 85% GVO of the crops. Now I told you Banana was number 1 in the fruit. What about the vegetable? Potato. Potato was number 1. It was a top contributor among the vegetables. Potato was the top contributor in vegetables. Among all the cereals put together, UP was number 1. UP share was number 1, and UP, Madhya Pradesh, Punjab, Telangana and Haryana, these 5 states, they contribute 53% of the gross value output of cereals in financial year 24. So all of this data you should know. The JCB prize in literature has been discontinued officially. This prize was associated with which field? It was associated with literature. Now look, this was a prestigious prize. Why? Because the prize money was very high. The prize money was very high. 25 lakh rupees they used to give. And 25 lakh, for a literature prize is a very big prize, right? And this award was given by the JCB Foundation. Now look, this is a new award. Okay, it was started in 2018. It went on till 2024, but now they have officially discontinued this award. JCB Literature Foundation is based in New Delhi. It is based in New Delhi. So the award has been discontinued, and 25 lakh rupees was given to the winning author. Now talking of awards, Javed Akhtar, Bollywood's probably the finest lyricist and poet, screenwriter, he has been given Russia's highest literary honor. What is the name of that award? It is called Dostoevsky Star. Dostoevsky Star is Russia's highest literary award. He is the first Indian to win this award. So Javed Akhtar ji has got this award. UAE India SEPA Council. So SEPA is a comprehensive economic partnership agreement that was signed between India and UAE, and it was implemented from 1st of May 2022. It will basically increase the trade between India and the UAE, right? So UAE India SEPA Council will implement the SEPA agreement between the two countries. UAE is the third largest trading partner of India after America and China. Now with America we enjoy a trade surplus, but with UAE and China we have a trade deficit. Okay. So UAE India SEPA Council has signed a MOU with which university to foster regional innovation, research exchange and entrepreneurship support. This is Jamia Hamdard, which is one of the best pharmaceutical university of India. It was ranked number 1 in the pharmacy in the NIRF rankings, right? So there are multiple MOUs that were signed between UICC. What is UICC? UAE India SEPA Council. So it has signed MOU with Jamia Hamdard, with Ideate Lab of OP Jindal Global University, and Prime Lab, which is a lab of Meghalaya. Promotion and incubation of market-driven enterprises. Now all of these MOUs are signed to promote business between the countries. Jamia Hamdard, Ideate Lab of OP Jindal University, and Prime Lab of Meghalaya Basin Management Agency. Which of the following ministry has launched Adi Karam Yogi beta version aimed at building a cadre of highly motivated officers and change makers dedicated to grassroots transformation? Now you must have heard about Mission Karam Yogi. We are trying to train the IS officers of India, civil servants of India, right? So very similar concept, but ministry is different. This is called Adi Karam Yogi, and so far proper app has not been launched. Only the beta version has been launched. It is an app by the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. So what do they want to do? Again, they also want to train the officers. They want to create a very motivated cadre of officer who will go and work in the tribal villages. So what are they targeting? Their target is to reach 1 lakh tribal villages in India, and for that they will train 20 lakh. They will do the capacity building of 20 lakh people. So for example, there will be more than 180 master trainer there which will work in the state. There will be 3,000 district trainer and 15,000 block trainers, and they want to do the capacity building of 20 lakh people. And these 20 lakh people will be trained by 180 state master trainer, 3,000 district trainer and 15,000 block trainer. And of course, there are multiple campaigns also which are running for tribal upliftment. For example, on 2nd of October 2024, Pradhan Mantri Modi started the Dharti Aba Janjatiya Gram Utkarsh Abhiyan. It was launched on 2nd October 2024 by Pradhan Mantri Modi from Hazaribagh in Jharkhand. Again, the nodal ministry for that is the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. And also PM Janman, Pradhan Mantri Janjati Adivasi Nyay Mahabhiyan, or PM Janman. PM Janman was launched on 15th of November 2023. That is the Janjatiya Gaurav Divas, birthday of Bhagwan Birsa Munda, Jharkhand Foundation Day. 15 November 2023 by Pradhan Mantri Modi. Again, the nodal ministry for that is Ministry of Tribal Affairs. Understood? So, various campaigns are also running for tribal upliftment in India. Who among the following has become the next president of AIIB, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which is headquartered in Beijing? So, for a long time, it was Jin Liken, and now again it is a Chinese person. And who is that Chinese person? Zhu Ziai. Zhu Ziai is the former vice finance minister of China, and Jin Liken, who is outgoing, he was the former finance minister of China. So she will be the next president of AIIB. Now look, AIIB is a relatively new bank. It was launched in 2016. India is also a member. In fact, India is the second largest shareholder in AIIB after China. After China, right? Also, don't forget that Ajay Bhushan Pandey, he was the former chairman of National Financial Reporting Authority. He has become the vice president of investment solutions at AIIB. Ajay Bhushan Pandey, right? He was also the chairman of GST Network. He was also the chairman of NFRA, and he is a former finance secretary of India. Which company has launched an experimental app called Doppel? It uses artificial intelligence to let the users virtually try on the clothes through a digital version of themselves. So you want to try a dress, you don't need to go to the try room. It will take your picture, put the dress on your digital avatar. So this has been created by Google. Google has launched this app called Doppel. It is available to both the Android and the iOS users. So Doppel will generate a realistic image of the user wearing some clothes, right? And by the way, Google has launched their new AI policy, which is called AI Mitrushka, named after the Mitrushka dolls of Russia. Who among the following has written the book The One, Cricket, My Life and More? It is written by the great legendary cricketer Shikhar Dhawan. India has won the bid to host the 2029 World Police and Fire Games. Where will they take place? World Police and Fire Games will be hosted by Gujarat. Where in Gujarat? In Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar and Ekta Nagar. Okay, Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar and Ekta Nagar. Ekta Nagar is in Kevadia. So that these three places. Okay. And who participate in this game? So in these, the police people, they participate mainly. The police people, the constable and inspectors and all these people, they participate. World Police and Fire Game. This will be the 23rd edition that will be in Ahmedabad. Okay. So even the firefighters, for the first responders, the police officers from more than 70 countries will participate. Now, India participated in these games for the first time in 2007. And so far, 20 times they have taken place. Now, where will they take place for 21st time? 21st time will be this year in 2025 in Birmingham. Now look, this Birmingham is not the Birmingham of England. This is the Birmingham which is in USA. And then 22nd edition will take place in 2027 in Perth in Australia. And then finally 23rd edition in India in Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar and Ekta Nagar. Now last time they were held in 2023 in Winnipeg in Canada. So they take place every 2 years and they are taking place since 1985. But India participated in these for the first time only in 2007. And we have an organization also for them which is called World Police and Fire Games Federation. World Police and Fire Games Federation is the official body which conduct this game, and it is headquartered in Birmingham. Again, this Birmingham is in America, not the UK one. Okay, this is the America Birmingham. The Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, they have issued the revised guidelines for the biomass program under the phase 1 of the National Bioenergy Program. The subsidy you will get from the central government, you will get full subsidy if you are running a project efficiently. What is the meaning of the word efficiently? Well, the meaning is that you will have to run it at above 80% capacity. Above 80% capacity. Okay, if you are generating biomass. Now, let me explain what is the meaning of all this. This is a very detailed question, to be honest. It's a very difficult question, but I will make it easy, or at least I will try to make it easy. First of all, there is a scheme by the government called National Bioenergy Program. National Bioenergy Program is a scheme that was started by the government of India on 2nd of November 2022, and this scheme was supposed to run from 2021-22 till the current financial year. So it started retrospectively from the financial year 22 because it was launched in the financial year 23. 2nd November 2022 is financial year 23. So they started it retrospectively, that is from behind, from 2021-22, and it will continue till the current financial year. This is called National Bioenergy Program. Now in National Bioenergy Program, there are three components. And by the way, this is a scheme which is run by the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. And this is the same ministry which runs the Pradhan Mantri Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana, where we are targeting 1 crore household to have rooftop solar plants. Okay. So what are the three components under National Bioenergy Program? First is we want to set up large biogas plants or large bio CNG plants. Large, okay, not the small ones. They have to be large. Then another program is the third component. So the first component, second component, and third component. National Bioenergy Program has three components. One is we want to set up large biogas or bio CNG plants. Then the third one is we have to set up small, biogas plant or medium size biogas plant. So small and medium come under this component, large come under this component. And what is the second one? Second one is the biomass program. In biomass, we want to manufacture the pellets of biomass or briquettes, small briquettes, which can be used in co-firing in the thermal power plants along with coal. Or we can have non-bagasse based biomass. Bagasse is what? So you take sugarcane, you extract the juice out of it, whatever is left is bagasse. So biomass can be manufactured from bagasse and non-bagasse. So we have non-bagasse based biomass, and we also have the pellets or briquettes. These are example of biomass, and these pellets and briquettes, if we manufacture, then these are used in thermal power plant. Instead of coal, we can use these. Okay. So these are the three components of National Bioenergy Program. And if we set up any of these, then we get subsidy from the government. Subsidy from the government. Only thing is that whatever we install, whether it is a large biogas or bio CNG plant or a small or medium or a biomass plant, we have to run it at above 80% capacity to be able to get full financial assistance from the government. And if we run it at below 50% capacity, below 50%, then we will not get anything. So we have to run it at minimum 50% to get the incentive and above 80% to get the full incentive. Okay. And now let me tell you what are the financial incentives that you will get. So the first component is the large biogas, bio CNG or large power plants. Now here power plant, we are not including the municipal solid waste to power plant. Other than that, there are different types of power plant that we can set up under the waste to energy program. We can set up large biogas, large bio CNG or large power plant. And how much of incentive we will get? So let me show you the incentive. So here you can see under the waste to energy program, this is the incentive. So first let me tell you for bio CNG or enriched biogas or compressed biogas. So 4 crore per 4800 kilogram per day for bio CNG generation from new biogas plant and 3 crore for the same from existing biogas plant, maximum 10 crore. What about the power based on biogas? Well, maximum will be 5 crore per project. Okay. And look, you don't have to remember all of these. These are highly detailed and these are not necessary at all. Then what about the biomass program, which was the second component in which we are targeting manufacturing of briquettes and pellets. Briquettes and pellets. So this is the financial assistance for briquette or pellet manufacturing plant. If we set up, the subsidy that we will get from the government is 9 lakh rupees per metric ton per hour manufacturing capacity. Maximum will be 45 lakh rupees per plant. And non-bagasse based biomass, if we are setting up, then it will be 40 lakh rupees per megawatt. Maximum will be 5 crore per project. 5 crore per project. And then we have a biogas program. Now look, this biogas is small or medium size. This is the third component. And how do we define small or medium? So earlier it was 25 meter cube to 2500 meter cube. Okay, that is small or medium. But now it has been reduced from as low as 1 meter cube. So if you set up a biogas plant as low as 1 meter cube, you qualify for financial assistance. So it will be between 1 to 2500 meter cube of biogas per day. Now, who will do the inspection that you are running a plant at minimum 50% and at least 80% of the capacity, efficiency? Well, the inspection will be done by mainly National Institute of Bioenergy, which works under Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. And who will be the implementing agency for all these incentives? Who will release the money and all? So IRADA will be the implementation agency. IRADA. Okay, it will be the implementation agency for the scheme. Recently, which of these organizations has announced the launch of a task force or a committee to conceive the India Energy Stack? And we want India Energy Stack, and this will be decided by a committee. That committee will be overseen by the Ministry of Power. And what will India Energy Stack do? So India Energy Stack is an initiative aimed at creating a unified, secure and interoperable digital public infrastructure for the energy sector. We have so many DPI. For example, even UPI is a type of DPI. Okay. Even DigiLocker is a type of DPI, digital public infrastructure, right? So we want to create a digital public infrastructure for the energy sector in India, which will be called India Energy Stack. So the India Energy Stack will offer unique IDs for consumers, assets and transaction, real-time consent-based data sharing, open APIs for seamless system integration, tools for consumer empowerment, market access and innovation. And it will be spearheaded by the Ministry of Power. So more details will emerge on what India Energy Stack will actually do. But as of now, you can say that it is like a platform, right? It is like a digital platform which is unified, secure and interoperable. It will improve the efficiency of the power distribution companies. It will integrate renewable energy also. Here I would also like to mention to you that recently the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, which works under the Ministry of Power, has partnered with the Energy and Resources Institute, that is TERI, and so these two, they have signed a MOU to set up a Center of Excellence for Energy Transition. Center of Excellence for Energy Transition, it will be set up in the campus of TERI's Institute of Energy Transition. This campus is in Hyderabad. So although the headquarters of the Energy and Resources Institute is in Delhi, but in the TERI Hyderabad campus, in the TERI's IOET, that is Institute of Energy Transition campus in Hyderabad, this Center of Excellence in Energy Transition will be set up. It will be a joint effort by TERI and Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Understood? And let me tell you, India will join very soon something called as Energy Efficiency Hub. PM Modi announced it. India will join Energy Efficiency Hub. Now, Energy Efficiency Hub is an international organization. You can call it International Energy Efficiency Hub. It's a global platform for promoting energy efficiency. And India will be represented in this organization by Bureau of Energy Efficiency. And International Energy Efficiency Hub was set up in 2020. In 2020. So you can say that currently 16 countries are a member of International Energy Efficiency Hub. It is headquartered in Paris, the capital of France. Recently, induction ceremony for the 5th 25-ton bollard pull tug Ojas was held at the Naval Dockyard in Visakhapatnam. This 25-ton bollard pull tug was constructed by which company? Bollard pull tug is a ship which is used to pull other ship. So I'm talking about Garg Rail System Limited. So the contract was given to Garg Rail System, which is a company based in Kolkata, for manufacturing 6 bollard pull tugs. 6 bollard pull tug. The first one which they created was called Bhisham. Second one was called Bahubali. Okay. First one was called Bhisham. Second one was Bahubali. Third one is Ashwa. Fourth one is Yuvan. Fifth one, which I just told you, is Ojas. And the sixth one will be Sabal. So these are the names of 6, all the 6, which will be undertaken by Garg Rail System Limited. And here I would also like to tell you that there is a ship called INSV Kaundinya. INSV Kaundinya, named after the great, seafarer, great mariner Kaundinya. So this is a ship which has been created by the traditional Tankai method or stitching method of India. by the Indian Navy in collaboration with the Ministry of Culture and a private company called OD Innovation, which is a company based in Goa. So they have created it, and this is a beautiful ship because it has been made with the traditional Indian method of stitching the woods, which is called Tankai method. INSV Kaundinya, and INSV Kaundinya will be based in Karwar. Karwar is a naval base of India in Karnataka. As per the recently released Sustainable Development Goals National Indicator Framework Progress Report, the population covered by Social Protection System or FLOR has increased from 22% in 2016 to how much in 2025. Now this is a fantastic report. It was released by the National Statistical Office, which works under the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. So what does this report say? This report says that the people in India who have social protection, they were only 22% in 2016, and now their number has increased massively to 64.3%. And this report was released on 29th of June, which we celebrate as the National Statistics Day. National Statistics Day, because this is the birthday of Professor P.C. Mahalanobis. And what is the theme of the National Statistics Day this year? 75 years of National Sample Survey. This is the theme. This is the theme. And why social protection has improved so much in India? Because of schemes like, for example, Ayushman Bharat, for example, Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Ann Yojana, because of so many schemes. So let me show you some data. Now you can see that the population covered by social protection has shot from 22% to 64.3%. That was the MCQ. The percentage of people in India, men, women and children who are living in poverty, multidimensional poverty, has reduced from 24.85% in the financial year 16 to just 14.96% now in the time period from 2019 to 2021. Here you can also see that the gross value added per agriculture worker has increased from around 61,000 to now 94,110 in the financial year 25. Neonatal mortality rate has fallen from 25 to 19 in 2021, the latest data that is available. Then the budgetary allocation for Department of Health Research is improving consistently. In the financial year 26, in the budget, it was around 3,900 crore. Then tuberculosis incidence has reduced from 208 to 195. Percentage of institutional births has improved massively. It was around 90.6. Institutional birth means when childbirth happens in a hospital or a community health center or primary health center, etc. Percentage of population using an improved drinking water is now an astonishing 99.62% in India. Open defecation free target we have been able to achieve, right? So it is 100%. The entire country is now open defecation free, and proportion of villages with village water and sanitation committee is now an astonishing 90%. 90%. Then the percentage of households electrified is now 100%. Renewable energy share is 22%, which means that out of the total energy in India, 22% is now renewable energy. This is the latest data for financial year 25. The waste recycling plants in India has improved almost 3 times, from 829 in the financial year 20 to 3036. Then the percentage of wards with 100% source aggregation is now an astonishing 90.43%. Installed renewable energy generating capacity of India is now 156 gigawatt. 156 gigawatt in the financial year 25. Our target is 500 gigawatt, as you must be knowing, by 2030. Then the credit to MSMEs is also improving. Here you can see it was around 12 lakh crore and now it is 27 lakh crore in the financial year 24. Labor force participation rate is also kind of improving. It is now 64.3%. Number of startups in India which are recognized under the Startup India program, they were 34,000 in 2024 from just 453 in 2016. Per capita fossil fuel consumption is now 169.5. Then Gini coefficient talks about the inequality. So the lower it is, the better it is. Here you can see that in the rural area, it is 0.237, reduced from 0.28. And in urban area, it is now 0.28. Earlier, it was 0.36. So it is reducing, which is good. It shows reducing inequality in India. And the budgetary allocation for the northeastern state is improving from 1.66% to now 2.10% of the total budget. And the percentage of budget allocated for welfare of SC and ST has also increased from just 2.86 to now almost 2.5 times to 6.19%. Then there is a progress that has been made in free and compulsory education. From just 23.7%, it is now 29.5%. The proportion of schools in India which have access to electricity is now 91%. It was only 58% in 2016 financial year. The percentage of schools in India which have computer is now 57%. The percentage of schools which have toilets now is 34%, which have a ramp is 77%. Drinking water is now 98.3%. Right? So like that, I mean, we can go on and on when it comes to the data, but overall country is making tangible progress, measurable progress. Here you can see the total number of internet subscriptions in India. It was just 302 or 30 crore. Now it is 95 crore. 95 crore. And then you can also see the share of India's exports in the global export. So it has improved from 1.62 in merchandise to 1.8, and in the service sector from 3.27 to 4.4%. The number of Ramsar sites has also increased significantly in India. Now, latest you know that the new Ramsar sites in India which have been created, they have been created in Rajasthan recently. Okay, in Rajasthan recently. So which are those two? Well, those are Khichan and Menar. So now there are 91 Ramsar sites in India. Then you can see here some more data, like for example, mobile network, the percentage of population covered by mobile network. So the population covered by at least a 4G is now 99%, 3G 97%, and population covered by a mobile cellular network is 99.28%. Then maximum sustainable yield in fishing has improved significantly from 3 to now 5.3. So fishing productivity yield is improving, right? So some of the data I think could be important from just your general GK point of view. But apart from that, I don't think that you can remember that much data, right? But it is good to know like on which path the country is, because the real knowledge comes from that only. Otherwise, you can debate endless whether India is growing or not. National Highway Authority of India (NHAI) has developed India's first dedicated wildlife corridor on a national highway. It is a 12-kilometer road on the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, which bypasses the buffer zone, which passes through the buffer zone of Ranthambore Tiger Reserve, which is in Savai Madhopur district of Rajasthan. Now, this project is set up in consultation with which organization and Ministry of Environment? Now, the thing is that in the buffer area of Ranthambore Tiger Reserve, if we set up a highway, then the problem is that the animals, they can collide with the cars and trucks. And we saw what happened in Tadoba. A lot of animals, they died because of all these in Maharashtra. So this is like a dedicated wildlife corridor. It is raised from the ground, so dedicated wildlife corridor is there. So let's say this is a road, and on top of that we create a corridor for the animals, so they can pass through it and they will not have to come on the road, right? So this has been made by NHAI in consultation with Wildlife Institute of India, which is in Dehradun, and Ministry of Environment. And this is India's first dedicated wildlife corridor on a national highway. Look, there are other such wildlife corridors also, but they are not on national highway. This one is on a proper expressway, in fact, Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. So Delhi-Mumbai Expressway is a very large expressway. It passes through Delhi, Haryana, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, and finally it goes to Maharashtra. And this one will be in Ranthambore Tiger Reserve, which is in Savai Madhopur in Rajasthan. Savai Madhopur in Rajasthan. Now, recently on Dwarka Expressway, which connects Delhi and Gurugram, India's first advanced traffic management system has been inaugurated on the Dwarka Expressway. On the Dwarka Expressway, right? So this ATMS has been developed by IHMCL, Indian Highways Management Company Limited, which is a subsidiary of National Highway Authority of India. So what does it do? Automatically, it will catch the violations of if you are not putting a seat belt, for example, if you are breaking the red light, if you are overspeeding. So 14 different types of challans will be issued to you automatically, because it is ATMS is integrated with NIC e-challan portal. E-challan portal. Now, this NIC e-challan portal is developed by National Informatics Center, which works under the Ministry of Electronics and IT. So this ATMS will be installed on Dwarka Expressway. As per recent information, what is the name of the world's first jet-propelled humanoid robot that successfully lifted off the ground by approximately 50 centimeter and remained stable for the entire duration? Now just imagine a robot that is flying in the air. Not even flying, it is just steady in the air, as if it is still in the air. So this is a technology by a company called Iron Cub 3. Iron Cub 3 is a company which is based in Genoa in Italy. So it is an Italian company, Iron Cub 3, and it lifted off a robot, humanoid. Humanoid means it looks like a human being, humanoid robot, and it was lifted 50 centimeter above the ground and remained stable for the entire duration. So this is a breakthrough in humanoid robotics. Humanoid robotics. Now, why do we want robot to do that? It was a 70 kilogram, robot, 70 kg robot, and it can be used in disaster management. We can send these robots into disaster area or where there is a fire or all these things. If it can remain in the air, it will be helpful in disaster management. By the way, Kerala is the first state in India that has made robotics education compulsory for all the class 10 students. Class 10 students. Recently, which organization has launched Government of India Stats mobile app? This app will have all-encompassing data ecosystem for seamless access to official data. Any data that the Government of India officially launches, you will find on this app. This is called Government of India or GOI Stats, and this app has been launched recently to make data available to everyone by National Sample Survey Office. National Sample Survey Office. Okay, all the database will be available here, and all of this National Sample Survey Office, it works under the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. I think instead of National Sample Survey Office, we should use the word National Statistical Office. Why? Because National Sample Survey Office was merged with Central Statistical Office and they were merged to create NSO. So better is National Statistical Office. Who among the following has become the next chief of RAW, Research and Analysis Wing, India's external intelligence agency? Now, India has a lot of intelligence agencies like Intelligence Bureau, Defense Intelligence Agency, Military Intelligence Agency, and all of these. So, but RAW is main external intelligence agency. So the answer is Parag Jain, Senior IPS Officer Parag Jain, and he will replace Ravi Sinha. Ravi Sinha. RAW was formed in 1968 after the 1962 China War and after the 1965 India-Pakistan War. So RAW is very, very important. It is headquartered in New Delhi. The first ever Ladakh Astro-Tourism Festival was held in Leh to promote astro-tourism. The event was organized by the Union Territory's Tourism Department, that is the Ladakh Tourism Department, in collaboration with which institute? So the institute is Indian Institute of Astrophysics, which is based in Bangalore. And the festival took place inside the Henley Dark Sky Reserve. Henley Dark Sky Reserve is in Henley village in Ladakh, and this village is located inside the Changthang Wildlife Sanctuary. Changthang Wildlife Sanctuary is a part of the Changthang Plateau, which is in Leh district. So this area is India's first dark sky reserve. It spans almost 22 kilometers. And this Henley Dark Sky Reserve is inside the premises of Indian Astronomical Observatory, which is operated by Indian Institute of Astrophysics. Indian Institute of Astrophysics basically is an institute that works under the Ministry of Science and Technology. And Henley Dark Sky Reserve was set up in 2022. And this Indian Astronomical Observatory is located on Mount Saraswati, okay, in Ladakh. Mount Saraswati in Ladakh. And by the way, we are also setting up other dark sky reserves in India also. For example, in Tal Kaveri, Tal Kaveri in Karnataka, from where the Kaveri river takes origin. We are setting up one dark sky reserve there also. We are planning to set up another one in Kodaikanal. I mean, these are some announcements by the government. There is no work that has been done, but especially Tal Kaveri, they were saying that they will set up a dark sky reserve. So dark sky reserve is a place where there is no light disturbances, uh, where there are very few people who live. You can see the planets, you can see the galaxies and all with telescopes. All of these things you can do. University of South California scientists, they led the development of a computer simulation that gave astrophysicists a mechanism for testing ideas about dark matter and its behavior in the Milky Way and other galaxy. What is the name of this simulation project created to understand dark matter? You can't go into the dark matter because of the gravity, but you can simulate the dark matter on Earth. So this will be done by Cosmic. This will be done. The name is Cosmic. What is Cosmic? Cosmological zoom-in simulation with initial conditions beyond cold dark matter. So the name of this project is Cosmic, and this is a project by University of South California. University of South California. So they will be able to do the research on dark matter. Now studying dark matter is very tricky because dark matter does not emit any light or energy that can be detected. That is why studying dark matter is very difficult, right? So that is why we will simulate dark matter on Earth, and this experiment is called Cosmic. Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, DRI, has launched an operation to crack down on illegal goods that India is importing through third-party countries like Dubai, UAE. So what Pakistan is doing, it is sending illegal products in India through Dubai. So Directorate of Revenue Intelligence has launched an operation called Operation Deep Manifest. Operation Deep Manifest. And recently goods worth 9 crore were seized at the Nhava Sheva port, also known as Jawaharlal Nehru Port in Mumbai. Now DRI works under CBIC, Central Board of Indirect Tax and Custom, which works under the Ministry of Finance, which works under the Department of Revenue of the Ministry of Finance, CBIC. CBIC. So DRI is a anti-smuggling intelligence, investigation and operations agency in India. It was formed in 1957. 1957. Recently, the Quad countries, they launched the first ever Quad at Sea observer mission to strengthen maritime cooperation in the Indo-Pacific region. Now, which of the following country is not a member of the Quad? So, Indonesia is not a member of the Quad. India, Japan and the US, they are all the members of the Quad, right? Now, there is another grouping which is called Squad. By the way, instead of Indonesia, we should be having Australia here. So these are the 4 countries which are a member of Quad. Now Quad countries, they are already doing one maritime exercise which is called Malabar exercise. Okay. Now they have started one more exercise, again a maritime exercise, but this one will be done by the Coast Guard. The Malabar exercise is done by the Navy of the Quad country. So this is called Quad at Sea Observer Mission. Quad at Sea Observer Mission. Now, when did they decide that they will do this exercise? They decided it in September 2024, because in September 2024, we had the Quad Summit that was organized in the city of Wilmington in America. Now, the city of Wilmington is located in Delaware state of America. So this we call as Wilmington Declaration. Wilmington Declaration in 2024 is where all the Quad countries said that let's have an exercise in this regard. And where will the Quad Summit take place this year in 2025? It will take place in New Delhi in India. It will take place in India. That is also something to remember. Now Quad countries, they are working on other things also. For example, they have started an initiative called Maitri. What is Maitri? The full form of Maitri is Maritime Initiative for Training in the Indo-Pacific. Basically, this is to enhance the maritime capabilities of the Quad members. So they have started Maitri, and they recently also launched something known as IPLN, which is Indo-Pacific Logistics Network. So basically this is a platform, IPLN, Indo-Pacific Logistics Network. This is a initiative to have better and coordinated logistics, especially in response to natural disasters and other emergencies. Right? So this was decided. And by the way, this exercise which I told you, the Quad at Sea Ship Observer Mission, So what will happen in this? So two officers from every country, the four countries I told you, they will go to a American ship which is called USCGC Stratton. USCGC means US Coast Guard Clutter. It's an American Coast Guard ship, and they will go to different places, like they will go to Palau, then they will go to the Guam base. All of this is in the Pacific Ocean. Also, when the Wilmington Declaration happened last year in 2024, the Quad countries, they also said that they are going to cooperate and collaborate in other things also. Like they started an initiative called Cancer Moonshot Initiative. This is to basically work together to eliminate cancer, and they will focus for now on the cervical cancer, which is caused by human papilloma virus. So it is a preventable cancer because you can get vaccinated against this. Now, when was Quad created? See, the idea of Quad came into being in 2004 when tsunami happened, but Quad was officially established in 2007. 2007 officially. And since its idea came in 2004 for the first time, recently we also celebrated 20 years of Quad cooperation. 20th anniversary of Quad cooperation. This was organized recently. Now I was telling you that there is something known as SQUAD. SQUAD is a grouping of four countries. So in SQUAD we have Australia, Japan, America, but instead of India there is Philippines. There is Philippines, right? And again, this is SQUAD is also a group to counter the threat from China, mainly in the East and the South China Sea, whereas Quad is mainly focused on Indo-Pacific. Let us move on now. The Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, it has approved the funding for the Tigers Outside Reserves pilot scheme to manage human-tiger conflicts. It will be implemented by the State Forest Department in collaboration with which institute or authority? So this is the National Tiger Conservation Authority, NTCA, and NTCA works under the Ministry of Environment. So Ministry of Environment and the State Forest Department, they are going to come together for this scheme. Now in this scheme, they have sanctioned amount of 88 crore, and this will be spent for 2 years, the current financial year and the next financial year. So it will run till the next financial year, which is financial year 27. And it aims to enhance the protection, monitoring and the conflict management capabilities in regions where tigers roam outside officially designated tiger reserves. Now look, there are a lot of tiger reserves in India where conflicts are very common. For example, there is the Tadoba Tiger Reserve in Maharashtra. There is the Pilibhit Tiger Reserve in UP, even Dudhwa. So tigers come in the sugarcane fields which are outside the buffer zone of the tiger reserve, even in Ranthambore, and even in Wayanad in Kerala. So, I mean, there are a lot of tiger reserves in India where tiger and tiger man conflict is very common. So tigers kill human beings kill tigers, and it goes on. So we don't want that to happen. So for that, there is Tigers Outside Reserves Initiative, and 88 crore will be spent in this, and this money will come from the Campa Fund. Now what is Campa Fund? National Compensatory Afforestation Fund Management and Planning Authority, Campa. So Campa is a body that was set up for compensatory afforestation. Compensatory afforestation means if you are felling the trees from somewhere, let's say you have to set up an industry, and for that you need to fell 1000 trees. You need to pluck, you need to remove 1000 trees. Okay. So instead of that, I mean, okay, but putting an industry is also necessary for sustainable development, jobs and all. So these 1000 trees you plant at some other place. That is called compensatory afforestation. You are doing a compensation. So this is called compensatory afforestation. The amount of trees that you remove, you plant the trees in some other places. For that, there is a Campa fund which is managed by the Campa authority, and even the Campa authority, it works under the Ministry of Environment. So this 88 crore will come from the Campa fund of the Campa authority. So what are they trying to achieve here? Well, less human-animal conflict, right? So this decision follows data-driven identification of the forest division with high conflict zones, where approximately 30% of India's tiger population resides. So initially, 80 forest divisions across 10 states have been shortlisted for funding under the scheme. And what will we do in this scheme? We will implement this scheme initially in the 80 forest divisions where man-animal conflict is highly common. So we will strengthen the monitoring system through technology. For example, we can put CCTVs and see if a tiger is approaching in any such area. Capacity building of the forest staff to manage such conflicts, give them all the ammunition and all the technology. You partner with the local people, civil society organization and expert doctors in this field, veterinarians. You support the prey-based augmentation to reduce livestock predation. For example, prey. So prey is an animal which a tiger eats. For example, deer. A tiger is very fond of deer. So you increase the deer population in the buffer area so that tiger does not have to come out of the buffer area for hunting. All these things you can try. So this scheme will be implemented at the ground level by the Chief Wildlife Wardens of the State Forest Department in collaboration with NTCA. So State Forest Department, their Chief Wardens, they will implement this scheme. So a very nice question. Recently released report Skills for the Future Transforming India's Workforce Landscape highlights that 9.76% of the population has completed education beyond the secondary level, whereas more than 52% remain at or below the primary level. This report has been developed by which organization? Now this is a report that is released by Institute for Competitiveness. Institute for Competitiveness IFC, which is based in Gurugram in Haryana. And this report was in fact launched by the Skill Development Minister of India, Mr. Jayant Chaudhary. So even the Ministry of Skill Development, they agree with the data of the report. So what does this report say? Now, this is an analysis of the people who are doing the jobs in India, Now you can see that in India, in the 2023-24, around 88% of our population is involved in low competency occupations, which does not require a lot of competency, like for example, a liftman or jobs like that. And the other 10 to 12%, they are involved in high competency occupations. High competency occupations. Okay, that is just 10 to 12%. That's it. But most of our population is involved in low competency skill occupations. Now, what is skill 1, skill 2, skill 3 and skill 4? First, let me tell you that. So in skill 1, you have those jobs where, just a very basic education is required. Okay. Primary education. So that is skill 1, like refuse workers, elementary workers, street vendors, manufacturing laborers, construction workers, mining workers, fishermen, and all these very low skilled, very low education requirement is there. I won't say these are not skilled. Obviously, these are highly skilled profession, but you don't need educational requirement for these. Now then you have skill 2. For skill 2, the education requirement is secondary education only, right? For skill 1, it is just primary education, which is sufficient. For skill 2, secondary education is sufficient. So you have clerk level jobs here. All these keyboard operator, data entry operators, and numerical clerk, general office clerk, and machine mechanic, and all these. So just secondary education is enough. Then you have skill 3. So what comes under skill 3 and skill 4? So in skill 3, you will have, you will have requirement of at least a university degree. Okay, like a graduate degree is enough for skill 3 level jobs. And what are those jobs? Well, skill 3, for example, your sports worker, your sales technician, mining supervisor, ship technician, science technician, your business service agent. I mean, all of these, technicians and supervisors and all. So that is skill 3. And of course, then you have skill 4. Now, skill 4, obviously, they require at least a postgraduate degree. Highly skilled jobs, the white collar jobs. So those are skill 4. Now, if you see skill 1, Dadra Nagar Haveli has the highest skill 1 percentage in India, skill 1 workers, and Arunachal Pradesh has the lowest 5.15% only. For skill 2, top state is Arunachal. So Arunachal has 84% skill 2 people, and lowest is Chandigarh with only 47.28%. Then let's also talk about skill 3 and skill 4 jobs. So skill 3, you can see Delhi is best at 9.59% and lowest is Ladakh 0.35%. Skill 3, once again I repeat, you need undergraduation as an educational requirement. And then skill 4, the best jobs, So Chandigarh has 33.1% highest in India, and Bihar with 4.62%. For skill 4, you need PG degree. High education requirement is there. So like that, some data was there. Here you can see for skill level, what is the education requirement. For skill level 1, only primary education. For skill level 2, secondary education. For skill level 3, UG. And for skill level 4, PG. If you see the periodic labor force survey data for financial year 24, 5 sectors in India: IT, ITES 1, textile and apparel 2, electronics 3, healthcare and life sciences 4, and beauty and wellness 5. 66% of the vocational training happens in these 5 sectors. And the report said that only 9.76% of Indian population has completed education beyond the secondary level, whereas more than 52% remain at below the primary level. Below the primary level. So this is the data for the skill and the workforce in India. Which company has launched Alpha Genome? It's a new artificial intelligence tool to accurately predict how individual mutations in human DNA affect their functions. DNA forms the basis of everything in our body, and DNA in our body condenses to form chromosomes. And one single unit of chromosome is known as a gene. These things you must have studied in your genetics, right? So the company is called DeepMind. Now DeepMind company is a independent company, but it was acquired by Google. So today DeepMind handles all the artificial intelligence work of Google. So Alpha Genome is launched by DeepMind, and this is a new artificial intelligence model. It will be able to accurately predict if there is a mutation in DNA, how it will affect the function of the body. And it will be especially useful for management of disease like cancer, because a lot of cancers happen because of the DNA mutations. DNA mutations. Is that clear? We'll not go into too much detail of the technical side of it, but this is something they have launched. And by the way, Google, they have also recently launched something known as Doppel. Using Doppel, you can try on clothes. You don't need to go to a try room when you go to buy clothes. You can use Doppel, and it will help you to virtually try on the clothes using artificial intelligence. So Doppel has been launched recently by Google. India's GST has completed 8 years because it was enacted on 1st of July 2017. So in 2024-25, the GST collection of India was how much? And it is the highest ever. So it was 22.08 lakh crore. And see, this, GST is comes under CBIC, Central Board of Indirect Tax and Custom. And what was the theme of the GST day, 1st July 2025? GST simplifying taxes, empowering citizens. This is the theme. Now, if you see the GST collection, if you compare it with 3-4 years back, it has doubled in the last 5 years. It has doubled in the last 5 years, right? And how many people in India, they pay GST? So total, you can see that 1 crore 51 lakh 80,000. You can say 1.5 crore people, they have paid GST in India. GST in India. And if you divide the total collection, that is 22.08 lakh crore with 12. So this will be the average GST collected per month. How much that is? That is approximately 1.84 lakh crore. 1.84 lakh crore, right? So, and 85% of the respondents, they have said a positive experience with GST, according to a report given by Deloitte recently. Now, how many rates are there for GST in India? So there are 4 rates: 5, 12, 18 and 28%. But there are some special GST rate also. For example, on gold, silver and jewelry, there is 3% GST. Then there is 0.25% GST on rough diamond. There is 1.5% GST on cut and polished diamonds. So these are some special rate, but otherwise there are 4 rates: 5, 12, 18 and 28. Okay, that's all you need to know that about GST. Scientists at which university, they have demonstrated the successful working of the world's first complementary metal oxide semiconductor computer made using 2D material. So this is the world's first CMOS computer, or complementary metal oxide semiconductor computer, and it is made using 2D material. So this is a big discovery, or you can say invention. Invention is a better word, which has been achieved by the Pennsylvania State University, which is in America. which is in America. So they have mastered this nano fabrication technique because these 2D material are nano thin, very, very thin, paper thin at the nano level, right? So CMOS. Now CMOS is used where? So CMOS is used in designing electronic circuits. And these computers, they have achieved a very high drive current because the leakage is low and power dissipation is low. So that is why the 2D semiconductor circuits, they are much better. They are much better. And these 2D semiconductor circuits, they can operate below 3 volts and up to 25 kilohertz of frequency. Up to 25 kilohertz of frequency they can achieve, and they can operate at even less than 3 volts. So they are very energy efficient. In fact, in Pennsylvania State University, there is an Indian professor, Saptarishi Das. He is one of the brains behind this. So we are very proud of his research. Which company became a unicorn company after raising $120 million in the recent round of raising? So this is a company called Jumbo Tail. It is the latest unicorn. Unicorn is a company which touches the market valuation of at least $1 billion. So Jumbo Tail is the latest addition to that. It has become a unicorn company. It has raised $120 million, and this company was started in 2015. Now this company, Jumbo Tail, it provides distribution and ancillary services for both buyers and sellers on wholesale marketplace. E-commerce websites like Amazon and Flipkart and all. So Jumbo Tail basically provides distribution and services for sellers and buyers on the e-commerce websites or online wholesale marketplaces. This is a company that is based in Bengaluru. And this year so far, there are 4 companies which have become unicorn. So Jumbo Tail is the 5th company to become unicorn. Which are the other 4? So there is Netradyne, there is Just Pay, fintech company, there is the logistics company Porter, and there is the company Drools, which is into dog food, pet food, which became the first renewable energy company in India to cross 15,000 megawatt of operational capacity. 15,000 megawatt is 15 gigawatt. That much renewable capacity it has achieved. It is the Adani group. So it is Adani Green Energy Limited. Adani Green Energy Limited has achieved this significant milestone, right? And if you want to break it down, of course, most of it is solar power. So out of the 15,000 megawatt, 11,000 is the solar power, almost 2,000 is the wind power, 2,500 almost is the wind and solar hybrid project. And they have recently set up a project in Khavda. This is the world's largest renewable energy plant in Khavda in Kutch in Gujarat. And they are developing it, and the capacity is a massive 30,000 megawatt. And all of this is a wasteland. It is not fit for agriculture, right? So, so far they have operationalized 5,000 megawatt at Khavda, but they will eventually take it up to 30,000 megawatt. So their capacity is only going to increase as we see. Who has become the champion of Uzbekistan Cup Masters tournament that was held in the capital of Uzbekistan, Tashkent? Who is the winner of this chess tournament? It is R. Pragnananda, Ramesh Babu Pragnananda. He is from Tamil Nadu and he is now world number 4 player. Very, very strong. In the final round, he defeated Nadirbek Abdusattorov of Uzbekistan, who was the local home favorite. So the winner was R. Pragnananda. The men's team of which of the following state has won the Hockey India Masters Cup? The tournament happened in the Mayor Radhakrishnan Hockey Stadium in Chennai. So the first ever Hockey India Masters Cup tournament has been won in the men's section by the Tamil Nadu. The answer therefore is Tamil Nadu. They are asking in the men's team, right? What about the women's side? So Odisha was the winner in the women's section. So basically in the women's section, Odisha defeated Punjab in the final, and in the men's section, Tamil Nadu defeated Maharashtra in the final. So this is the first time. Now look, Master Cup was for those players who are above 40 years of age in the men's section, and for women who are above 35 years of age. So all the legendary players of India, all the retired players, or it was for those. This is a tournament for this was a tournament for them. India's first ever wooden Gurudwara, Shri Nanak Niwas, has been built at which location? Now look at this beautiful Gurudwara, right? Gurudwara is the place of worship for almost every religion. I mean, even though it is a designated place of worship for Sikhs, but the four doors of Gurudwara, they mean that anybody can come. And this is made of wood. It is India's first Gurudwara that is made up of wood. And this wood is of the tree Deodhar. Now it is not Indian Deodhar. They have imported this wood from Finland. So it is a Finnish wood. And it has been set up in Fazilka district of Punjab. Fazilka is on the Pakistan border. In fact, I visited Fazilka around 15 days back. So Fazilka in Punjab. And the design of the Gurudwara, if you see, it is very similar to Hemkund Sahib. Hemkund Sahib is in Chamoli district of Uttarakhand. So design is very similar to that. So the credit for constructing this Gurudwara goes to the Fazilka's former Superintendent of Police, Mr. Bhupender Singh Sandhu. Mr. Bhupender Singh Sandhu, right? So this is India's first wooden Gurudwara. Here I would also like to tell you that in Punjab, the cooperative, the cooperative is called Varka. The milk brand of the Punjab cooperative is called Varka. This is a brand of the company called Milk Fed, which is the largest Punjab milk cooperative. So Varka, now they have created a mascot called Veera. So Veera is the mascot for Varka brand of Punjab's cooperative called Milk Fed. Milk Fed. Also there is a Jhajjar Bacholi Wildlife Sanctuary in Punjab, in Shri Anandpur Sahib, Jhajjar Bacholi, and here Punjab's first leopard safari has started recently. Central Board of Secondary Education, that is CBSE, has issued a notice inviting the applications for the Pradhan Mantri Uchchatar Shiksha Protsahan Central Sector Scheme of the Scholarship for College and University Students for the academic year 26. To be eligible for the scheme, your parental or family income, annual income should not be more than how much per annum? Your family income should not be more than 4.5 lakh rupees per annum. Then you can apply for this scheme. It is called Pradhan Mantri Uchchatar Shiksha Protsahan Central Sector Scheme. Let me explain this scheme in a very easy way. Well, if you are a student from a poor family, now here poor means your annual family income should not be more than 4.5 lakh. And if you don't have money for studying in college, now when I say college, I mean UG or PG. UG or PG, then government will give you money. How much? Now, if you are doing UG, if you are doing undergraduation, then, and by the way, this is only for those students who are between the age of 18 to 25. 18 to 25. So if you are an undergraduate student, you will get 12,000 rupees per year. This is for your first year, second year, and third year. Okay. Let's say your course is of 4 years. Then for fourth year, you will get 20,000 rupees. And let's say your course is of 5 years. Then for the fifth year, also you will get 20,000 rupees. Because some courses are 4-year courses, like BTech. BTech is 4 year. MBBS is 5-year course. Whereas BCom, BA and all, they are all 3-year courses. So if it is a 3-year course, every year you will get 12,000 rupees. For the fourth and fifth year, you will get 20,000. If you are doing post-graduation, then again, you will get 20,000 rupees per year till your post-graduation is completed. Till your post-graduation is completed, and money will be given to you directly into your bank account via direct benefit transfer. And how many people will benefit? So the government has said that 82,000 scholarships will be given for the financial year 26. Out of that, 41,000 will be for boys and 41,000 half will be for the girls. So 50-50 will be the allocation for girls and boys. And for getting the scholarship, you should have minimum 50% marks in your 12th class examination, minimum 50%. And your attendance should be at least 75%. At least 75%, right? And your family income should not be more than 4.5 lakh. Now, another thing, government is going to select the students in the ratio of 3:2:1. 3:2:1 for science, commerce, and humanities. This is the ratio that they want. So they want more students from science. 82,000 students will be selected in this ratio, 3:2:1. So this is the scheme, and it is a scheme by CBSE, which works under the Ministry of Education. CBSE works under the Ministry of Education. Now here I would also like to tell you that the Ministry of Education, they recently launched something known as Performance Grading Index Part 2. Performance Grading Index Part 2, and the highest scorer was Chandigarh. So Chandigarh in India has the best, best school education. Best performer in school education was Chandigarh. Chandigarh score was 703 out of 1000. Second was Punjab. Punjab score was 631 out of 1000. And third was Delhi. The score was 623 out of 1000. out of 1000. So this is the performance grading index part 2. Performance grading index part 2 of the Ministry of Education. India's percentage of zero-dose children to the total population has declined from 0.11% in 2023 to how much in 2024? Positioning it as a global exemplar in child health as acknowledged by United Nations Interagency Group for Child Mortality Estimation in their 2024 report. Now UNIGME is coming together of lot of agencies like UNICEF, World Bank, lot of institutions, they come together, and this we call as United Nations Interagency Group for Child Mortality Estimation, and they publish the data from time to time, and currently around 195 countries they ascertain. So India, how many children they did not take even a single dose? In 2023 it was 0.11%. Just 0.11% children in India were zero dose, and this reduced further to 0.06%. So only 0.06% children in India, they have not taken a single dose. That's it. And why is this? Because India has a universal immunization program. Universal immunization program is very, very potent because it gives the free vaccination to pregnant women and to the infants who are in the age group of 0 to 1. In the age group of 0 to 1 for how many diseases? So there are 12 diseases which are covered. There are 12 diseases which are covered. Okay, which are these 12? So for example, we have measles, rubella, we have polio, we have Japanese encephalitis, rotavirus, tetanus, diphtheria, like that. So there are 12 vaccine preventable diseases. So vaccine is given for these 12. And every year, more than 2.5 crore infants in the age group of 0 to 1, they get vaccinated in India. And this universal immunization program till 2013, it used to give vaccine for only 6 diseases, but now it has been doubled to 12. In 2014, 6 new vaccines were added. So total now 12 vaccine preventable diseases are covered as a part of universal immunization program. And universal immunization program was started by the government of India in 1985. In 1985. Is that absolutely clear? And UNIGME, it was created in 2004 to share the data on child mortality. Now, what is the target of the Sustainable Development Goals when it comes to the neonatal mortality rate, for example? Well, we have two rates. One is the neonatal mortality rate. Neonatal mortality rate should be, it should not be more than 12 deaths per 1000 live births by 2030. And under 5 mortality rate should not be more than 25 deaths per 1000 live births by 2030. So this is what we have to achieve. This is what we have to achieve as a country. And India has recently been declared free of trachoma. It is caused by a bacteria called Chlamydia trachomatis, and it is a disease of the eyes. Now, which is the country where the zero dose children are highest? As a percentage of population, it is Yemen. In Yemen, 1.68% children, they have not taken even a single dose. So this is very high in Yemen. State Bank of India celebrated which anniversary recently? So SBI is the largest public sector bank of India, and it celebrated its 70th anniversary recently. So the answer is 70. Let me tell you some data about SBI. Now you can see since SBI was formed in 1955 to now 70 years later. So in 1955, the deposits were only 210 crore. Now there are 53 lakh crore. Loans, they are 41 lakh crore. You can see the growth here, right? Income, 5.24 lakh crore, and profit is 70,000 crore. So in financial year 25, you can see the profit of State Bank of India was the highest in India, 70,000 crore. Second highest was HDFC, 67,000 crore. Third most profitable was LIC, 48,000 crore. Tata Consultancy Service, 48,000 crore. ICICI Bank, the profit was a massive 47,000 crore. And you can see the market share of State Bank of India in different things. In deposit, it has a 22% market share. In loans, it has a 19% market share. In retail loan, home loan, you can see it is almost more than 1/5 in every category. SBI is it's huge. SBI, how many branches it has? So today, the number of branches of SBI are an astonishing 23,000 approx. And the number of employees, 2.36 lakh people, they work in SBI at, combined. at all the levels. So, and you can see the profit, I mean, unbelievable profit, 70,000 crore profit in financial year 25. That is something, this much profit is not easy at all. Which country has launched the climate change monitoring satellite called Global Observing Satellite for Greenhouse Gases and Water Cycle, GOSAT-GW? And for that, they use the rocket H2A. So this satellite will track the concentration of carbon dioxide, methane, and other greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. So this is a satellite launched by Japan. The answer is Japan. It was launched from Tanegashima Satellite Launch Center, which is in southwestern Japan. So for H2A, this was the 50th and final flight. Now H2A rocket will be replaced by H3, right? And Japan, if you remember last year, they launched a lunar mission called SLIM. SLIM was name of the mission. For that, they used the spacecraft called Hayabusa 2. Hayabusa 2. Understood? And this mission this rocket, H2A, was made by Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. And by the way, Japan Space Agency is called JAXA, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. Here I would also like to tell you that there is a Japanese pharmaceutical company called Takeda, and they have created a vaccine called Qdenga, which is a vaccine for dengue. It has got the approval from WHO. In India, it will be manufactured in collaboration with a Hyderabad-based company called BioE, Qdenga. So this is only the second dengue vaccine to receive the WHO qualification status. Union Minister for Port Shipping and Waterways has inaugurated the first ever ASEAN-India Cruise Dialogue in which city? ASEAN-India Cruise Dialogue was held on a ship called MV Empress. MV Empress, this is a ship that is owned by Cordelia Cruises. So the meeting was held at the Chennai port. At Chennai port on a ship called MV Empress, this is owned by Cordelia Cruise Company. So all the ASEAN countries, their members came here. ASEAN has 10 countries as member, but the 11th member, which will become official this year, is Timor-Leste. And even Timor-Leste came in this, ASEAN-India Cruise Dialogue. So, ASEAN Summit is there now in October 2025. There officially, Timor-Leste will be included as the 11th member of ASEAN. 11th member of ASEAN. And ASEAN Secretariat is located in Jakarta. ASEAN was created in 1967 as a part of the Bangkok Declaration. Also, the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterway, they have created India's first NBFC in the maritime sector. What is the name of that? Sagarmala Finance Corporation Limited. Sagarmala Finance Corporation Limited, headquarter will be in New Delhi. This is the first non-banking financial company of India in the maritime sector. It has got the approval from the RBI. In fact, this company has also been given already the Mini Ratna Category 1 status. Mini Ratna Category 1 status. Appointments Committee of the Cabinet has approved the extension of which person as the chairman of FSIB, Financial Services Institution Bureau. Earlier it was known as Banks Board Bureau. Banks Board Bureau was set up in 2016, but later on the name was changed to FSIB. So when was the name changed for this organization to FSIB? The name was changed in 2022. In 2022, the name was changed to FSIB, right? It is based in Mumbai and it appoints the managing director and CEOs and chairman of various organizations in India. So Bhanu Pratap Sharma will remain the chairperson of FSIB for another year. This has been decided by the Government of India. Which state has made it mandatory for all the government school teachers to mark their attendance digitally through the Hamare Shikshak platform starting from 1st of July 2025? Digital attendance has been made compulsory in Madhya Pradesh. The platform is called Hamare Shikshak and it is a part of Education 3 portal. Madhya Pradesh government has a portal called Education 3. So on Education 3 portal, you have Hamare Shikshak platform where you will mark your attendance. And this is because in government schools, teachers are often said to be missing the classes and doing some other work and not focusing on education. Now all of that will be tackled. Union Cabinet has approved the Employment Linked Incentive Scheme to support employment generation in India. And under the scheme, the first time employees will get 1 month's wage of up to how much as a benefit. So basically what happens is, Government of India wants to generate new jobs. So the people who give the jobs, that is the employers, as well as the people who get the jobs, that is employees, both will be getting some benefits. What are the benefit? If you are an employee, first time employee, and if your monthly salary is up to 1 lakh rupees, then your EPF contribution of up to 15,000 will be given by the government. So let's see in detail. Employment linked incentive scheme. Now this scheme was first announced last year's budget, in 2024 budget, but it has only been enacted now. Basically, government will spend 99,446 crore on this scheme over a period of 2 years. This 2-period time is 1st August 2025 and 31st July 2027. So the benefit of the scheme will be given to those jobs, the benefit will be applicable to those jobs which are created between 1st August 2025 and 31st July 2027. Now let's see what is the benefit given to the first time employee. If you are a first time employee, and what is the target that they have kept? Well, they are saying that with this scheme, they plan to create 3.5 crore jobs. And out of the 3.5 crore jobs, 1.92 crore jobs will be the first time beneficiaries, which means the people who are getting the job for the first time. That is their target. And the amount that they will spend is a massive 99,446 crore for a period of 2 years, from 1st August to 31st July, 1st August 2025 to 31st July 2027. So let's see what is the incentive that will be given to the employees. Those employees with salary up to 1 lakh rupee, they are eligible. They will get 1 month EPF wage up to 15,000 rupees in 2 installments. The first installment will be payable after 6 months of service, and the second installment will be payable after 1 year of service. It will benefit 1.92 crore first time employees. So this is the benefit to the employees. If their salary is up to 1 lakh, government will give them 1 month EPF wage of up to 15,000 rupees in 2 installments. Now, what is the benefit given to the employer, the person who is giving the job? Is there any benefit to him? Yes. So employers will get incentive in respect of employees with salary up to 1 lakh. So you have to give the jobs to those people whose salary is up to 1 lakh rupees. And what will you get? You will get up to 3,000 rupees per month for 2 years for each additional employee with sustained employment for at least 6 months. You have to give the employment to an employee for at least 6 months, and you will get 3,000 rupees per month for 2 years for each additional employee with sustained employment for at least 6 months. And for manufacturing sector, these incentives will be given to the 3rd and 4th years also. If you are giving a job for manufacturing sector, then you will be getting up to 3,000 per month for 4 years, otherwise for every other sector for 2 years. And what are these benefits? Let me tell you. Now there is one more condition. If you have less than 50 employees in your company, you need to hire at least 2 additional employees to be eligible. And if your company has already 50 or more employees, you need to hire at least 5 more people. Then you are eligible. So if the EPF wage slab of additional employee is up to 10,000, you get 1,000 rupees per employee per month if you are an employer. If the EPF wage slab of additional employee is between 10 and 20,000, you get 2,000 rupees per employee per month. This is the incentive to the employer. And for more than 20,000 rupees up to salary of rupees 1 lakh per month, then 3,000 per employee per month you will get if you are an employer for 2 years. And if it is manufacturing sector, for 4 years. Understood? So if you are hiring someone with a salary of up to 10,000, you get 1,000 per month. Between 10 and 20,000, you get 2,000 per month. And more than 20,000 up to salary of 1 lakh, you get 3,000 per employee, per additional employee that you employ. So this is the scheme, very, very important scheme. And I have explained to you in very easy language, right? So, and all the benefits will be given via direct benefit transfer. So try to hire as many people as you can. And the first time employees, what benefit they will get? Well, the first time employees, they will get a benefit 1 month EPF wage up to 15,000 in 2 installments. 1 installment after 6 months and second after 1 year. And what will the employer get? Depending on the salary of the employee that they hire, they will get 1,000, 2,000 or 3,000 per employee per month. Union Cabinet has approved the National Sports Policy. It's a landmark initiative aimed at reshaping the country's sporting landscape and empowering the citizen through the sport. This policy is based on 5 pillars. So National Sports Policy, Rashtriya Khel Niti in Hindi, as we say, This is to basically win more medals in the Olympics and become and try to help India become a superpower in sports. Now, the existing policy was called National Sports Policy 2001. So this National Sports Policy of 2025 will replace the old policy of 2001. It will supersede the existing policy of 2001. Now, India is targeting 2036 Olympic Games because this might take place in Ahmedabad. We have applied and let's see which city gets the hosting rights. So the new policy is based on 5 pillars. Which of the following is not one of the pillar? Sports as India's movement. This is not one of the pillar. Let me show you the 5 pillar. Nation's excellence on a global stage. This is one pillar. Sports for economic development. Sports for social development. Sports as a people's movement. And alignment with national education policy. So these are the 5 pillars. Okay. These are the 5 pillars on which the new policy will be there. So what do we want in all of these pillars? For example, nation's excellence on a global stage. This is very easy to understand. We have to strengthen the sports program from the grassroots to the elite level like Olympics, build world-class system for training and coaching, sports for economic development. Basically promote sports tourism and attract major international events to India, have proper sports infrastructure through public-private partnership, sports for social development, promote sports among women, economically weaker sections, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, people with disabilities, etc. Sports as people's movement. Give universal access to sports facility, launch the fitness indexes for schools, colleges and workplaces, and integrate it with the national education policy. So these are the 5 pillars. These are the 5 pillars. Also don't forget that the Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs, they have recently launched My Bharat platform version 2, which is made by Digital India Corporation that works under the Ministry of Electronics and IT. Also, Rajasthan University and Purnima University in Rajasthan both will host the Khelo India University Games 2025. Purnima University and Rajasthan University. They will host it in Jaipur in November 2025. This is the 5th edition of Khelo India University Games. Khelo India University Games. In a first of its kind initiative to strengthen India's seafood export sector, which organization organized National Skill Olympiad on Seafood Value Addition? On Seafood Value Addition, the answer is MPEDA, Marine Products Export Development Authority, which works under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. So they organized a competition. It was a grand finale of National Skill Olympiad and the competition was about seafood value addition. And who was the winner? So there is a company called Thanesar KR of Abad Foods from Mallipuram in Kerala. So this was the winning company, right? So MPEDA, they conducted skill test also for trained professional, and MPEDA is headquartered in Kochi in Kerala. So the companies were evaluated on quality, hygiene, execution and presentation. The winner got a cash award of 1 lakh rupees. Second prize 75,000, third prize 50,000 rupees. 50,000 rupees, right? Hurun Research Institute has released the 7th edition of Global Unicorn Index. Unicorn is a company which achieves a market valuation of $1 billion. So India is third rank globally with 64 unicorns. Which is number 1? Which country has the most unicorn companies? So the answer is United States of America. America has the most unicorns. Let me show you. So America has 108 new unicorns and then China 36 new unicorn. So America is number 1. If you talk about the total number of unicorns, then India is at 3rd position. India is at 3rd position. SpaceX company of America is a startup. It has a valuation of $350 billion. It is the most valuable company in the world. Second is ByteDance from China, which is the parent company of TikTok. So this is the first time a space exploration company has led the index. Right? So total 1523 unicorn companies are there in the world. San Francisco is the world's unicorn capital. 199 unicorn companies are there in San Francisco. New York is second. So San Francisco has the most unicorns. New York is second. In India, Bangalore has the most unicorns. Right? Bangalore has the most unicorns. Bangalore is 7th globally and first in India. India was ranked 3rd in the world after America and China. India has 64 unicorns. In India, the most valuable unicorn is Zerodha. Valuation is $8.2 billion. $8.2 billion. So here you can see America has total 758 unicorns, China 343, India is 3rd with 64, UK is 4th with 61. And if you talk about cities, San Francisco is number 1 and Bangalore is 7th in the world and first in India. First in India. Now, the most valuable unicorn company in the world is SpaceX. Most valuable in the world is SpaceX. And second is ByteDance, which is Chinese. Now, this year has India any unicorn? Okay, tell me which is the 5th unicorn company of India in 2025. Now, I told you a lot of companies. Recently, Jumbo Tail has become the 5th unicorn company of India. Jumbo Tail actually. Then there is Netradyne, which became a unicorn. JustPay, Porter, and Drools. All of these are also become or have become unicorn companies recently. Now, most of the unicorn companies are from the fintech field. Second is software as a service, and third is artificial intelligence. Indian Railways has launched a new mobile app, all-in-one app, super app kind of a thing, everything at one place. What is it called? It's called Rail One. So Rail One was launched on the occasion of 40th Foundation Day of CRIS. What is CRIS? Center for Railway Information System. This is a company that works under, it's a public sector company that works under the Ministry of Railways. It's a railway PSU. So this will have everything. It will integrate all the passenger services like unreserved UTS tickets via our wallet to get 3% discount, live train tracking, grievances redressal, e-catering, porter booking, and last mile taxi. Everything here. And what about the reserved ticket? So reserved tickets will continue to be offered on the IRCTC. Rail One app has also been authorized by IRCTC, just like many other commercial apps who have partnered with IRCTC. Rail One features a single sign-on with login via MPIN or biometric. And so basically this is a very improved kind of a app, right? And the railway ministry said that there will also be a modern passenger reservation system, PRS, by December 2025 that will be launched. It will have advanced functionalities like seat choice and all that, because currently railways does not give you option of seat choice. You can give your preference, but you cannot choose your seats. But all that will be available on the modern passenger reservation system that will be effective. That will come somewhere in December. December 2025, right? So CRIS was set up in 1986. It comes under the Ministry of Railways. Now, recently, there is a system called Kavach, which is a train collision avoidance system. Kavach version 5 was launched on the Mumbai suburban trains. And Kavach is a system designed by RDSO, which is a company under the Ministry of Railways, Research, Design and Standard Organization based in Lucknow. So Kavach 5 was enabled in the Mumbai Suburban Railway. Which of the following state government has launched Mukhyamantri Pratigya scheme to provide financial support to the youth for carrying out internship program after clearing their class 12 board examination? So let's say you are a youth of Bihar. The answer is Bihar is Nitish Kumar, the chief minister. So Mukhyamantri Pratigya scheme is what? If your age is between 18 and 28, you have just passed class 12, or if you have a diploma, or if you are a graduate or postgraduate, or if you are a trainee under ITI, Industrial Training Institute, if you have passed ITI, if you have ITI diploma, and you want to do internship, then you will be given financial support. What is the financial support? If you have cleared 12th class, you will get 4,000 per month. If you have an ITI diploma, you get 5,000 per month. If you have graduate or postgraduate, you get 6,000 per month. Now, if you are doing internship outside your district, then you will get extra 2,000 per month. And if you are doing internship outside your state, then you get additional 5,000 per month. So that is the internship scheme of the government of Bihar. We call it Mukhyamantri Pratigya scheme. So internship programs will be run for the youth who have passed at least class 12. Also, Bihar elections are coming. And why it is important? Because Bihar will be the first state in India to adopt the e-voting system. This is a revolutionary change. E-voting process. So it will be executed through 2 mobile apps. One is the Bihar's SEC official voting app, which is an app by the Bihar State Election Commission, SEC State Election Commission app. And one is a e-voting SEC BHR app. E-voting SEC BHR app, which is developed by CDAC Pune, Center for Development of Advanced Computing, Pune. So the migrant laborers, migrant voters, Divyang voter, pregnant female voter, elderly senior citizen, I mean, they will be able to do e-voting. E-voting. Okay. Also in Bihar, any new thermal power project has come up? Yes, this is the Nabinagar thermal power project in Aurangabad in Bihar. The capacity will be 3 into 800 megawatt, or you can say 2400 megawatt. There will be 3 units of 800 megawatt. It will be based on supercritical technology. So this is a new thermal power project which is coming up in Bihar. As per recent information, which organization has partnered with the NDMA, National Disaster Management Authority, that works under the Ministry of Home Affairs, and it is testing a new mobile alert system called Cell Broadcast System that will send emergency warnings to the people across India in real time during a disaster. So NDMA is working closely with the Department of Telecom that works under the Ministry of Communication, and they are working on Cell Broadcast System. Cell Broadcast System is designed to send alerts to the mobile phone instantly in those areas which are affected by the natural disasters or any emergency like tsunami, earthquake, any gas leak, chemical hazard, lightning, etc. So that is the Cell Broadcast System for you. And SMS will be in multiple Indian languages, right? In fact, there is one more system that PM Modi also mentioned recently called Sachet. Sachet is already working. More than 7,000 crore SMS alerts have been sent in more than 19 Indian languages through Sachet. So Sachet is based on the Common Alerting Protocol of the International Telecommunication Union based in Geneva. Sachet system is also very interesting. And Sachet has been made by whom? Tell me that. Sachet app is launched by National Disaster Management Authority. It gives the Indian Meteorological Department weather updates and forecast, and the implementing agency is CDOT. So again, the same organizations that I just mentioned. Okay. Union Home Minister has inaugurated National Turmeric Board in which place? This is to develop a complete value chain for turmeric. So packaging, branding, marketing, export. It will also tell the farmers about, how to increase the production of turmeric. Earlier, turmeric was overseen by the Spices Board of India, which caters to more than 50 spices. Now for turmeric, there is a definitely a separate board. Now Spices Board is headquartered in Kochi in Kerala. It works under the Ministry of Commerce, and National Turmeric Board will also work under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. And Mr. Palle Ganga Reddy has become the first chairman of National Turmeric Board. It will be headquartered in Nizamabad, which is in Telangana. Okay, so it will be headquartered in Nizamabad, which is located in Telangana. A very, very important question. And first time Government of India said this in October 2023 that we will set up a turmeric board. Now finally they have done it. Now why Telangana? Because Telangana and Maharashtra, they are among the top producers of turmeric in India. In fact, in the financial year 25, Telangana was the third largest producer of turmeric in India. And India produces 30 different types of turmeric varieties. India, let me give you some data. So the latest data that is available with me is of financial year 24, which is also available on the website. India produced 10.74 lakh ton of turmeric in financial year 24 on an area of 3 lakh hectares of land. 70% of the turmeric of the world is produced in India. India is the largest producer, consumer and exporter of turmeric in the world. India exports turmeric to Bangladesh, UAE, USA, Malaysia, etc. And out of the 10.7 lakh ton, we exported around 1.62 lakh ton of turmeric, which was worth $226 million. What is the target of the government of India? So we have to increase the export of turmeric to $1 billion by 2030. National Turmeric Board will play a huge role in that. Now, turmeric has medicinal properties. Sometimes it is also known as the golden spice of India. In more than 20 states of India, turmeric is produced. Some turmeric is very famous. For example, the turmeric of Sangli in Maharashtra, which has a GI tag. Similarly, Kandhamal turmeric of Odisha is very famous. Similarly, we have the Laka Dong turmeric of Meghalaya, which is very famous, very different. Erode turmeric of Tamil Nadu is very famous. So there are different types of turmeric in India that is produced. So National Turmeric Board, who all people will be there on that? So there is a chairperson, 3 years, Mr. Palle Ganga Reddy has been made the chairperson. Chairperson will be appointed by the central government. Then there will be a secretary who will be appointed by the Department of Commerce. Then there will be people, representation from 4 ministries of India. So there will be representation from the Ayush Ministry. There will be representation from the Department of Pharmaceutical that works under the Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizer. There will be representation from Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare and Ministry of Commerce and Industry. So members from these 4 ministries will be there. And then there will be representation also from the top two growing states of India. So Maharashtra and Telangana. Maharashtra and Telangana, and even from state of Meghalaya, right? In rotation, on rotation basis. So sometimes there will be a person from Maharashtra, sometimes there will be a person from Telangana on the board. So the states will be represented on the board by the rotation. So that is about the National Turmeric Board of India. The headquarter will be in Nizamabad in Telangana. A very important question. Which of the following country has officially launched the Synthetic Human Genome Project? It's a groundbreaking effort to build human DNA from scratch. So they want to build human DNA in laboratory from scratch. This is the Synthetic Human Genome Project. It is by UK, United Kingdom. It is a project by United Kingdom, and there is a financial backing by the Wellcome Trust. Wellcome Trust is the largest medical charity globally. It is giving 10 million pounds charity for this project. Wellcome Trust is a trust in London. It was set up in 1936 by Henry Wellcome. So this is called Wellcome Trust. And what is the name of the intelligence agency of Britain? It is called MI6. It is the Foreign Intelligence Agency, MI6. First time MI6 will be headed by a woman. What is her name? Her name is Blaise Machiavelli. First time in the history, 116-year history of MI6, a woman will be the head of this organization. British Intelligence, Secret Intelligence Service of Britain, you can say, MI6. And it is, her name will be Blaise Machiavelli. Blaise Machiavelli. Animal Discoveries 2024 recently released report by the Government of India. Maximum number of animals, new animals discovered were where? 101 species were discovered from Kerala. The answer is Kerala. Now you can see India, 683 new species of animals were discovered in 2024. Highest were in Kerala, 101. Second highest in Karnataka, 82. In the Northeast, Arunachal number 1 with 72 animal discoveries. With 72 animal discoveries. What about the plant discovery? So maximum number of plant discoveries were from Kerala, 58. Again, Kerala was number 1 in both flora and fauna. Flora is plants. Maharashtra was second, 45. Uttarakhand was third with 40. With 40. And the hotspot area, Western Ghat and Northeastern region, they contributed 35% of total discovery. And which were the plants that were discovered the most? Angiosperms. 154 angiosperm species were discovered. So all of this data, plant data is given by Botanical Survey of India and animal data is given by Zoological Survey of India. Both are headquartered in Kolkata. Both of them are headquartered in Kolkata. Zoological Survey of India and Botanical Survey of India. And they both work under the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. President Draupadi Murmu has inaugurated UP's first Ayush University called Mahayogi Guru Gorakhnath Ayush University. Where will be set up? It will be set up in Gorakhpur. It has been set up in Gorakhpur. This university, Ayush University, is UP's first and it has been set up at a cost of 286 crore rupees. It will be affiliated to approximately 98 Ayush colleges of UP. Out of these 98 colleges, 76 are Ayurveda, 10 are Unani and 12 are homeopathy. So this university will offer a lot of courses like in homeopathy, in Unani, in Ayurveda, etc. Who has won his first Badminton World Federation title? He won the men's single final of the 2025 US Open tournament. Which kid from India? So it is Ayush Shetty. He is a future superstar. Ayush Shetty. He was the winner. And in the women's section, who was the winner? In the women's section, the American Beiwen Zhang. Name looks Chinese, but she's American. She won the US Open badminton tournament. She defeated Indian Tanvi Sharma. World Allergy Week was observed from when to when? World Allergy Week, to spread awareness on allergy. It is celebrated by World Health Organization and World Allergy Organization. Now, World Allergy Organization is headquartered in Milwaukee. Milwaukee is a place in Wisconsin in America. So this time the theme was anaphylaxis, a preventable threat. And it will be celebrated from 29th of June to 5th of July. 5th of July. Union Cabinet has approved a new scheme which is called RDI scheme. What is the meaning of RDI scheme? Research, Development and Innovation Scheme. How much money has been allocated for this scheme? And this scheme has been started to scale up research, development and innovation in strategic and sunrise sectors. What is a strategic sector? I mean, strategic sector, you know, which is essential for a country's critical development, like the military technology, quantum technology. All of these are strategic sector. And what is a sunrise sector? Sunrise sector is a new sector. Some like a sun rises, it is new. Like for example, drone. Now drones are a sunrise sector. Climate technology, that is a sunrise sector because now we are focusing on climate change. So all of these are called sunrise sector. So the deal is this, you know, in the budget of last year, that is 2024-25, the last year budget, Nirmala Sitharaman said that we will have a scheme like RDI. And this year in the budget, she allocated some fund also for the same. The total amount will be 1 lakh crore RDI scheme, and as the name says, it is for promoting research, development and innovation by the private sector. So what will happen? Private sector needs money for research and development. So the Ministry of Science and Technology, which has started this scheme. So under the Ministry of Science and Technology, there is a Department of Science and Technology which will implement this scheme. Department of Science and Technology will be the nodal department for implementing the scheme. They will give the money to the private sector as a loan, but they will charge almost nil or very, very low interest rate. That is the deal. The private sector will be charged nil or very, very low interest rate, right? So that is in a nutshell the RDI scheme. Now let me tell you more about it. So cabinet has given the approval. The scheme will be implemented by Department of Science and Technology, and it is designed to provide long-term loan or financing to the private sector with low or very low or nil interest rate to boost the private sector investment in research, development and innovation. So how this scheme will work? So there will be a governing board of Anusandhan National Research Foundation, ANRF. Before I tell you further, let me tell you what is ANRF. So under the Department of Science and Technology, there is an organization, there used to be an organization called Science and Engineering Research Board, which was set up in 2008 to promote research in science and engineering. Then Science and Engineering Research Board was, this organization was shut down and replaced with ANRF in 2023. ANRF means Anusandhan National Research Foundation. Anusandhan, the word Anusandhan is a Hindi word which means research in English. So the ANRF governing board, which is chaired by a person no less than the Prime Minister of India himself, will provide the strategic direction to the RDI scheme. The implementation, the nodal implementation will be done. Nodal implementation will be done by the Department of Science and Technology. And there will be an executive council also, which will approve the scheme's guidelines. Then there will be an empowered group of secretaries, which will be headed by the cabinet secretary, which will be responsible for approving the scheme changes, sectors in which to participate or invest or give a loan, and types of the projects. So that is essentially how the RDI scheme will work. And the problem is that India's industry, the private sector, invests only 0.2% of the GDP, money equal to 0.2% of the GDP in research and development. If you see some other countries like South Korea, it is 3.9%, America 2.7%, UK 2.1%. So we are far behind. The private sector in India does not spend money that much in research and development. Culturally, it doesn't. So we have to take into account these things, right? So those projects which we think are transformative for our country, which are at a high level of technology readiness, they should be funded. You know. So that is what they want to do. And under the Anusandhan National Research Foundation, so Anusandhan National Research Foundation, there is a special purpose fund. that will be created, and this special purpose fund will serve as the custodian of the funds. That is 1 lakh crore will be the custody will be with the special purpose fund, and this special purpose fund will get money from the union budget, and this money will be 50-year interest-free loan. The money in SPF will come from the union budget and it will be 50-year interest-free loan, and then they will give it further as a loan to private sector for research and development at very, very low or nil interest rate. So that is the scheme for you. Now let us talk about the next question. According to the latest data from Orbiting Now, as of 29 June 2025, there are approximately 12,952 active objects which are orbiting the Earth. Based on this data, which of the following country has the highest number of satellites in the orbit globally? This is, I think, a very easy question. The answer is NASA, obviously, and NASA is the space agency of America. So they basically are asking which country has the highest number of satellites in the orbit. Now, orbits are of three types. One is the low Earth orbit, right? Then we have geostationary orbit, and then we have medium Earth orbit. So there are three types of orbit, and if you take into account all the three types of orbit, then the total active objects are 12,952. And according to the data, so let me show you the data. You can see America has approximately 8,530 satellites to be precise, which is the highest. I mean, just imagine that out of 12,952 active objects, America has 8,530 satellites. So it is the country with the highest number of satellites across the world, and all the credit goes to NASA. Of course, America has some military assets also, because there are military spy satellites, and see, America has a lot of private companies also, like Starlink. And you know, Starlink alone has more than 7,000 satellites. So Starlink company is owned by Elon Musk, and this company provides satellite internet. Then there are private companies like SpaceX and all, which also launch satellite. Then second is Russia. So Russia has approximately 1559 satellites, which is second highest. Third is China, approximately 800, right? Exact is 906 if you want to know the exact number. And then we have Britain, 763, and look at India. So if you see India, it is at 7th place. India is at 7th place. We have approximately 136 satellites as of now in the space. Understood? And then Germany, which has approximately 82 satellites in the space. 82 satellites in the space. So this is the data that has been released recently. And who has released the data? So there is a there is a Lithuania based company which is called Kongsberg Nano Avionics. This company has given this data. The second ship of the Project 17A stealth frigate Udaygiri was delivered to the Indian Navy. Now this ship is being constructed by which company? So a very nice question. You definitely should know about the Project 17A. It's a very complicated project, but I will make it incredibly easy for you. The answer is Mazagon Dock Shipbuilder, which is based in Mumbai. So what is the deal here? I will tell you what is the deal. So the Indian Navy, they said that I want 7. So under the Project 17A, there are 7 ships that will be manufactured. And the 7 ships are these stealth frigate. Stealth means which work in secrecy, which don't get, which it is not easy to detect these ships using radar. So stealth frigate. Frigates are small ships. So 7 stealth frigate ships are to be manufactured under Project 17A. And What are these ships called? These are called Nilgiri class. Why? You know that the class is named after the first ship in the series. Now, who will manufacture these 7 ships? That is a good question. Who is going to manufacture? Is it Mazako Dock Shipbuilder alone? No, absolutely not. So the contract was given to 2 companies. One is Mazako Dock Shipbuilder and the second one is Garden Ridge Shipbuilder and Engineer. So Mazako Dock Shipbuilder will manufacture 4 and Garden Ridge Shipbuilder and Engineer, which is based in Kolkata, will manufacture 3. So the first ship is in the series is called Nilgiri. First in the series is called Nilgiri. The second one is called Udaygiri. Second one. So in this question, what I have asked you is Udaygiri, which is the second ship in the series. So the ships are called Nilgiri, Udaygiri, Taragiri, Mahendragiri, Himgiri, Dunagiri and Vindhyagiri. Now I am not much concerned about the number, okay, but I am concerned about which ship will be manufactured by whom. So Mazako Dock Shipbuilder will manufacture Nilgiri, Udaygiri, Taragiri and Mahendragiri. And all of these ships are named after mountain range. For example, Nilgiri is the mountain range mainly from Tamil Nadu, but Nilgiri some part is there in Kerala also. So Nilgiri, Udaygiri, Taragiri, Mahendragiri, these will be manufactured by Mazako Dock Shipbuilder Mumbai, and Himgiri, Dunagiri, Vindhyagiri, these will be manufactured by Garden Ridge Shipbuilder and Engineer. Understood? So Udaygiri is the second in the series, and since the first ship in the series was called Nilgiri, these are also known as Nilgiri class of ships. Now look, these ships, they will be fitted with surface to surface missile also, surface to air missile also, guns also. So they will be very useful for combat operations. Combat operations. Understood? And you know, one very sweet thing I will tell you. Who designs? Yes, commercial manufacturing of the ships is done by shipyards like Mazako Dock Shipbuilder and Goa Shipyard and all of these. But who designs these ships? So these 7 ships, Nilgiri class, they are designed by Indian Navy's Warship Design Bureau. Indian Navy has an organization called Warship Design Bureau. And the ship Udaygiri, which I just talked to you about, Udaygiri is the 100th ship which is designed and delivered by the Warship Design Bureau. So it is the 100th ship which is designed by the Warship Design Bureau. So this can also be asked in the exam. This can also be asked in the exam. Understood that? So these are the 7 ships: Nilgiri, Udaygiri, Himgiri, Taragiri, Dunagiri, Vindhyagiri and Mahendragiri. Recently, which of these organization or Ministry of India has launched Bhasha Setu? Bhasha means language, Setu means bridge. So this is real-time language technology for Bharat. Bharat means India. So this is a competition. This is a challenge to develop a AI-powered multilingual translation solution. You know, just like Bhashini. So we need a real-time language technology for Bharat, Bhasha Setu. This competition has been launched by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. Ministry of Information Broadcasting. Understood? Bhasha Setu. And this is a AI powered multilingual translation solution development competition. And recently, same ministry organized the Wave Summit, as you know, in Mumbai in the Geo World Center, and they have launched their startup accelerator program also called WaveX. What is the meaning of startup accelerator program? So startup accelerator means a program that helps the startups. And what do they want through Bhasha Setu? They want that this solution, basically under Bhasha Setu, we want to develop an innovative intelligence tool, artificial intelligence tool, which is capable of real-time translation, transliteration, and voice localization across 12 Indian languages, at least 12 major Indian languages. So we want translation, transliteration. What is the difference between translation and transliteration? See, if I write a Hindi word, let's say the Hindi word is samay, okay, samay, which in English means time. So this is a translation from Hindi to English. But what is transliteration? So if I write samay like this, samay, in English it means time. So this is transliteration. This is not translation, this is transliteration. Okay, so I'm writing the fonts in English only, but this is, the word is Hindi, but I'm writing it in English only. This is transliteration, samay. Whereas here I am using the Hindi script, which is Devanagari script, to write. That is translation. So translation and transliteration are different. Okay. So winning startup will get support under the WaveX Startup Accelerator, and the competition is called Bhasha Setu. And the winning startup will also get mentorship, workspace, development assistance, product assistance, and all of that. And WaveX was launched by the Ministry of Information Broadcasting in Mumbai during the Wave Summit. Waves means World Audio Visual and Entertainment Summit, which was held in Mumbai with the tagline "Connecting Creators, Connecting Countries." Connecting creators, connecting countries. As per the recently released report called A World of Debt by the UN Trade and Development. UN Trade and Development was earlier known as United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Now they have removed the word conference. It is simply called UN Trade and Development, and it is headquartered in Geneva. The global public debt reached an all-time high of what in 2024? It was $97 trillion in 2023. Now a lot of countries are in debt, especially America. So if you talk about the debt, the global debt, it was $97 trillion in 2023. And how much debt is there in 2024? It is $102 trillion. So it has increased. It has increased, right? Let me show you some statistics. Now, $31 trillion is the debt. This is the public debt of the developing countries, right? Then $921 billion is the developing countries' net interest payment on public debt. So the problem is that if you have a lot of debt, you have to service the debt, which means you have to pay interest also. So this is the interest that the developing countries paid in just 1 year, 2024, $921 billion. $921 billion. And then 61 developing countries spend more than 10% of the government revenues on net interest payment. So 10% of the budget they spend just in paying the interest on their debt, which is far from idle. And you can see the debt has increased significantly. In 2010, it was approximately $50 trillion, and now it has increased in 2024 to $102 trillion. So which country has the maximum debt? You can see America. Its debt is $35 trillion. America has highest, right? Second highest is China, 16 trillion. 16 trillion. Third highest is you can see Japan. Third highest is Japan. So 9 trillion. Then fourth highest is UK, $3.6 trillion. Fifth highest is France, $3.5 trillion. Sixth highest is Italy, $3.2 trillion. And then we have India, seventh highest, $3.17 trillion. So India's public debt is seventh highest in the world. Here you can see the developing countries, they have to pay a lot of interest on this debt. So the interest that they paid in 2024 was a massive $921 billion. $921 billion. Here you can see 3.4 billion people out of 8 billion, which is the population of the world. 3.4 billion, which is more than 40% of the population in the world, lives in those countries that spend more on interest than on healthcare or education. So if there is a country which has borrowed a lot of money, it is spending more on paying interest for that loan or for debt rather than health or education. And so this paints a very grim picture, okay. Now let's talk about some other data with respect to FDI recently, because UNCTAD has given the data for FDI also. So if you talk about India, we are 15th when it comes to the FDI inflow. America is number 1. And if you talk about the FDI which goes out of the country, that is FDI outflow, we are ranked 18th in the world. America received maximum FDI inflow, followed by Singapore, and followed by Singapore. Singapore received $143 billion of FDI inflow. And third was Hong Kong, and fourth this time was China. This is the latest rank which is there. Okay. So number 1 is America, number 2 Singapore, number 3 Hong Kong, number 4 China. India was at 15th position. What about the FDI outflow? In FDI outflow, if you talk about FDI outflow, then India's rank was 18th. Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, which works under the Ministry of Pension, Personnel and Public Grievances, DARPG we call it, DARPG. So they have notified the scheme for the Prime Minister's Awards for Excellence in Public Administration. The PM Awards will consist of a trophy, scroll and incentive of how much amount which will be given to the district or organization. Excellence in public administration, which is very similar to governance. For excellence in public administration, the Prime Minister's Award will be given. It will carry a cash award of 20 lakh rupees apart from the trophy and certificates and all, right? So these awards will be, right now they are inviting nominations. Nominations will be filed, and then they will announce the winners. So let me tell you more about it. So there are 3 categories. Total, how many awards will be there? 5, 5 and 6 in 3 categories. So total 16 awards will be there this year. Category 1, Holistic Development of Districts under 11 Priority Sector Programs. Category 2 is Aspirational Blocks Program. Category 3 is Innovation for Central Ministry, Department, State and District. So in these 3 categories together there are 16 awards. And the PM Awards will have a trophy, scroll, incentive of 20 lakh rupees, and 20 lakh rupees will be awarded, will be given to the district or organization, and it will be utilized for implementation of a project or program or bridging the resource gaps in any area of public welfare. Now the application for awards would be evaluated on 3 parameters: good governance, qualitative criteria and quantitative criteria. So the objective of the scheme is to encourage constructive competition, innovation, replication and institutionalization of the best practices. Understood? Now look, this is a very old, these are old awards, right? So if I give you some history of these awards, the Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Public Administration, initially they were started in 2006, but that time the name was different. Okay. Then the name was changed in 2014. Then the name was changed in 2020. Then again the name was changed in 2021. But initially these awards were started in 2006. Now look, the same department, that is the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, gives one more very important awards which are called Anubhav Awards. In Anubhav Awards you have to give a write-up. Basically you have to suggest to the government improvement areas, and central government employees, including the employees of public sector banks, they can give a write-up, right? So the retiring and retired employees, they can document and share their valuable work experience and insights through a written submission or an essay. So this year 5 Anubhav Awards and 10 jury certificate winners were declared. 5 Anubhav Awards and 10 jury certificates were awarded this year. And again, Anubhav Awards are given by the same ministry, that is the Ministry of Pension, Personnel and Public Grievances. Right? And for the first time in 2025, the awards included not just the employees from the central government companies, but from public sector banks also. So the central government employees and public sector banks people, they were there, and more than approximately 1500 write-ups were received, and then 5 people were given the award, and 10 people were given the jury certificate. Jury certificate is like a consolation, you can say, right? And one more award which I will tell you, which is again given by the same ministry, Ministry of Pension, Public Grievances and Personnel. It is called National Awards for E-Governance. National Awards for E-Governance, which are given every year since 2003. Since 2003. So these awards, they were given during the National Conference on E-Governance, which was organized in Visakhapatnam in June 2025. So 10 gold medal, 6 silver and 3 jury awards. Total 19 awards were given this year. 10 gold, right? So 10 lakh is given for the gold medal awardees, 5 lakh is given for silver awardee, and jury awards don't have any cash incentive. DRDO has launched India's first indigenous photonic radar. It is a next generation system that leverages light-based or photonic technology for signal generation and processing. This radar was developed by which laboratory of DRDO? So this radar was developed recently by the LRDE laboratory of DRDO, which is in Bengaluru. So Electronics and Radar Development Establishment, or LRDE, which is one of the laboratories of DRDO. So this is India's first made in India or indigenous photonic radar. So now they will do the testing of this radar. Photonic radar will replace the traditional radar. Look, the traditional radars, they use radio frequency, traditional microwave radio frequency system. But these photonic radar will use light-based technology. Light-based technology. And what is the advantage? So light-based technology means like optical fiber technology, laser technology. They will be able to process the signals much in a very good frequency range, reaching up to 34 gigahertz. The bandwidth will be a massive 11 gigahertz bandwidth. So these photonic radar, they can achieve ultra high resolution imaging down to 1.3 centimeter, allowing it to detect the objects as small as 3 by 4 centimeter, including the stealth aircraft, drones and rotating drone blades. They will have energy efficient operation, low heat generation, immunity. They will be immune to electronic jamming by the enemy, and they will have very low signal leakage. And these, because they use laser and optical fiber, they will be able to generate, transmit and process the signal across millimeter wave to terahertz frequency range, reaching up to 34 gigahertz with 11 gigahertz bandwidth. All of these are the properties of these photonic radar. The Raj Bhavan Anna Dhan, it is a scheme of which state, under which the governor will donate the royalties earned from his books for a noble cause. See, the governor of Goa, do you know him? Mr. Sridharan Pillai. He is the chief minister, Pramod Sawant. But the governor of Goa is a very learned fellow. He has written hundreds of books, Mr. P. Sridharan Pillai. And whatever the money that he earns from the publishers, because his books sell, so that he will share, right? So the answer is Goa. The Raj Bhavan is the official residence of the governor in any state. So Raj Bhavan Anna Dhan scheme was launched recently in Goa, basically Goa governor presided over the launch ceremony. And I mean, you know, he is giving 25,000 rupees each to approximately 40 patients from his own earning. 25,000 rupees each he will give to 40 patients. P.S. Sridharan Pillai will donate the royalty which he earns from his published books. So great effort from P.S. Sridharan Pillai. He is the 19th and current governor of Goa. Now in the past, he was the governor of Mizoram also from 2019 to 2021. Recently, the Critical Minerals Initiative was announced by which bloc nations to enhance economic security and collective resilience through collaboration on securing and diversifying critical mineral supply chains. Critical minerals, first of all, you understand what are critical minerals. Critical minerals are those which are absolutely essential for your technologies of the future, like aerospace technology, like your, microprocessor chips and all of that. Critical minerals, rare earth minerals, semiconductor, these are used in semiconductor, electric vehicle, jet fighters, cutting edge machines. They are all critical minerals. Critical minerals also include rare earth elements. In India, 30 minerals are declared as critical by the Ministry of Mines. Now, these critical minerals, including rare earth minerals and all, China controls a lot of supply chain. So Quad countries, the 4 countries of Quad, Japan, India, Australia and America, the Quad countries, so they basically have launched Quad Critical Minerals Initiative. Now it was launched during the Quad Critical Minerals Initiative was launched during the Quad Critical Minerals Initiative was launched during the Quad Foreign Ministers meeting. It was the second meeting of the Quad Foreign Ministers. This meeting happened in Washington DC, but be careful, the Quad Summit will take place in India in 2025, but the Foreign Ministers meeting happened in Washington DC. In Washington DC, that is where they launched it. That is where they launched it. So what will they do? They will decrease their reliance on China. They will secure and diversify their supply chain. They will work on critical minerals recovery, critical minerals processing, rare earth magnets, which are required for electric vehicle manufacturing, electric motors. They will help each other. They will reduce their dependency on China. That is what they will do. Very important question. Which company has opened India's first UPI powered bank branch in Koramangala in Bengaluru? The answer is Slice. If you remember, Slice is a fintech company and recently it got merged with the Northeast Small Finance Bank. It got merged recently with Northeast Small Finance Bank, which is based in Guwahati. This merger was completed in October 2024. So what is the meaning of this UPI powered bank branch? So they will have a ATM here where you can withdraw money using UPI. They will give you Slice UPI credit card, which is a RuPay based credit card with zero joining fee, zero annual fee. And you can simply scan QR code, make UPI payments. Also on Slice UPI credit card, you will get up to 3% cashback. You can make withdrawal as well as deposits from the UPI ATM, which is placed here in this branch. So all in all, deposits you can make, everything you can do via UPI. National Institute of Public Cooperation and Child Development, which is based in New Delhi, has been officially renamed as what? So this is National Institute. This is an institute, very well known institute in New Delhi. It is called National Institute of Public Cooperation and Child Development. So its name has been changed and it has been now named after Savitribai Phule. So it will be now called as Savitribai Phule National Institute of Women and Child Development. Now Savitribai Phule is a 19th century social reformer. And she was an advocate of women's rights in India. She opened, in fact, the first women's school in India. So very, very important woman in India's history. And this institute, by the way, it works under the Ministry of Women and Child Development. Women and Child Development. And this institute basically supports research, counseling, and activities related to child development, mental health, and adolescent well-being. Adolescent well-being, this institute, right? Savitribai Phule National Institute of Women and Child Development. And Savitribai Phule was also known as the first female teacher of modern India. She was born in Satara district of Maharashtra. Satara district of Maharashtra. And by the way, this institute was set up in 1966. As per recent information, the Coal Ministry, they are launching Reclaim. It's a community engagement and development framework designed specifically for mine closures. Reclaim has been developed by which organization in collaboration with Heartfulness Institute? So this is the Coal Controller Organization. The answer is option C. Now what is Reclaim? So R means reach out, E means envision, co-design, localize, act, integrate and maintain. So what do we want to do? Look, wherever there is a coal mining, lot of people, they have to be relocated to other places, right? So Reclaim is basically a community engagement and development framework which is designed specifically for mine closures, and it will serve. So this is a framework. This is like a policy. So it offers a step-by-step approach to institutionalizing the community participation in the transition process. So let's say there is a mine and that mine has shut down, which means it is a mine closure. So what we have to do, we can bring the people who were displaced back to this place. We can do community engagement. We can engage the people. We can do ecological restoration. We can help the people in their socio-economic well-being. All of these things we can do. And this organization, which is called Coal Control Organization, it works under the Ministry of Coal. And Heartfulness Institute is a global institute. They do have a branch in India also, but it is a global institute which is based in California. So the global headquarters is in California. And they have designed this framework on how we can support these people. So that is essentially what this is, right? And they are calling this framework as Reclaim. Now, recently, if you remember, there are Jharia mines which are located in Jharkhand, and there also government is trying its best to settle the people who were affected, give them compensation and all these things. So recently in Jharia mines there was an effort by the government of India. And what is the name of the policy in India to increase the coal production? So it is called Shakti policy. It has been revised recently. And who will implement the Shakti policy? So Shakti policy will be implemented by Coal India Limited and Singareni Collieries Company Limited. Singareni Collieries Company Limited, right? Singareni Collieries Company Limited. Now, where is this place called Singareni? Singareni is basically a company that is under the government of Telangana. Like Coal Ministry has 49% share, 51% share the government of Telangana has. So you can say it's a government-owned company, state and central government, they own it. 51% by the government of Telangana, 49% by the government of India. So they will implement the new Shakti policy for coal. Union Minister of Jal Shakti has inaugurated Sea Flood. It's a web-based platform that provides 2 days advanced inundation forecast. Inundation means what? Floods. Inundation means floods. So it will give you the floods forecasting up to the village level 2 days in advance. So you can be well prepared for it. It will help in disaster management and protecting the people of that area. Now, Sea Flood, this portal has been developed by which organization? And Central Water Commission. Both. So Central Water Commission, by the way, is a organization that works under the Ministry of Jal Shakti. They have partnered with CDAC. CDAC works under the Ministry of Electronics and IT, and it is headquartered in Pune. CDAC basically they execute the National Supercomputing Mission also. In fact, this Sea Flood has been developed under the National Supercomputing Mission also. National Supercomputing Mission only, which is executed in India by CDAC. Now, currently the problem is that this sea flood system, it covers only Mahanadi. So let me tell you more about it. This sea flood system, currently it covers Mahanadi, which is a river that flows in Chhattisgarh and Odisha, Godavari that mainly flows in Maharashtra, Telangana and Andhra, and Tapi. Tapi mainly flows in Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat and Maharashtra. Currently it covers only these 3 rivers. But the government is saying that we will be able to provide 2D hydrodynamic modeling to simulate the flood scenarios and therefore the flood forecasting in other rivers also. But for now, it will work only on Mahanadi, Godavari and Tapi river floods. But later on, it will be able to provide the data on many other rivers. They will integrate many other rivers for the same. And the simulation for example, Mahanadi Basin, they are provided by the high performance computing facility, which is provided by the CDAC. And who gives the data to CDAC? National Remote Sensing Center, which is based in Hyderabad under the National Hydrology Project. Now, once the data is obtained on sea flood, right, then what happens? Well, then the sea flood portal will be integrated into the National Disaster Management Emergency Response Portal that we call NDEM. So NDEM is a geo portal that disseminates the space-based input, satellite-based input, during all the natural disaster. And National Hydrology Project was launched in 2016 and it will end on 30th of September 2025. So it is almost on the verge of completion. It is a project under the Ministry of Jal Shakti. So in National Hydrology Project, what we are doing is we are doing the capacity building. We are trying to increase the capacity of water resource management institutions in India. And National Hydrology Project is funded by the World Bank. Even National Supercomputing Mission was started in 2015 by the CDAC Pune. According to the recent information, the third edition of Auto Expo, we know it as Bharat Mobility Global Expo, will take place in the year February 2027. In the month of February in 2027, in which city? So it will be organized in Delhi. First time it was organized in 2024, then this year in 2025. And in fact, the 2025 edition was organized in multiple places. It was organized in Bharat Mandapam in Delhi, Yasho Bhumi, which is in Dwarka, and India Expo Center, which is in Greater Noida. And in 2027, it will take place in Delhi once again. You know, every new car that is launched in India, car, bus, hydrogen fuel car, electric car, scooters and trucks and buses and whatever. So they are all showcased first here in Auto Expo or Bharat Mobility Global Expo. Bharat Mobility Global Expo. And who organizes it? So it is organized by the Engineering Export Promotion Council of India, EEPC. And by the way, EEPC works under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. This organization was set up in 1995. And Ministry of Heavy Industries, they will also support this. But main organizing organization is EEPC. And of course, there are tons of other organizations which give their support like FICCI, NASCOM, ACMA, SIAM and all that. But main I have told you. Now, Ministry of Commerce was also in news because they have launched a project called Bharat Project. It is simply called Bharat Project, in which they will train 1 million entrepreneurs in India. This is called the Bharat Project, and Ministry of Commerce have launched it in collaboration with a company called Your Story. In collaboration with a platform which is called Your Story. So they will train 1 million entrepreneurs from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Also, the Ministry of Commerce, they have launched a scheme recently called Road Tap. Road Tap means Remission of Duties and Taxes on Exported Product Scheme. Now, this scheme was initially started on 1st of January 2021, and it is a scheme by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. It comes under CBIC or the GST Department, Central Board of Indirect Tax and Custom. And in this scheme, different types of export subsidies are given to the exporters. As per recently released report, which is called Zero Emission Trucking Adoption in India and its impact on emission and energy. This is a report and it says that India's freight sector means what? The cargo sector, transferring logistics, the goods from one place to another. So it is driven mainly by the medium and heavy duty trucks. It accounts for approximately what percent of the country's logistics operations and plays an important role in the economic growth and industrial development. So this report says that the medium and heavy duty trucks in India, the medium size and the large size trucks in India, they account for 70% of India's logistics operations. You know that most of the goods are transported in India through trucks. Why? Because we don't have dedicated freight corridor for the trains. Now we are developing it, and therefore it becomes very costly because we don't have dedicated freight corridors for the railways, and air cargo is very costly. So that is why most of the goods are transported in India through the roads, and through roads means medium and heavy duty trucks. 70% of India's cargo is moved by them. So this is the report. And look, zero emission trucking means what? It means that we want to have those trucks which emit zero pollution. Like for example, the green hydrogen trucks. Now you know that recently in Ladakh, the green hydrogen buses are running by NTPC. So why can't we do that for the trucks? Trucks are run in India by diesel, right? And this sector, the problem is that all these medium and heavy duty trucks, they account for 40% of India's fuel consumption. Have you seen a petrol tank of a truck, how large it is? The diesel tank, it is very large. So currently the problem is that we don't have green hydrogen infrastructure in India. We don't have green hydrogen pumps. We don't have very sound green hydrogen production factories, but it will gain momentum. Now, this report says in the business as usual scenario, which means if we don't take proactive steps, then the adoption of these BET adoption. BET adoption means what? It simply means those battery electric trucks, zero emission trucks. They are projected to be nearly 2% by the financial year 35. So even by financial year 35, they will form just 2% of all the trucks in India. But they will become 55% by financial year 45. In 20 years, 55% of the trucks in India will be battery electric trucks. And by financial year 55, that is after 30 years, they will become 100%. But that is business as usual. I mean, if we are not doing anything extra, but if you see with proper support, like if we become proactive, then the BET adoption will become 18% instead of 2% by financial year 35 and 100% by financial year 46. So it is better that we become proactive, we give them proper support. And as per the report, the electricity consumption by these battery electric truck is projected to be a small portion of overall generation capacity, peaking at nearly 8% in financial year 50. Now, who has released this report? That can also be asked. It is the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor. Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. He is Ajay Sood. So this report is released by Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Now I'll tell you one more thing which is pretty interesting. The Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor of India, they said that if we want to have zero emission trucks in India, we need to have zero emission trucks corridors in India, which means that we should have such highways where you can easily charge your truck. If it is a battery electric truck, it needs charging, right? So at every 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer, 5 kilometer, we should have these charging infrastructure and all of that. So these will be known as zero emission trucking corridors. Now, how many, I repeat, how many zero emission trucks corridor we are setting up in India? The answer is 10. The answer is 10. So like Chennai to Villupuram, Delhi to Jaipur, Vijayawada to Visakhapatnam, Chennai to Bangalore, Coimbatore to Kochi, Coimbatore to Salem, Kolkata to Haldia, Delhi to Chandigarh, Dhanbad to Kolkata, and Pune to Nashik. So these are the 10. And which of these currently is the most green? Chennai to Villupuram. Chennai to Villupuram ZET corridor is the cleanest, according to the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor. But of course, this data will keep on changing. Which Indian ministry has rejoined the Unicode Consortium as a supporting member? Unicode Consortium. Consortium means what? Consortium simply means a coming together of different organizations, that is called consortium. Different countries it can be. So this is the Ministry of Electronics and IT. They have rejoined Unicode Consortium as a supporting member. Now, India and America, they have voting rights in this international body. And what is this body about? It is to standardize text and emoji encoding on digital platforms. You must be using a lot of text while chatting. You must be using a lot of emojis. So there has to be some, like when you chat online, you use text and emoji. So there has to be some sort of standardization in these, right? So the IT Ministry of India, they were a member of Unicode Consortium from 2000 to 2019 and then again for 1 year in 2021. So now they have joined it for the third time. So it is the Ministry of Electronics and IT. It has a membership cost. You have to pay $20,000 to be a member of Unicode Consortium. And where is it headquartered? Unicode Consortium. So this is an organization that came into being in 2000. It was set up in 2000. And, from India, there is one more organization, Tamil Virtual Academy. Tamil Virtual Academy is also a member of Unicode Consortium since 2003. And now Ministry of Electronics and IT, they have also joined it. Tamil Virtual Academy is based in Chennai. And where is the headquarters of Unicode Consortium? It is based in California. It's a non-for-profit organization which was founded in 1988. 1988, right? So usually the computer software and hardware companies, the departments, the ministries, they can all become member of Unicode Consortium. Unicode Consortium. And you can see some of the amazing members of this organization. Google, Amazon, Adobe. India is supporting member. But India has voting rights. America also has voting rights. Recently, which organization has launched the 3 by 35 initiative aiming to increase the taxes on tobacco, alcohol and sugary drinks by at least 50% globally by 2035. So this is the World Health Organization, because if you increase the taxes on tobacco, alcohol and sugary drinks, they will become costly and people will consume them less. So this organization has targeted a reduction in the harmful consumption of these three: tobacco, alcohol and sugary drinks. Sugary drinks. Now, what is their long-term target? This is to, like, they have a plan. Okay, their plan is that they want to prevent 50 million premature deaths by in the next 50 years. I repeat, they want to prevent 50 million or 5 crore people dying prematurely by next 50 years. In next 50 years, this is the target. This is the target of 3 by 35. Okay, and of course, we want to increase the taxes by 50% by 2035, because these products are responsible for heart disease, cancer, diabetes, etc., etc. And 75% of the global deaths are because of these three things: heart disease, cancer, or diabetes. So 3 by 35 initiative wants to cut the harmful consumption of these three, raise the revenue to fund health and development. And what will happen? So if we put a lot of taxes on these three items, it will generate $1 trillion in wealth. And this $1 trillion in wealth, in the next 10 years, it can be used for other health promotion things. Other health promotion things by the WHO. By the WHO, right? 1 trillion can be generated in next 10 years in revenue. In revenue. And a lot of countries have done well. For example, there are countries like Colombia, South Africa, which put a lot of taxes on these things and they are doing very well. So why not all the members of WHO? And by the way, there is a country called Suriname, which is in South America. It is the first country in the Amazon area to become malaria free, and overall 46th country in the world to become malaria free. Bihar cabinet has started a scheme, Mukhyamantri Kalakar Pension Yojana. So if you are a Kalakar, like you could be a artist in classical, visual or performing arts for at least 10 years, then you will be getting a monthly pension of how much from the government of Bihar? You will be getting 3,000 rupees every month from the government of Bihar. So the Bihar government wants to preserve Bihar's rich cultural heritage. So they will start providing financial support to the traditional artist. There are some conditions. So the artist has to be minimum 50 years old. Minimum 50 should be the age. 50 years or greater than 50. One more criteria. The annual income of the artist should be less than 1.2 lakh rupees. 1.2 lakh rupees. Also, there is one more scheme which has started, Mukhyamantri Guru Shishya Parampara Yojana. Guru Shishya is basically the bond of a teacher and a student. Guru means teacher, Shishya means student, Parampara means tradition. So this is to preserve, promote and develop the state's rich cultural heritage. Mukhyamantri Guru Shishya Parampara Yojana. So what is this? So the talented youth, they will be given a 2-year training by their gurus, by their mentors, to preserve the rare and endangered art besides publicizing them. Under the scheme, gurus will be given 15,000 per month as an incentive, while the musicians will get 7,500 rupees per month, and all the pupils, the students, they will get 3,000 rupees per month. Right? So this scheme has started. Also, there is a temple where Mata Sita was born, which is called Punora Dham. It is in Sitamarhi district. Ma Janki temple at Punora Dham in Sitamarhi. So this is the birthplace of Mata Sita, goddess Sita, wife of Lord Rama. And here a beautiful temple will be developed. So this area will be developed. There will be corridor, there will be tourism related infrastructure that will be developed. Another thing they have done, the women in Bihar, they are now allowed. Only the pregnant and lactating women are not allowed. Otherwise, all the women in Bihar are now allowed to work in those factories which are classified as hazardous or dangerous. Look, there are some factories which are classified as dangerous, but women can work in them. This will promote the Lakpati Didi initiative also. Women, they are risk takers if given the opportunity. Now I will tell you some other schemes also. So for example, Bihar has announced that There is Mukhya Mantri Chikitsa Sahayata Kosh. So Chikitsa means treatment, medical treatment. Sahayata Kosh means it's like a relief fund or help fund. So what will happen? So if you are a elected representative, like you are a sarpanch, you are panchayat, you are the elected representative of the Panchayati Raj institution, which means you can be a sarpanch or any member of the panchayat. So elected representative suffering from cancer, they will get 80,000 to 1.2 lakh for surgery, and heart patient will get between 60,000 to 1.8 lakh for various other ailments. Also, if you require a brain surgery, you will get 3 lakh rupees. For eye surgery, between 20 to 40,000. For spinal surgery, 1.8 lakh. For kidney transplant, 3 lakh, etc., etc., etc. Basically, they have increased the amount. They have extended the benefit of the grant which is given to the elected representative of Panchayati Raj institution. Also, retired Chief Justice and judges. If you are a retired Chief Justice of the Bihar High Court or judge, then you will be given 55,000 rupees per month so that you can pay it to your maid. You can keep a maid in your home, domestic help, and for that you will be given 55,000 rupees per month. Also, if you want to, for your cell phone, landline bill, mobile internet bill, etc., you will be given 15,000 rupees per month. 15,000 per month. And in this 55,000, you can hire maid, you can hire a driver. Also, marriage hall will be constructed in Bihar in all the panchayats. Because the poor people, they cannot afford these banquet halls and hotels and all. So, marriage hall will be constructed in panchayat under the Chief Minister Kanya Vivah Mandap Yojana. And this scheme will be helpful for economically weak families. Also, there Didi Ki Rasoi. Didi Ki Rasoi, very subsidized food plate is given. Earlier it was 40 rupees per plate. Now only 20 rupees per plate. So it has been made even cheaper. Which state government? They have launched Jan Suraksha Santrupti Abhiyan to identify eligible citizens who have not yet received benefit under government welfare scheme. So there are always some citizens who are not aware, or they are living in very remote areas. So they don't even know that there are government schemes or government policies which can help them. And those will be searched. They will be identified by the government of Gujarat under Jan Suraksha Santrupti Abhiyan. This Abhiyan, initiative or this campaign will run from 1st of July to 30th of September. So it will run for 3 months. 3 months. And there are a lot of central government schemes, state government schemes, but people don't know. So they will be identified and the benefits of these schemes will be given to them. Schemes like, for example, Jan Dhan, schemes like, for example, Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana, and even in Gujarat there are schemes, the local schemes. So the people will be identified. Narcotics Control Bureau, it works under the Ministry of Home Affairs. So they have launched which operation to dismantle Kita Melon. It is one of India's most prolific darknet based drug syndicate. Syndicate means what? Very large organization. Very large organization which does crime is called a syndicate. So Kita Melon is, do you know dark web? Dark web you must be knowing. So Kita Melon operates from dark web and they sell a lot of drugs in India. And now Narcotics Control Bureau is doing a dedicated operation against this organization. So it is called Operation Melon. Operation Melon. It's a very high impact operation. And it has been done by it will be led by the Kochi unit of Narcotics Control Bureau. Now, so this organization is selling LSD, which is lysergic acid, diethylamide, ketamine, all these in Delhi, Bhopal and big cities. So very dangerous, right? And the estimated value is in crores, what they sell. And Narcotics Control Bureau was set up in 1986. UP government, as per recent data, 97,000 plus criminals, they have been convicted in the state since July 2023. So in 2 years, almost 1 lakh criminals, they are actually convicted, not just accused. They underwent the process of formal trial and they were convicted. Under which operation? This operation is called Operation Conviction. Operation Conviction. In fact, 68 criminals out of these many, they were sentenced to death. A lot of them received life imprisonment and more than 1,000, they were sentenced to over 20 years in prison, and remaining they were sentenced accordingly. Operation Conviction focused on organized crime. Also in UP, in Gorakhpur, UP's first Ayush University has opened, which is called Mahayogi Guru Gorakhnath Ayush University. Which of the following city has launched India's first digital house address project with a QR codes with an aim to empower smart administration by connecting citizen services with digital technology? So this is Indore, which is in Madhya Pradesh. Indore Municipal Corporation has launched Digital House Address Project. So what is this project? So, outside every house, there will be a QR code. And if you scan the QR code, that will serve as an address. So special digital plates will be put outside every house with a unique QR code. And this will enhance the smart administration. So digital address, that digital address project in India is called DigiPin. It is coming very soon. Digital Postal Index Number System, which is a GPS based digital address, DigiPin. And this DigiPin will be a 10-digit alphanumeric number. Alphanumeric means alphabets and number both. So it will be a 10-digit alphanumeric code. Alphanumeric code. What they are trying to do, they are trying to divide India into geographical territories into uniform 4 by 4 meter, 4 meter by 4 meter units. 4 meter by 4 meter unit. And who is responsible for DigiPin? Who is developed DigiPin? So DigiPin has been developed by the Department of Post in collaboration with IIT Hyderabad and National Remote Sensing Center, Hyderabad. SEBI, Securities and Exchange Board of India, they have announced a new initiative. What is the name of this initiative? Which is aimed at helping the investors verify payment credentials before transacting. Now, there are something known as intermediaries in the capital market. Who are the intermediaries? And look, these intermediaries are registered with SEBI. So for example, the broker in the share market, there are share brokers, there are mutual fund houses, there are advisors. All of these people are called intermediaries. Now, if you are a consumer just like me and you want to make a payment to any broker, you should be able to verify, his account, verify the UPI payment handle. So this tool is called SEBI Check. So what is SEBI Check? And this new SEBI Check feature will be enabled from 1st October 2025. So let me tell you how it will work. If there is any intermediary like broker, mutual fund, investment advisor, their handle should have the extension @valid. So for example, Gaurav @valid and then my bank name. So @valid HDFC, right? Or @valid yes bank or whatever. So Gaurav @valid HDFC is my UPI ID. So when I put the word valid, this UPI ID extension is only allowed for intermediaries. So one is you will be able to verify this, yes, I am a genuine person because my UPI ID is verified by SEBI. And second, when you make payment to this account, this UPI ID, you will be able to verify my IFSC code and bank account. So this tool, SEBI Check, allows the investors to verify UPI payment handles. All they need to do is simply enter the UPI ID manually, or they can scan the QR code. And by doing so, they will be also able to confirm the bank details like the bank account number and IFSC code of the SEBI registered intermediary. That is how this entire thing will work. Now let's say if a person doesn't understand English, then what? So then there is a green thumbs up icon. There is a green color thumbs up icon that will appear next to the verified UPI ID. So this will allow even a person who is not educated to see that this account is verified. For every verified account, there will be a green thumbs up icon that will be next to their UPI ID. And this will be applicable from 1st October 2025. Now here I would also like to tell you that the Bombay Stock Exchange has recently launched something known as Bombay Stock Exchange Nivesh Mitra. It's a free investment learning app. It will tell you everything that you need to know about the capital market, everything. Basically, this app has been launched to teach the investors about mutual funds, asset classes, all the market mechanisms and all that. And SEBI has also recently launched something known as Document Number Verification System to ensure transparency and verifiability of the documents issued by SEBI. So how will you get to know whether any particular notice or summon or show cause notice has been issued from SEBI? You can use SEBI DNVS, SEBI Document Number Verification System. So for example, if you have received a notice, you will be able to verify that actually SEBI has sent it and not some other person by DNVS. Also, Bombay Stock Exchange as 30 biggest companies in the Sensex. And recently, two companies have entered the Sensex. One is the Trent company. Trent has replaced Nestle. And then there is one more, which is called Bharat Electronics Limited, which has replaced recently another company. Which company has been replaced by this? IndusInd Bank. More than 20,000 malicious IP addresses and websites, they have been taken down recently in a global operation. So a lot of countries, they came together, and this operation was coordinated by Interpol. What was the name of this operation? So the name of this operation was called Operation Secure. Operation Secure was from January to April. It was a 4-month operation in 2025. And there were total 26 countries, including India, which carried out this operation. And more than 20,000 illegal apps, websites, etc. all of these were taken down. This was to increase the cyber security. And Interpol was formed in 1923, so it is more than 100 years old organization, and it is headquartered in Lyon, and Lyon is in France. Lyon is a city in France. Recently, in a first of its kind, Indian Air Force and American Air Force, they have successfully conducted a special forces exercise across the North India. So what was the name of this exercise? Now, you know, Indian Air Force and American Air Force, they did an exercise for the first time. This is called exercise Tiger Claw. Now don't confuse it with Tiger Triumph, because Tiger Triumph also takes place between India and America. Now what is the difference between the two? So Tiger Triumph is a humanitarian assistance and disaster relief exercise, whereas Tiger Claw is between the air forces of the two countries. So this is for war readiness, whereas Tiger Triumph is for disaster management, right? So this exercise took place at multiple places across North India. It ended at the Chandinagar Air Force Station, which is in Bagpat district of UP. And Indian Army, they recently went to Mongolia to participate in the Khan Quest exercise, in which multiple countries they participate. And India and Mongolia, there is a bilateral exercise also, which is called Nomadic Elephant. So Nomadic Elephant took place between India and Mongolia. Nomadic Elephant, it took place in Ulaanbaatar, which is the capital of Mongolia. And by the way, Indian Air Force, they carried out an exercise called Akraman. It was organized in the central sector. Akraman. This is our own exercise, not with any country. This is to just increase our operational readiness. And Indian Air Force, they also participated in the exercise called Desert Flag. This happened for the 10th time, and Desert Flag is a multi-country exercise which is organized by the UAE every year. World Bank has released the Global Poverty Revisited using some new data. So as per this report, India's extreme poverty rate has dropped significantly. The extreme poverty rate in India was 27.1% in the financial year 12. Now in the financial year 23, so in the last 11 years, our extreme poverty rate has declined from 27.1% to how much now? It is 5.3%. 5.3%. Now what is the meaning of extreme poverty? Well, in 2011-12, if a person is earning less than $2.15 per day, then he is extremely poor. But now, according to the latest revision of the World Bank, if you are earning less than $3 per day, then you are extremely poor. So even the cutoff has been revised by the World Bank. Earlier it was $2.15 per day, and now it is $3 per day. $3 per day. Now, if I ask you, how many people in India, they have been removed from extreme poverty? So that's a very important question, right? That's a very important question. So in India, how many people have been lifted from extreme poverty? Remember, the answer is 171 million. 171 million people, they have been lifted, or India has lifted 171 million people from extreme poverty in the same time period which I told you, 2012 and financial year 23. 171 million people in India, or 17.1 crore, they have come out of extreme poverty. They have come out of extreme poverty, right? So that is a very important question. We'll move on now. But before that, I'll tell you that there are 5 states in India. there are 5 states in India: UP, Maharashtra, Bihar, West Bengal and Madhya Pradesh. These 5 states in 2011-12 had 65% of India's extreme poor people. Now that has come down to 54%. So it shows that UP, Maharashtra, Bihar, West Bengal and Madhya Pradesh, they have made some progress in the last 11 years when it comes to decreasing the number of extremely poor people. But still a lot needs to be done because these 5 states still have 54% of India's extremely poor people. And if I talk about latest data, that is 2024, how many people in India, they were living in extreme poverty? That is, they were earning less than $3 per day. In 2024, the answer is 54 million. 54 million people in India, they lived on less than $3 per day in 2024. Which city has been declared as the leopard capital of India? Because there was a 1-year-long camera trap survey revealed that it had the highest number of free-ranging wild leopards among all the metropolitan cities. This is Bengaluru. Bengaluru has tremendous number of leopards. So this study said that 80 to 85 leopards are roaming in Bangalore, and Mumbai is second. In Mumbai, there were 54 leopards, which are mostly documented from the Sanjay Gandhi National Park. And in Bangalore, 80 to 85 leopards. So it is the leopard capital. And who did this camera trap survey? So this camera trap survey was done by a NGO which is called Hole Matti Nature Foundation. Hole Matti Nature Foundation, which is an NGO which is based in Bangalore. So it has the highest number of free-ranging wild leopards. And most of the leopards in Bangalore, they were recorded in the Bannerghatta National Park. Bannerghatta National Park had around 54 leopards. 54 leopards. So Bangalore is the only metro in India which supports, these kind of animals. You can't imagine a leopard roaming around in Gurgaon. I agree, in Gurgaon also there are leopards in Aravali area. In fact, very near to my home, I just saw a leopard. But there are not many. I mean, sometimes in the entire year, there is 1 or 2 leopards that get spotted in Aravali. Now the government has created Aravali Trail here, leopard trail. But not many. But look at Bangalore, 80 to 85 leopards in a metropolitan city. So that's a big deal. Which of the following state has launched the scheme Mukhyamantri Jeevan Anu Prerna Scheme? The aim is to provide one-time lump sum financial assistance to research scholars, focusing on Divyang scholars to usher in a new era of research and development. So it has been started by Hemanta Biswa Sarma, who is the Chief Minister of Assam. The answer is Assam. So what will happen in this scheme? Well, the scheme will provide 25,000 rupees to those people who are research scholar. Who is a research scholar? The people who are doing PhD. They are called research scholar. So 25,000 rupees will be given to people who are research scholar, and 40,000 rupees will be given to those PhD people who are Divyang, who are differently abled. Now, one portal has also been launched by the government of Assam, which is called Swagat Satirtha Portal. What is that? Well, this is a push for transparent and citizen-focused governance. So Swagat Satirtha Portal is a digital platform aimed at making mutual transfer within the education department corruption-free. So there is a lot of corruption in Assam with respect to the transfer of the faculties, transfer of the people in the education department. This Swagat Satirtha portal will make it corruption-free. So it will enable merit-based transfer process. It will eliminate the middlemen. And this is especially done for grade 3 and grade 4 employees in the education department. Also, Assam and Meghalaya, they are working on a 55 megawatt Kulsi hydropower and irrigation project, which will benefit both Assam and Meghalaya. It is coming up on the Kulsi river, which is a tributary of the Brahmaputra river. Now, Kulsi river flows down from the West Khasi Hill district of Meghalaya to Kamrup district of Assam. India has secured how many medals at the 2025 Taiwan Athletics Open Championship, which was held in Taipei, which is the capital of Taiwan. So, how many medals were India able to win in this tournament? Remember, the total number of medals that India won were 16. The answer is 16. So here you can see India finished number 1 in the medal tally, winning 12 gold, 3 silver and 1 bronze. Australia was second and Japan was a close third. Close third. Now, you don't need to remember the name of the gold medal winners, but just remember the tally 12-3-1, total 16. 12-3-1. Which of the following years has been declared as the International Year of the Women Farmer by the United Nations General Assembly? Very important question. So United Nations General Assembly has declared 2026 as the year of the woman farmer, International Year of the Woman Farmer. So they want to recognize the role of, women farmers in the world. Now, United Nations General Assembly, they have also declared 10th of June as the International Day for Dialogue Among Civilizations. This is an extremely important question because it is being celebrated for the first time. 10th of June has been declared as the International Day of Dialogue Among Civilization, and 10th June 2025 it is being celebrated for the first time. Here I would also like to tell you that the women farmers in India, they are in a very bad situation. Why? Because you will be very surprised to know that out of all the land owners in India, only 14% are women and 86% are men. So only 14% of the landowners in India are women. It shows a huge gender gap. Second problem, the women, 80% of all the working women in India, they work in agriculture. 80% of all the working women in India, they work in agriculture. It shows that there is a lot of contribution of women. Now I will tell you a project which is called ENACT. It is a project of Assam. It has been praised by United Nations General Assembly. United Nations has praised the project ENACT of Assam. What is ENACT? ENACT means enhancing climate adaptation of vulnerable communities through nature-based solutions and gender transformative approaches. In short, ENACT. So what happens in ENACT? This project empowers the small farmers, especially women. And this project is financed by the government of Norway. ENACT project. This project is taking place in a district of Assam called Nagaon. So in ENACT project, the women, the small farmers, small women farmers, they are connected through information technology with agriculture experts. This is called ENACT project. It has been praised by the United Nations General Assembly. So in the exam, you might very well be asked, the ENACT project is associated with which state of India? As per recent information, the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, they are preparing to launch a study which is called CROPIC. Now, this study is aimed at collecting the crop data through field photographs and AI-driven models. In the acronym CROPIC, what does the letter R stand for? Now you see the full form of CROPIC, collection of real-time observations and photo of crops. The answer is real. Now, why do they want to take the photographs of crops? Why do they want to collect all of this real-time data? That I will tell you. Now, according to this initiative, crops will be photographed 4 to 5 times during their cycle, and the pictures will be analyzed to assess their health and potential mid-season losses. So this study, CROPIC study, will be done for Kharif season as well as the Rabi season. So the collection of field photographs will be done, and 4 to 5 times the photographs will be taken for the crops during their entire cycle. And these photographs will be crowdsourced directly from the farmers. So farmers will send the photographs, and then using artificial intelligence, they will be analyzed for any diseases, right? Because there are a lot of crop diseases. So it can prevent mid-season losses to the farmers. So CROPIC model will use AI-based cloud platform for photo analysis and information extraction. And also, when compensation or insurance is to be paid to the farmers, officials will collect the photographs using the CROPIC mobile app. So if a farmer says that my crops are damaged, as a proof, they can use the same photographs which are uploaded on the CROPIC mobile app. The purpose of the study is what? So there is a Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana or crop insurance scheme. So it will be implemented in a much better way. And also there is a rich directory of the crop signature that will be created. It will lead to proper loss assessment and compensation to the eligible farmers under Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. Also, we will be able to tell the farmers about different crop diseases so that they can intervene and prevent their long-term losses. So what is the timeline of the project? So CROPIC study will be done in at least 50 districts per season. These districts will be well distributed in different agroclimatic zones of India, and they will be done for the three major notified crops of India. In these 50 districts will be identified in different agroclimatic zones in India, And for now, only 3 crops will be covered. So study for 3 crops will be done, but eventually it will cover all the crops. Okay, eventually all the crops which are notified under Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana will be covered. And these pilot studies in 50 districts shall continue for the upcoming season and are expected to be rolled out nationwide from 2026. And how much money will be spent on this cropping study? According to the Agriculture Ministry, the Fund for Innovation and Technology, which is under the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, will be used for funding this study. So, Fund for Innovation and Technology has a corpus of 825 crore for different innovations under crop insurance scheme. So, from this 825 crore, which is in this fund, the money will come for the cropping study. Understood now? And Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, let me tell you about it. It was launched in 2016 by the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare. For Rabi crops, the premium is 1.5%. For Kharif crops, it is 2%. And for the cash crops, also called commercial crops, or even for horticultural crops, the premium which is paid by the farmers is 5%. 5%, right? So that is Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana for you. Recently, Iceland retained its position as the world's most gender equal country for the 16th year in a row, according to the Global Gender Gap Report of the World Economic Forum. What was India's rank out of 148 countries? In India, gender gap, as you know, is high, right? And a lot needs to be done. India's rank was a very poor 131 out of 148 countries. In fact, India was 129 last year. We have dropped by 2 positions. And what was our score? Our score was a dismal 0.644. So Iceland is number 1. And let me show you. Finland was at 2nd position. Norway was at 3rd position. And then you have Britain and then you have New Zealand. So these are the 5 most gender equal countries in the world. And 148 countries they were analyzed. So gender gap index is made up of these 4 criteria. So economic participation and opportunities for women, education of women, healthcare services for women, and political empowerment of women. Political empowerment of women. Now, if you see India, for example, India's rank is, as I said, very poor, 131. Now, which are the worst country? So you can see Pakistan. Out of 148, last rank is of Pakistan. Pakistan is the worst in the world, right? Then Sudan, 2nd worst, and Chad was 3rd worst. So Pakistan finished at the last position in this index. Now, if you see India, then in the South Asia, we are behind countries like Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. Look at the rank of Bangladesh, 24. Look at the rank of Bangladesh, which is 24. That's a massive rank for a country like Bangladesh, whereas India is languishing at 131st position. Pakistan and Maldives are worse than India in South Asia. And if you see the score of India, 0.644. So our rank has reduced by 2 spots, but our score has slightly improved. Very, very mild. I mean, insignificant, 0.003. So what is the score of the country that finished number 1? Iceland, 0.926. 0.926. In fact, you'll be very surprised. The rank of Bangladesh has improved by 75 positions. Last year, Bangladesh was 99, this time 24. So Bangladesh has improved its rank by 75. That's very good jump, 75 positions. Some other countries which have shown good improvement are Saudi Arabia, Mexico, Ecuador, Bangladesh, Ethiopia. These are the countries which have shown great improvement. Great improvement, right? And what is the global gender gap overall? The global gender gap is now 68.8%. Global gender gap has closed to 68.8, which means still around 31.2% of gender gap needs to be closed. So 68.8%. And how many years it will take? How many years it will take? So it will take 123 years to close the remaining gap. So 68.8% gender gap has been closed. Okay. but 31.2% still needs to be closed, and it will take 123 years at the current pace. Now, if you see about India, let's go with respect to India in much more detail. You can see the score of India. In political empowerment of women 0.245, in education of women 0.971, in healthcare 0.954, and in economic empowerment of women 0.407. Now let us see the rank of India in individual categories for 2025. Look at rank in political empowerment. In political empowerment, we are ranked 69 in the world out of 148 countries. So in political empowerment, we are still doing better because in India, a lot of parliamentarians, MLAs, Sarpanch, they are all women. Health and survival, we are 143 out of 148 country. We are very poor in healthcare for women. Educational attainment for women, we are 110. And economic empowerment of women, we are 144. Overall, we are 131. Now, World Economic Forum has been giving this Global Gender Gap Index since 2006. It is not a new index. And World Economic Forum, they recently gave one more index, which is called, or you can call it a report called Chief Economist Outlook. Chief Economist Outlook. This is a report also given by the World Economic Forum recently. Recently, Ozo Feni, it's a traditional Indian drink. It is a drink which is made from fermentation of either cashew apple or coconut sap. It has got the GI tag. Ozo Feni is associated with which state of India? So it is a drink from Goa. The answer is Goa. It's like a cashew wine, you can say, kind of a cashew. So it is made from either cashew apples or coconut sap. And it has been given the GI tag recently by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. The GI tag office is located in Chennai. It is located in Chennai. Now, are there any other items also from Goa which have got the GI tag in the past? Yes. The mango called Mankurad mango from Goa is a GI tagged product. Then there is a Harmal chili from Goa. Then there is a Khola chili from Goa. Then there is an item called Bebinka from Goa. I mean, look, there are multiple things in Goa which have got the GI tag. So Ozo Feni is produced by the Kazkar distillery, which is in Panji in Goa. And the people who make this Feni are called Bhaktikar. Recently, Ministry of Ayush hosted the Yoga Connect. It's a hybrid global summit in New Delhi with the theme Yoga for One Earth, One Health. Now, this event was organized by which of these organizations? It is Central Council for Research in Yoga and Naturopathy. The answer is CCRYN. Of course, CCRYN works under the Ministry of Ayush itself. It works under the Ministry of Ayush. And this event was organized before the International Yoga Day, which will be on 21st of June with the same theme, Yoga for One Earth, One Health. And the Yoga Day celebrations happened this time in Visakhapatnam. So Visakhapatnam hosted the official celebrations of the Yoga Day, International Yoga Day. Now, CCRYN, Central Council for Research in Yoga and Naturopathy, is located in New Delhi. Now, why I'm saying it was a hybrid event? Because it brought together at least 1,000 people participated in physically format, like they went in person, and there were a lot of people who attended this event virtually. In fact, there were experts from countries like US, UK, South Korea, Bahrain. They also participated in this event. So that was also one of the major highlights of the event. And there was an ebook also that was launched here, like books on decadal impact of yoga, report on scientometric analysis of yoga, Bhartiya Vriksh Vaibhavam. All these books were also released here. So the event was called Yoga Connect. It was called Yoga Connect. Now, Yoga Day was celebrated in 2015 for the first time. 2015 for the first time. Which of the following company has announced its plan to launch India's first thinking data compute satellite? It's an artificial intelligence powered orbiter aboard the small satellite launch vehicle of ISRO by September 2025. So by September, they will use the small satellite launch vehicle of ISRO and they will launch data compute satellite. This is India's first data compute satellite. It will be done by a company based in Hyderabad and name is TM2 Space Technologies Private Limited. TM2 Space Technology Private Limited. This is the name of the company. Now, this is a huge innovation in India's private space sector because this data compute satellite It is a satellite that is capable of onboard AI inference, reducing the reliance on ground-based processing systems and enhancing data delivery speed. So this is AI powered satellite. AI powered satellite. In fact, this Take Me to Space, TM2 Space means Take Me to Space. So Take Me to Space company, they will have an online platform also called Orbit Lab, and users can connect through Orbit Lab. Take Me to Space's online platform, and it will allow remote model deployment of the satellite from anywhere, including rural schools or remote labs. They can also be connected to this satellite because the schools can connect to the Orbit Lab platform. So Take Me to Space is the answer. And small satellite launch vehicle. What is small satellite launch vehicle? So small satellite launch vehicle is a small rocket developed by ISRO. It takes satellites up to 500 kilogram worth of satellite. So it takes the payload up to 500 kilogram to low Earth orbit, that is up to 500 kilometer. So 500 kilogram satellite up to 500 kilometer. And this 500 kilogram in the low Earth orbit. So it's a very small launch vehicle, right? And Take Me to Space, they aim to democratize the space, allowing the researchers, students, educators, and startups to access the space technology affordably, priced at just $2 per minute, compared to 15 to 30 US dollar per square kilometer currently. They will give you the space technology at just $2 per minute. Recently, 8th edition of the exercise Shakti, it was held from 18th of June to 1st of July. It's a joint military exercise between India and which country? It's a joint military exercise between India and France. So the answer is France. And it is an exercise which is done between the army of both the countries. Where was it done? It was done in a place in France called La Cavalerie. La Cavalerie. And if you remember, last year it happened in Umroi. So this exercise, it's a biennial exercise. It was held in 2018 for the first time. So basically it takes place once every 2 years. It is alternately hosted by India and France. And there are other exercises also between India and France, like Varun and Garud. Varuna and Garuda. So Varun is a maritime exercise. Garuda is a Air Force exercise. It is done by the Air Force. Israel has launched a targeted military operation in Iran, targeting its nuclear facilities and striking at the Tehran's ballistic missile program. What is the name of this operation? The name of the operation is Operation Rising Lion. So Operation Rising Lion was launched by Israel against Iran. So Iran's ballistic missile program is led by two companies or two organizations. One is Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and then we have Aerospace Industries Organization. These organizations, they want to prepare ballistic missiles, nuclear capable ballistic missiles, but then Israel hit them very hard. The idea was to destroy Iran's nuclear infrastructure, ballistic missile factories, and military capabilities which are deep inside Iran. So this operation was called Operation Rising Lion. Rising Lion. Now, which are the places in Iran where nuclear enrichment is happening? So the most important one is Natanz. Natanz, Natanz nuclear facility. Natanz nuclear facility is officially known as Shahid Ahmadi Roshan nuclear facility. Shahid Ahmadi nuclear Shahid Ahmadi Roshan nuclear facility. It is a nuclear facility which was built near the Natanz city for uranium enrichment. So this is one of the places where they hit. And then they also hit at the Fordo. So they Natanz nuclear enrichment facility and Fordo fuel enrichment plant. They also hit at the Piran Sheher nuclear facility. So these are the three places mainly where they hit: Fordo, Natanz, and Piran Sheher nuclear facility. These are the three places which were hit under the Operation Rising Lion. Operation Rising Lion. In fact, there is a place in Iran called Arak area. It also has it has a lot of industrial complexes, and it is believed that some of these industries are related to nuclear program. So I mean, they try to hit there also. And then there is a nuclear waste storage site in Iran called Anarak. Arak and Anarak are different, so they hit there also. I mean, these are some places which are believed to be home of the nuclear dream of Iran, right? In fact, there is a place called Ardakan. It is believed that here also they might have some nuclear sites. There is a place called Bonab. Then there is a place called Bushehr. There is a Bushehr nuclear power plant. It could be used possibly for even nuclear bombs. So, I mean, nobody is sure. I mean, what is happening in Iran? But at least three places were hit very hard: the Fordo, Piran and Natanz. At least remember these names. You can see here Fordo, you can see Natanz also, and you can see some places like Arak, Ardakan, which I told you, right? So especially these places. You can see research reactor is there in Isfahan, Arak, in Tehran, and then nuclear power plant places like Bushehr. Then there is a there are uranium enrichment plant which is in Natanz and Fordo. Then I mean, you can see the places, all the places. Uranium mine is present in Gashin in Iran. So Iran's nuclear program is made up of a number of different types of nuclear facilities. Nuclear reactors, there is nuclear fuel cycle facilities, etc. etc. So Anarak has a nuclear waste storage site. Arak area, I mean, it has some ties to the nuclear program, in particular IR-40 reactor, which is under construction. Ardakan, the possible existence of a nuclear related facility near Ardakan. Bonab, Bushehr. So these are some other possible places which could be targeted by Israel. Which of the following state or union territory has approved the special scheme for grant of arms licenses to indigenous residents of sensitive and remote areas to strengthen the security of indigenous minority population? The answer is Assam. The answer is Assam. So in Assam, government of Assam has made it relatively easy to for a person to buy arms. They will be giving arms license. So this is called special scheme for grant of the arms license to indigenous residents of sensitive and remote areas. The indigenous people, if the indigenous people are in minority in districts, so for example, in districts like Dhubri, in districts like Nagaon, Morigaon, Barpeta, which is famous for crackers, Diwali crackers, South Salmara, Golpara. I mean, these are places where the indigenous people of Assam, they are in minority and they always live in fear. They may face attacks from the Bangladesh people or, I mean, from the local people of Bangladesh, etc., etc. So then Assam government is saying that indigenous people in these districts, because they live in fear all the time, they face the threat of attacks from Bangladesh side, and even in their own villages, they are in minority. And therefore, the people in such vulnerable areas will be given arms licenses so that they can protect themselves. So government won't help them buy arms, but will give them the license so that they can buy the arms on their own. Right? So who can apply? Well, who can apply? The eligibility is limited to indigenous and original inhabitants of Assam, Indian citizens with valid identification, individuals residing in vulnerable or remote areas face genuine personal security threats. So they will be given the license so that they can purchase arms. And look, the policy will not apply to interstate border areas shared with Meghalaya, Arunachal, Mizoram and Nagaland. So license will be granted under provision of the Arms Act of 1959 and the Arms Rules of 2016. And the license will be non-transferable. And if anybody misuses the license, then it will lead to cancellation and also legal action. As per recent information, India is preparing to test extended trajectory, long duration, hypersonic cruise missile, which is developed under a classified DRDO initiative. What is the name of this initiative? Classified means secret. I mean, Vishnu, Project Vishnu. So DRDO launched a project secretly called Project Vishnu, in which we are developing extended trajectory, long duration hypersonic cruise missile. And these missile can reach the speed 8 times that of sound, that is Mach 8, which is around 11,000 kilometers per hour. And they can carry nuclear warheads up to 2000 kg. Very powerful. So they can deliver very devastating strikes deep into China and Pakistan. So India joins a very handful of countries like US, China, Russia, which have developed hypersonic weapons. Hypersonic weapons. So with this, and what is the range of this missile? Approximately 1500 kilometers is the range of this missile. So now they have achieved sort of a breakthrough. And these missiles also use an engine which is called scramjet engine. Now scramjet engine is very advanced because it uses atmospheric oxygen for fuel combustion, which allows the hypersonic speeds for extended duration. And compared to the ordinary ballistic missile, this missile, because it is a cruise missile, it flies at low altitude, and it is built using heat resistant and oxidation resistant material. This missile can also tolerate temperature up to 2000 degrees C. It can be launched from land based platform, ships, aircrafts, etc. Huge development, and the project is called Project Vishnu. Very important question. Recently, Krutrim, it is India's first AI unicorn company, has launched a homegrown AI assistant aimed at going beyond traditional chatbot by handling everyday tasks like booking cabs and ordering food. So this AI assistant can do so many things. It can book cab for you, it can order food in a very natural manner. Now, what is the name of this AI assistant launched by Krutrim? It is called Kruti. And this company Krutrim was started by Bhavish Agarwal, who also runs Ola. And this company became unicorn last year in 2024. Now this AI assistant Kruti will be available in 13 Indian languages. And recently, let me tell you, Haryana government, they have launched a AI powered chatbot called Sarthi. Sarthi will give you access to official government documents and policies in Haryana. All England Club official, they have announced that Wimbledon prize money has increased to a record £53.5 million, and the singles champ will earn how much? So singles champ in Wimbledon, let me show you. So Wimbledon is the oldest tennis tournament. It was started in 1877. It is played in London, right? And it is played on grass. And if you see the prize money which will be given to the winner will be £3 million. £3 million, which is approximately $4 million. This has been announced by the All England Club. And the total amount is more than last year. As per recent information, who among the following has been selected to receive the prestigious honorary Leopard Award called Pardo d'Onor at the 78th Locarno Film Festival? Locarno Film Festival is one of the most prestigious film festivals that there is, right? Locarno Film Festival. So Leopard Award will be given to which celebrity? It is Alexander Payne. Alexander Payne is an American filmmaker, director, producer, and screenwriter. So this award will be given to him in August, because Locarno Film Festival will take place from 6th of August to 16th of August 2025. And this director has made a lot of movies like The Descendants, Nebraska. So a lot of movies he has directed. He is a very celebrated American director. He has won many awards in the past also. He is an Oscar winner. In fact, he has won the Oscar award for 2 times. Now, Locarno Film Festival takes place in the beautiful city of Locarno, which is in Switzerland. And this festival was started in 1946. So it is a very, very old festival, almost 80 years old festival. So the main award of the festival is the Golden Leopard. Golden Leopard Award is given to the best film, but that we will only find out when the festival gets over, that which film have won the Golden Leopard. But so far they have announced only the Leopard Award or the Pardo d'Onor. Golden Leopard Award. Now, Golden Leopard Award, this is only the Leopard Award. I'm talking about Golden Leopard. So, Golden Leopard, we will find out best film, and Golden Leopard Award is called what? It is called Pardo Doro. So, don't get confused between Pardo d'Onor and Pardo Doro, just in case. I'm sure they will mention in English also, right? Now, in the Locarno Film Festival, Shah Rukh Khan, last year in 2024, if you remember, he was given the Lifetime Achievement Award, right? Which is called Pardo alla Carriera, for the lifetime career, Lifetime Achievement Award. He was the first Indian personality to get this award last year. So this is an important award, definitely. Recently released report called Child Labor, Global Estimates, Trends and Road Forward. It said that nearly 138 million children who are between the age of 5 to 17, they were engaged in child labor in 2024. Although the number has decreased by 22 million since 2020, this report was released jointly by the International Labour Organization and which organization? So this is UNICEF. UNICEF, International Labour Organization, is based in Geneva. UNICEF is based in New York. So you can see UNICEF and ILO, they gave this report in child labor. So what does the report say? This report said that child labor, nearly 138 million children, 138 million means 13.8 crore children, they do child labor globally. And out of these, 54 million, out of 13.8 crore, 54 million or 5.4 crore, they work in hazardous condition. Hazardous means which are harmful to the health. So if you see the hazardous children, total number is 54 million. If you break it down, so out of these, you can see that 3 crore children are between the age of 15 to 17. 1.28 crore or 12.8 million are between the age of 12 to 14. And then you can see that more than 1 crore children, they are between the age of 5 to 11. So children are working, 54 million or 5.4 crore children are working under hazardous condition. So a lot needs to be done to improve their life. So most child labor is in which field? Agriculture. Most of the child labor is found in agriculture. You can see here that agriculture, age wise they have given. So 5 to 11, 12 to 14 and 15 to 17. But overall, if you see 5 to 17, 61% children work in agriculture, 13% work in industry and 27% in services sector. And with age, child labor becomes progressively more common among boys than girls. So this is the percentage of children aged 5 to 17, 5 to 17 years in child labor. So you can see girls, 6.9% of the girls are in child labor between the age of 5 to 17, and out of the total boys in the world, 8.6% they were in the child labor. So child labor is more common in boys compared to girls. Now, if you see the number of children who are in child labor, you can see the number is decreasing, but I mean, it is not significantly decreasing. If you compare these 3-4 years, you can see that the number of children who were doing child labor were 160 million or 16 crore. Now it is 13.76 crore or 137 million. So yes, the number has decreased, but it should decrease by more percentage, And how many children are working in hazardous condition? So you can see 79 million and they have reduced to 54 million. So it has definitely reduced. And if they ask you how many children in the entire world they are in child labor, you will say 7.8%. It is down from 9.6. It was 9.6 last estimate, which was in 2020. Now, let's talk about region wise. So the African region records the highest incidence of child labor, with 20% of the children affected, amounting to 72 million. This is followed by Asia and the Pacific. Asia and the Pacific region with 62 million children. And so in India, we have taken a lot of efforts, lot of initiatives to stop child labor. For example, there is a Child Labor Act 1986, National Policy on Child Labor 1987, National Child Labor Project 1988, and Pencil Portal, where you can report any child labor. Pencil Portal, right? Pencil Portal was launched in 2017 and I remember teaching it that time. We'll be moving on. Which of the following country has announced its decision to withdraw from Economic Community of Central African States? Economic Community of Central African State, or ECCAS. Which country is that? So the country that has decided to withdraw is actually Rwanda. Rwanda has decided to withdraw. Why? Because Rwanda is having tensions with Democratic Republic of Congo. That is why. That is why. So what happened was, there are 11 members of this community. 11 African countries, Central African countries, are member of ECCAS. And Rwanda was supposed to become the chairman of ECCAS. But Democratic Republic of Congo did not let Rwanda become the chairman. Now America is mediating between the two. America is trying to patch up between the two. Now this ECCAS, Economic Community of Central African States, was set up in 1983. It was established in 1983. And these are the current members: Angola, Burundi, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chad, DRC, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, Republic of Congo, Sao Tome and Principe. Sao Tome and Principe. And which country has withdrawn? Rwanda. So Rwanda is saying that I don't want to be the member of this. So earlier there were 11 members, now there will be 10. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. Rwanda is not there. Who among the following has been conferred with the National Security Guard Counter IED Innovator Award for the year 2024-25? It's a very important question. Why? Because his innovations are Shatrunash and Agniastra. So what is IED? Improvised Explosive Devices. So he is a great innovator. His name is Raj Prasad RS. Mr. Raj Prasad RS. He is Indian Army. He is a major in the Indian Army. So this award was given to him during National Security Guard seminar, which happened in New Delhi recently. So, this is the second time he has got this honor. In 2023, he innovated Exploder. Exploder is a kamikaze or self-destructing drone. Exploder was also made by him. So let me tell you about Agni Astra and Shatrunash. Agni Astra is what? It is a multi-target portable remote detonation system. So it is like a bomb which you can blast from a distance, right? So this Agni Astra is a portable and you can carry this machine, Agni Astra. It can do remote detonation system. That is, it can safely detonate multiple these explosive devices, improvised explosive devices from a distance, enhancing the safety of our people, our soldiers. Shatrunash. It is a handheld electromagnetic pulse gun capable of disabling IED circuitry and electronic triggers, offering frontline units a tactical advantage during counter-terror and internal security operations. So Shatrunash can disable the IED circuit and electronic triggers of the enemy. And it uses high power microwave radiation. So for these two innovations, Mr. Raj Prasad RS was given the award. And look, Raj Prasad sir has developed 12 innovations so far. And out of the 12, 4 are already being used by the Indian Army. So a great innovator we have in our Indian Army. International Labour Organization has released its latest report, ILO database on international labour statistics. As per the data, India's social security coverage has improved from 19% in 2015 to how much in 2025? 64.3%. India's social security coverage has improved significantly, you can see. It has improved by 45 basis points over the last 10 years. And recently, the ILO, their latest session happened in the headquarters, Geneva. So if you see from 19%, it is now 64.3%. 94 crore people in India, they are now covered under at least one social protection benefit. And that is understandable because of various social security schemes like Atal Pension Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyanan Yojana, and so on and so forth. So a lot of schemes are there, right? Lot of schemes are there. And there was one more report recently, which is called World Social Protection Report. World Social Protection Report is given by International Labour Organization. And what did they say? They said that in India, the social security coverage has doubled from 24.4% in 2021 to 48.8% in 2024. So according to them, there is a growth in India's social protection coverage. Now, they use the word social protection, whereas this latest ILO stat database use the term social security. So that is why there is a difference in the percentage. So be very careful with respect to that. NATO has launched its annual flagship multinational maritime exercise called Baltic Operations. Which of the following countries hosting the exercise? So it is one of the largest exercises conducted by the NATO, 32 countries. And which country is hosting it? It is Latvia, which is a Baltic country. And this is the 54th time that Baltic Operation exercise is taking place. It was conducted from 5th to 20th of June in the Baltic Sea area. And this exercise is hosted by Latvia, but it is organized by OIRAS. What is OIRAS? OIRAS is a NATO's naval strike unit. So it is organized by OIRAS in Latvia. And not every NATO country is participating in it, but 16 NATO countries are participating in it. Out of 32, 16 countries are participating in it. Also, the NATO countries have increased their expenditure. It is now 5% of their GDP each country. From 2% it has increased to 5%. Andhra Pradesh government has released the comprehensive guidelines for the implementation of its flagship Talliki Vandanam scheme, which aims to empower the mothers and guardians by providing financial assistance of how much per annum to every child. So Andhra Pradesh government, they have a scheme which goes by the name of Talliki Vandanam. So 15,000 rupees per annum for every child is given as a financial assistance, right? So 15,000 rupees. And out of 15,000 rupees, so let me show you. These are the criteria, by the way. So out of 15,000 rupees per annum, 2,000 the government deducts because they want to improve school infrastructure, hygiene and sanitation. So from the 15,000, 2,000 is deducted by the government at source for improving school infrastructure, school hygiene and sanitation. So this scheme will start from the current financial year and it will cover the students from class 1 to class 12 who are studying in all the government school or all the private unaided school, etc., including residential school. So this is the eligibility. Your monthly family income has to be less than 10,000 for rural and less than 12,000 in the urban area. You should have less than 3 acres of wetland, less than 10 acres of dry land or less than 10 acres combined. Your electricity consumption should be less than 300 units, etc., etc. So these are the conditions. This is the economic criteria. And student must maintain 75% attendance to remain eligible. And the amount will be sent by direct benefit transfer. So this scheme will benefit around 67 lakh students of 43 lakh mothers. And implementation will start, somewhere between 12th of June and 5th of July. Who among the following received Russia's highest literary award called the Dostoevsky Star Award for his role in promoting cultural dialogue and preserving literary heritage? He is none other than legendary lyricist of Bollywood, Javed Akhtar Sahab, right? He is given Russia's highest literary honor and he was given this award by the Russian House in Mumbai. Javed Akhtar, by the way, is the first Indian to receive this award. In fact, there are a few poem books of Javed Akhtar which were also translated into Russian language recently. Now, where was Javed Akhtar born? He was born in Gwalior in Madhya Pradesh. And he has also been given Padma Bhushan. He was given the Padma Bhushan in 2007 and Padma Shri in 1999. He was also given the Sahitya Academy Award in 2013. Iran has launched a large-scale retaliatory attack against Israel. What is the name of this operation? The name given to operation by Iran against Israel. So this operation is codenamed Operation True Promise 3. Operation True Promise 3. Now you know that Israel launched an operation called Operation Rising Lion against Iran. Operation Rising Lion against Iran, where it struck the nuclear facilities of Iran, like Fordo, like Natanz, like the Piran Sheher, Bushehr, all these, for example, Arak, Ardakan, Isfahan, all of these were struck by Israel. World Bank has released its annual report, which is called State and Trends of Carbon Pricing 2025. Now this report has revealed that the number of operational carbon pricing instruments, they have increased significantly. So in 2005 we had just 5 carbon pricing instruments, and now there are how many in 2025? And countries like India, Brazil, Turkey, they are actively developing them. So carbon pricing instruments are now 80. So they have increased from 5 to 80. 5 to 80. Now first of all, you should understand what is carbon pricing instruments. So carbon pricing instruments are those instruments which cover the external cost of greenhouse gas emissions. What is the meaning of this? So for example, let's say there is a damage to the crops. There is a damage to crops. Now this is an external cost because of climate change. Similarly, the heat waves. Similarly, the drought. Similarly, the healthcare expenses. Now all of these can happen because of what? Because of the sea level rise. Because of sea level rise, we can have floods. Because of the flooding, we can have loss of property. And definitely, if a person has a loss of property because of flooding, there is an external cost. So every carbon pricing instrument, it covers the external cost of a greenhouse gas emission. Greenhouse gas emission. And therefore now there are carbon credit markets also. Carbon credits market also. You know, globally the carbon pricing, including the carbon taxes and all, they have generated $100 billion in revenue in 2024. 2024. And carbon pricing was highest in the power sector. Power sector. More than 50% of the revenue came from the power sector. Now what is the meaning of all this? Well, the meaning is that, let's say there is an industry. Okay, there is a company which is generating a lot of pollution. Now because of this pollution, there will be some external cost. So you put a fine on this company. You tell this company to pay a fine. You give this company some leverage. Okay, till let's say 20 kg carbon you can emit, but if you do more than that, we will fine you. So that is a source of revenue. This is an example of carbon pricing. And what is carbon market? So let's say this company has emitted 30 kg of carbon. It has exceeded its limit by 10 kg. So it can purchase 10 kg worth of credits from some other company. So it can do trading. There can be a carbon credit trading. Carbon credit trading that can happen. So all of this market is the carbon trading market. And the carbon credit market, carbon trading, all of this is now increasing in the world. We have carbon pricing. Now here you can see the carbon taxes put on some companies, right? Carbon tax, etc. Now 28% of the global emissions, they are covered by a direct carbon price that you have to pay. Earlier in 2005, it was only 5%. Now 28% of the global emissions, they are covered by a direct carbon price. And the revenue that is generated by carbon pricing, 50% of the revenue is used for supporting environmental, infrastructure and development projects. And most of the carbon tax is from the power sector. Power sector was number 1 and industry was number 2. Here you can see, even in emission trading system or carbon tax, both power sector is number 1, industry is number 2, and mining was number 3. Mining was at 3rd position. Who among the following has been elected as the president of the International Commission on Large Dams? International Commission on Large Dam, the president will be Devendra Kumar Sharma, an Indian. Now who is he, by the way? He is a member of the National Security Advisory Board. So he has been elected the president of this very important organization, and the voting happened in Chengdu. So in Chengdu in China, it was the 93rd annual meeting of this important organization. So he will remain the president from June 2025 to June 2028, that is for a period of 3 years. Now what is this International Commission on Large Dams? And look, this is a very old organization. It was set up in 1928 and it is headquartered in Paris. Headquartered in Paris. India became a member. The Indian National Committee on Large Dams became a member of this organization in 1930. Currently, there are 107 countries which are members of this organization, including India. So all of the members of this organization, they work in exchanging the knowledge with respect to the design, construction, and safety of the dams. design, construction and safety of the dams. Now this is only the second time that an Indian has become the president of this organization. Earlier, CVJ Verma became the president from India from 2000 to 2003. And that also reminds me that United Nations has recently declared 10th of June as the International Day for Dialogue Among Civilizations, and it was celebrated on 10th of June 2025 for the first time. 10th of June 2025 for the first time. Is that clear? So let's hope that we are able to achieve good dialogue among the civilizations. And by the way, since I mentioned to you International Commission on Large Dam. So what is a large dam? So any dam that is more than 15 meter in height, that is more than 15 meter in height, or generally that is called a large dam, in common language you can say. And by the way, who has become the new president of United Nations General Assembly? It is a German woman. Her name is Annalena Baerbock. Annalena Baerbock. We will be resuming with the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly very soon. So she is only the 5th woman to become the president of UNGA, United Nations General Assembly. United Nations General Assembly. Who among the following has been awarded the Commander of the Order of the British Empire honor in recognition of exceptional leadership in the retail and consumer sector? Her name is Lina Nair. Lina Nair, she is the CEO of the French luxury brand called Chanel. It is pronounced as Chanel. Look, France has almost a monopoly in the luxury brands. You must have heard so many French luxury brands like Louis Vuitton, Yves Saint Laurent, Chantecaille. I can name at least 100 luxury brands from France. So one luxury brand from France is called Chanel. It's a French luxury brand. So Lina Nair is the global CEO of this brand. So she got the award from Prince William. And Lina Nair, she has worked her way up. She was also named Times Woman of the Year for 2024, Lina Nair. And Commander of the Order of the British Honor is one of the highest honors given by the British royal family. And let me tell you here that even the cricket player James Anderson, he has been awarded for his services recently. James Anderson, by the King of England. So he has been given knighthood. So he is now Sir James Anderson. And there is a Anderson Tendulkar Trophy. Earlier it was called Patodi Trophy. Now it is called Anderson Tendulkar Trophy. The one that is played in England. The one that is played in India, we call it Anthony De Mello Trophy. And now Patodi Medal of Excellence will be given to the winning captain of the Anderson Tendulkar Trophy. As per recent information, AV List. This is the first ever unified global checklist of bird species. Now what are birds called as? Aves. We call them aves, and from aves we get the word aviation, anything that flies. So AV List is a kind of a database of the bird species. It has been launched by multiple organizations. So it has been launched by the Working Group on Avian Checklist, including representatives from BirdLife International, Cornell Lab of Ornithology, American Ornithologist Society. Ornithologist is a person who studies about birds. And which organization? So International Ornithologists Union. All of these organizations, they have launched a global database of birds called AV List. And this list became live on 12th of June 2025. So BirdLife International is a very renowned organization headquartered in Cambridge in Britain. Cornell Lab of Ornithology is based in New York. American Ornithologist Society in Chicago. International Ornithologist Union in Los Angeles. And a company called AVBase. AVBase is a online taxonomic database that organizes bird taxonomic and distribution data. So for example, this list has 11,131 species of birds, right? So if you need any information about birds, you can check this AV List. It is called AV List. So this is a great effort, and a lot of organizations have come together to create this database. As per recent information, what is the motto adopted by the full bench of the Lokpal of India? It is empower citizens, expose corruption. Empower citizens, expose corruption. And what was the old motto? Old motto was a Sanskrit word called Ma Gridha Kasya Swidhanam. Kasya Swidhanam. This is a Sanskrit word which means do not be greedy for anyone's wealth. And look, Lokpal, it is a statutory body, right? It was established under the Lokpal and Lokayukt Act of 2013. It is headquartered in New Delhi. It has a chairman and 8 members, out of which 4 should be judicial member. And the chairperson of the Lokpal should be either the former Chief Justice of India or a former judge of the Supreme Court. Former judge of the Supreme Court. And the judicial member of the Lokpal should be either a judge, former judge of the Supreme Court, or former Chief Justice of the High Court. And minimum of 50% of the members will be from SC, ST, OBC and minority or women. And all the chairperson and members are appointed by the President of India. President of India, and they will hold office for a period of 5 years or until they are age of 70, whichever is earlier. So that is Lokpal for you. Lokpal for you, right? And the first Lokpal of India was Pinaki Chandra Ghosh. Who is the current chairman of Lokpal? It is Ajay Manik Rao Khanwilkar. Ajay Manik Rao Khanwilkar is the current chairman of Lokpal. Who among the following has been officially announced as the global ambassador of our esports World Cup? This is the world's largest esports tournament which has begun in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. So Cristiano Ronaldo, legendary football player from Portugal, Cristiano Ronaldo. And why he has been chosen as the brand ambassador? Because one, he is very popular, and second, he plays in Saudi Arabia for the football club called Al Nassr. Al Nassr, that is why. And he is a 5 times Ballon d'Or winner, and he is now the brand ambassador for Esports World Cup. Esports World Cup. Now look, this is only the second time that Esports World Cup is taking place, right? So it is taking place in Saudi Arabia this time. Chief Minister of Andhra has directed the officials to develop the Vishakha economic region as the growth engine of Andhra and to aim for the creation of $120 billion in economic output from this region by 2032. Now this Vishakha economic region comprises of how many districts? So there are 8 districts: Vishakhapatnam, Vizianagaram, Srikakulam, Anakapalli, Kakinada, East Godavari, ASR and Manyam. So these are the 8 districts in Andhra which will be a part of the Vishakha economic region. This will become the engine of growth, economic engine of growth for Andhra Pradesh. And Chief Minister has said that we will identify 1 lakh acres of land for various projects in the Vishakha region. Currently, this region has around 36,000 square kilometer of land and a population of approximately 1.5 crore. So this region will create a lot of jobs, It is expected that this region, Vishakha economic region, will generate 2 to 2.4 million jobs, new jobs by 2032. 2032. It will have 6 ports, 17 major agriculture zones, 6 service hubs, 12 tourism hubs and all these things. So they have very big plans for this region. And Niti Aayog has said that there are 7 growth engines for Vishakha region: ports, IT, agriculture, tourism, healthcare, urban development and infrastructure. So they will set up hotel rooms, housing units, colleges, hospitals, everything here. And Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, he also announced recently that beach roads will be developed in Andhra from Mulapeta to Vishakhapatnam, and from Vishakhapatnam to Kakinada. Beach roads will be set up. So this is what he announced recently. Which of the following countries' team has defeated Australia in the 2023-25 cycle of World Test Championship, International Cricket Council's World Test Championship? The answer is South Africa. This is their first major ICC trophy, and they defeated Australia by 5 wickets. And the victory ended 27-year wait for ICC trophy, because last time South Africa won anything was the senior men's ICC title in 1998. That was the ICC knockout trophy. So they had to wait 27 years for a trophy. The final match happened in the Lord's Cricket Ground in London. This is the third time that World Test Championship final was held. This is the third edition of World Test Championship. World Test Championship. So champions were South Africa, runners-up was Australia, and third place went to India. Aiden Markram was the man of the match in the final. And Pat Cummins has become the fastest bowler to reach 300 test wickets. In terms of the balls bowled, he achieved this milestone in 13,725 deliveries. And Steve Smith from Australia, he surpassed Sachin Tendulkar for the most 50 plus scores or half centuries in ICC knockout matches. UN Women is an organization. UN Women basically works for gender equality and empowerment of women. It is an organization based in New York. It works under United Nations. So they have released a new fact sheet which is called Women in Politics. It reveals a concerning global trend of declining female representation in the political leadership. With a rank of how much out of 181, India was placed in the second lowest category of nations that have 2 to 9.9% of the women political leaders. So India's rank is a very, very poor 174 out of 181 countries. This shows that in India, the women, they do not have enough political empowerment. Now, here you can see the continent wise, for example, in Americas, when I say Americas, I mean the North America and the South America. You can see the women who are in the lower house, they are approximately 35%. If you see the upper house, it is 36%. If you see both houses combined, it is 35.4%. If you see Europe, it is well over 30s. If you see sub-Saharan African countries, it is 27% approx. If you see Asia, it is very low, 22% approx. If you see the Pacific countries, it is just 20% here, but in the upper house, they form considerable 49%, overall 23.2%. And in the MENA country, MENA means Middle East and North Africa. So North Africa, you have countries like Egypt, like Morocco, you have countries like Algeria. So 18%. And in the upper house, 11%, overall 16.7%. So in the Middle East and North Africa, that is understandable because in Middle East, you also have the Arab countries where the women empowerment is very, very low, right? Now, can you tell me in which country you have the, if you see the countries which are ranked according to the share of women cabinet members who had various ministries, Nicaragua is number 1. So you can see that out of 14 ministers, 9 are women or 64.3%. Finland is at second position. If you see the countries for the women in parliament, you can see Rwanda is number 1. Out of 80 seats in the lower house, 51 are women or 63.8%. And even in the upper house, out of 26 seats, 14 are women or 53.9. So you can see that there are a lot of countries where the number of women is very high in politics, but in India, it is very low. That is why we are ranked so poor. We are ranked 174. Now here I would like to tell you one very important thing. There is something known as Beijing plus 30, and this can be asked as an MCQ in the exam. What is Beijing plus 30? Beijing plus 30 is basically, so there was a Beijing declaration, as you know, right? There was a Beijing declaration. What was Beijing declaration? What is Beijing plus 30? So in 1995, we had a Beijing declaration that talked about gender equality and women empowerment. We have to make significant progress in women empowerment, their political representation. So that was the Beijing declaration. And Sustainable Development Goal number 5 Sustainable Development Goal number 5 talks about gender equality and women empowerment. This also you remember. Now we are in 2025, so it is Beijing plus 30 because 30 years have passed. So this can be asked in the exam. What is Beijing plus 30? So you say that Beijing plus 30 is basically we are celebrating 30 years of Beijing declaration that talked about the women's rights. India, as the Vice President of International Organization for Marine Aids to Navigation, has participated in the second session of IALA Council. Where was it held recently? What is the meaning of marine aids? So anything that helps you in navigation of ships in the ocean is called a marine aid, right? So India participated here. We are the vice president of this organization, and it was held in Nice city in France. Nice city in France, right? This was the second session of the IALA Council. And where is the headquarter of International Organization for Marine Aids to Navigation? So it is headquartered in France in a place called Saint-Germain-en-Laye. Saint-Germain-en-Laye. This is a place in France. So India was represented by the Secretary in the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterway, Mr. T.K. Ramachandran. Mr. T.K. Ramachandran, he represented India. And why was this city Nice in news recently? Because the third United Nations Oceans Conference was organized here recently in the city of Nice. United Nations Oceans Conference was held here. And this organization, International Organization for the Marine Aids to Navigation, was set up in 1957. 1957, right? It's a very old organization. Here I would also like to tell you that India and France, they recently did the Shakti exercise in the month of June, and it was done in a place called La Cavalerie. La Cavalerie is a place in France. This exercise started in 2011. So what all the things were discussed in the council? I mean, all those things, for example, conservation of lighthouse heritage. What are lighthouse? Lighthouse you must have seen, which give the light to make it easy for the ships to navigate. And in fact, PM Modi, he has a vision. What is the vision of PM Modi? That 75 lighthouses in India, they should be converted into heritage museums. Okay, 75. And India has more than 200 lighthouses. In fact, exact number is 204, out of which 75 lighthouses will be converted into tourism. So PM Modi started this scheme of converting lighthouses into tourist spots in February 2024. One important thing, the third IALA General Assembly will take place this year in Mumbai, and the 21st IALA conference will take place in 2027 in Mumbai. Okay, what is IALA? That I have already told you. Now let's talk about Achal. What is Achal? So Achal is a fast patrol vessel. It has been launched recently. The fast patrol vessel has been constructed by which company? So it has been constructed by the Goa Shipyard Limited. The answer is option D. Goa Shipyard Limited. This vessel is 52 meter in length and 8 meter in breadth. So you can see it is a very small ship, and the weight is also very less, around 320 ton. Basically, these are small ships which are used for patrolling. They can move very fast and they can change direction very fast. You know, if it is a very big ship, it cannot change direction very fast, but these ships can change direction very fast. And their speed is also very high because of their small size. So they are used for mainly surveillance purposes, right? They protect our offshore assets like the Krishna Godavari Basin. All of these are offshore projects. Bombay High, where we do the petrol mining and all. They also protect our islands like Andaman, Nicobar and Lakshadweep. They are used by the Coast Guard also. And one ship cost around 473 crore rupees. So this is built by Goa Shipyard. In fact, let me tell you, Goa Shipyard was given the contract to build 8 fast patrol vessels by the Ministry of Defense, by the Indian Coast Guard, which works under the Ministry of Defense. So this ship will be used by the Indian Coast Guard. And this is, out of the 8, this is the 5th in the series. This is 5th in the series. Now, which were the earlier 4? So we had ICGS, Indian Coast Guard ship Adamya. Then we had second one called Akshar. Then we have the third one called Amulya. Fourth one was called Akshay. And now the 5th one is called Achal. So 5 are done in this order and 3 are remaining. Only 3 are remaining now. And when the 3 will come, I will tell their names as well. Recently released report called the Review of the State of World Marine Fishery Resources 2025, it confirms that 64.5% of all the fishery stocks are exploited within biologically sustainable level, but the remaining 35.5% of the stocks classified as overfished. Now this report has been released by which organization? This report has been released by the Food and Agriculture Organization, which is headquartered in Rome, the capital of Italy. Now what is the meaning of this? So there are two types of oceans. One where the fishing is sustainable. Those are 64.5%. But the remaining 35.5% are overfished. Which means what? What is the meaning of overfishing? So let's say there are a lot of fish. Okay. These are fishes. This is how we used to make the fish when we were small. Now, and there are small babies of ships. Fish, they lay eggs, right? So what essentially we should do, let's say we want to catch the fish. So it is better to catch this fish so that leave the babies, so that these babies will replace the population of the adults. But in overfishing, what we do is we don't leave enough population of the baby fish so that they can replace the adult fish. As a result, it becomes overfishing, and then the number of fishes start decreasing, and that is what is happening today. And a lot of the reason is also happening because there is a lot of IUU fishing, illegal unregulated fishing, that is going on. So this is a review of the state of the world marine fishery resources, and 2570 different types of fish, they were judged here. So they say that 64.5% are within biologically sustainable level, that yes, nothing wrong so far, they are within sustainable level, but 35.5% of the marine resources are overfished, and that is a big problem. If we talk about by weight, so when weighted by their production level, 77.2% of the fisheries landings globally come from biologically sustainable stock. So 77.2% of the fish in the world is coming from this 64.5% of the stocks, which is within sustainable range. And then this report talks about different continents like the Antarctic area, so which is sustainable and which is not sustainable. It talks about Mediterranean, Black Sea, it talks about the Pacific Ocean, etc., etc. So ultimately, the only thing that you need to remember is what I told you. But let's take a look at this. Like for example, among the 10 most landed marine species, which means 10 most type of fish that is caught. So for example, the anchoveta, the tuna, the Alaska pollock, etc., etc. 60% of the fish, they are sustainable out of the 10 most fished fishes. And by their volume, 85.8% of the landings are from the biologically sustainable stock. So, but the problem is that the remaining of them are coming from unsustainable territory. And in the future, that can cause a very big problem. Right? So this is something that you should keep in mind. Which of the following city has been officially nominated for inclusion in the UNESCO Creative Cities Network as a city of gastronomy? So gastronomy means a city that has very amazing food. The art of food cooking is called gastronomy. Something to do with the food, with the stomach, that is called gastronomy. The cooking art is called gastronomy. So we have nominated Lucknow. Now whether Lucknow is finally declared as a city of gastronomy is in the hands of UNESCO. Now UNESCO Creative Cities Network was launched in 2004 to promote cooperation among like-minded cities. For example, if there is an Indian city which is good in literature, and if there is an American city which is good in literature, then they can share best practices with each other, right? Now in India, there is only one city which in the past has been declared as a city of gastronomy, that was Hyderabad, and that was declared in 2019. There is a lot of Hyderabadi cuisine, so that was recognized by UNESCO. So Hyderabad was declared as a city of gastronomy in 2019. And now Lucknow, Indian government has nominated it because in Lucknow you have lot of rich cooking art, like for example tunde kebab, galoti kebab, nihari, biryani, khasta, kulfi, jalebi. So these are all very popular from Lucknow. And the creative city is declared in 7 categories. So gastronomy is only one of the 7 categories. You also have craft and folk art, design, creative city in filmmaking, literature, media, and music. Now, these are the Indian cities which have been declared in different categories in the UNESCO Creative City Network. You have Kozhikode, that was declared as a creative city of literature, Gwalior for music, Jaipur for craft and folk art, Varanasi for music, Chennai for music, Mumbai for film, Hyderabad for gastronomy, and Srinagar for craft and folk art. So these are the Indian cities, and if Lucknow is declared, it will be the latest addition. It will be the latest addition. And that reminds me that recently UNESCO has declared the Maratha military landscape as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Maratha military landscape as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Who among the following has been given the Cyprus's highest civilian honor, the Grand Cross of the Order of the Makarios III? So again, it was given to Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi. Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi, his global influence is such that a lot of countries have given the highest civilian award to him. So he recently visited Cyprus, and he also got the highest civilian honor of Sri Lanka, which is called Mitra Vibhushan, and of Mauritius, which is called the Grand Commander of the Order of the Star and Key of the Indian Ocean. So these so far are the global honors given to him in 2025. So Order of Makarios is the highest civilian honor of Cyprus. This award was started in 1991. And what is the capital of Cyprus? So it is called Nicosia. It is an island country in the Mediterranean Sea. Cyprus is an island country in the Mediterranean Sea. There is an organization called United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. This is an organization that is based in Geneva. So UNHCR Annual Global Trends Report says that which country became the world's largest forced displacement situation with 14.3 million refugees and internally displaced people, replacing Syria? The answer is Sudan. Now you know that in Sudan there is a civil war going on for a long time. As a result, Sudan, lot of countries are leaving Sudan and going and settling in the surrounding countries. Same is happening in Syria. In Syria, the war is going on for at least last 12 years. Since the Arab Spring, it is unstable country, right? So if you talk about the refugees and internally displaced people, what is internal displacement? Internal displacement means when a person, leaves one city and goes to another city within the same country. And refugees means that when they leave their own country and go to some other country, those are called refugees. So 14.3 million people, they became refugees or they were internally displaced in Sudan. Second was Syria. Let me show you the figures. So you can see here that this is the number, and you can see here that if you see the total number of people were how many? So if you see here, the total number of people in last 1 year was 123.2 million. These are the people who are forcibly displaced, whether they became refugees or whether they were internally displaced, but they were forcibly displaced from where they were living. And out of 123.2 million, let's break it down. So the green color shows internal displaced people. 73.5 million were internally displaced. Then in the blue color, you have 31 million people who became refugees. 31 million, okay? Then you have 8.4 million people who became asylum seekers. What is asylum seekers? Asylum seeker means that you fear for your life in your country, so you go and seek safety elsewhere. Those are called asylum seeker. Then this color shows, light blue color shows Palestine refugees. They are 5.9 million. And then finally, there are people who are in need of internal protection. They are another 5.9 million. So total number is 123.2 million. And here you will be able to appreciate it more. 73.5 million internally displaced people, 31 million refugees, 8.4 million asylum seeker, 5.9 million each we have Palestine refugee and people in need of internal protection. So the total number is 123.2 million. Now, if a person becomes a refugee or he seeks protection, asylum, then who is taking those person? So you can see 73% people are hosted in low and middle income country. So low and middle income country, they are more kind. 67% are hosted in the neighboring country. Like these neighboring countries could be developing or developed. But 73% of the people who needed help, they were hosted by the low and middle income countries. And you can see there are very kind countries. For example, in Lebanon, 1 out of every 8 person is a refugee. So Lebanon hosted the largest number of refugees relative to its population. Aruba 1 in 9, Chad 1 in 16, Curacao 1 in 16, Jordan 1 in 18. So Lebanon took so many refugees that now 1 out of every 8 person in Lebanon is a refugee. So these are very kind countries. And in which country people want to go? So in America, the largest number of applications were filed in America. So more than 7 lakh people, they want to go to America. Egypt is 4.3 lakh, Germany 2.29 lakh, Canada 1.74 lakh, and Spain. So these are the most attractive countries which received the highest number of applications. Right? So these are the data, and I think this is a very unsettling data, so to say. Also, a lot of people, they return also. So 9.8 million people, displaced people, they returned in 2024, right? They returned in 2024. More than 1.88 lakh refugees, they were resettled, and 47,000 stateless people, they received citizenship from different countries. And I told you the headquarters. So headquarters of UNHCR is located in Geneva. It is located in Geneva. Who has been appointed as the first woman ever to become the head of Britain's secret intelligence service, which is called MI6 or Military Intelligence Section 6. So just like you have Mossad of Israel, you have RAW in India, then you have MI6 in Britain, and Blaise Matraveli, she joined the services in 1999, and she has become the 18th chief of MI6. MI6 is the secret intelligence service of United Kingdom. Right? Very important question. Which of the following company has been awarded the 2025 Food Planet Prize? This is the world's largest environmental award. The answer is NitroCapt. Now look, NitroCapt is a Swedish company. It is a Swedish company which is known for nitrogen capture. So what they have done is they prepare nitrogen fertilizer using the nitrogen that they extract from the atmosphere. So they produce nitrogen fertilizer in a very sustainable way. They avoid the fossil fuels completely. And this company founder is Mr. Gustav. So Mr. Gustav is the owner of the company NitroCapt, and he was given this award. And this award is very prestigious award. Look at the prize money, $2 million. That's a big prize, you know. $2 million is like what? Almost 17 crore rupees, right? 17 crore rupees. And who gives this prize? So Kurt Bergfor Food Planet Prize, the name is named after Kurt Bergfor. We call it Kurt Bergfor Food Planet Prize, is known as the largest environmental award. It was set up in Sweden in 2019, and it is given to that company which significantly reduces the environmental impact of the way we eat today. Sustainable eating. This prize is funded by the Kurt Bergfor Foundation. And these are the past winners since the award was started. And the latest winner in 2024 is the company called NitroCapt, owned by Mr. Gustav. What is the full name of Mr. Gustav? Just in case you want to know. So his full name is Gustav Forsberg. F-O-R-S-B-E-R-G. Mr. Gustav Forsberg. He was given this award. Now one more award I would like to tell you, and you should not get confused. That is why I'm mentioning here, which is the award called World Food Prize. That is completely different. So World Food Prize for 2025 was given to a Brazilian scientist called Mary Angela Hungria. And in this, the prize money is not that much. It is only $5 lakh. So it is 1/4. The prize money is 1/4, you know. And World Food Prize was started by Norman Borlaug, the father of Green Revolution. And this is an international award which is given by the World Food Prize Foundation since 1987. And this organization is based in Iowa. World Food Prize Foundation. Iowa is a place in America. Whereas the prize that I told you just now is called Food Planet Prize, not World Food Prize. And since these are very similar sounding, I hope you will not get confused between the two. According to the recently released data by UNESCO's Global Education Monitoring Team, the global out-of-school population is now estimated to be how many million? Over the 21 million more than the last estimate. So when the last estimate was done by UNESCO, if you compare that with now, there are 21 million more children who are out of school. And what is the number now? How many children now are out of school? The exact number is 272 million, or 27.2 crore children are those who should be in the school, but they are not. They are outside the school. They are outside the school. Here you can see in the world there are 272 million who are out of school, 27.2 crore or 272 million. And if you compare it with the last time, the number is 21 million more. Why there are more children? Well, one reason is that out of the 21 million, 13 million are those because of conflict affected zone. There is conflict going on. So in Yemen, for example, in a lot of countries, war is going on. Because of that, children were out of school. Then there are some complex reasons which are mentioned in the report. For example, Taliban took over the Afghanistan recently in 2021. And since then, Taliban has banned the women education in Afghanistan, in the secondary education. These are also the reasons, and then war and other things. So these are primarily the reason. And which sustainable development goal out of the 17 talks about quality education? It is the sustainable development goal number 4. Sustainable development goal number 4 talks about education. And what is the projection by UNESCO? UNESCO says that, if the sustainable development goal number target 4 is met, if the countries, they meet their target by 2030, then the out of school population will reduce by 165 million. 165 million, which means what? Which means that 165 million more people, more students will enter the schools if the countries meet their target. So let's hope that countries are able to meet their target. And if we do, then 165 million children will be more in the school if we meet our target. Which of the following institute has been designated as a Category A Rinderpest holding facility by World Organization for Animal Health, that is headquartered in Paris, and FAO, that is based in Rome? So which institute is that? This is National Institute of High Security Animal Diseases, which is based in the capital of Madhya Pradesh, Bhopal. It works under ICAR, Indian Council of Agriculture Research. ICAR works under the Ministry of Agriculture. So this is a significant milestone in the animal health in India. There is an institute in Bhopal which is declared as a Category A Rinderpest holding facility. First of all, what is rinderpest? Rinderpest is also known as cattle plague. It is a disease. It is one of the, in fact, the most destructive diseases, and it was eradicated from the world in 2011. It was globally eradicated in 2011. So it is caused by a virus which is called rinderpest virus. And any animal that comes in contact with the virus through contaminated food, contaminated water, etc. So symptoms are high fever, mouth ulcer, diarrhea, and rapid death of the animal. Now, this institute, National Institute of High Security Animal Disease, NIHSAD in Bhopal, will do high quality research because the rinderpest holding facility has been given to this. So this institute will be having the rinderpest virus containing material, and they will be able to do research on this virus, on this disease. Is that clear? So a very, very important question. Recently, which organization has launched Cyber Suraksha? It's a comprehensive cyber security exercise organized under the aegis of Integrated Defense Staff Headquarters. Cyber Suraksha exercise in India, it has been launched recently to boost the cyber security by Defense Cyber Agency. Defense Cyber Agency. Now look, Defense Cyber Agency, they held this exercise under the patronage of Integrated Defense Staff. Integrated Defense Staff is headquartered in New Delhi. So this exercise concluded on 27th of June, and more than 100 participants were there from national level agencies and stakeholders. So this exercise was designed to simulate the real world cyber threats and reinforce the best practices. Now, what is Defense Cyber Agency? Defense Cyber Agency is an integrated tri-services agency, which means it works for Army, Navy, Air Force. It is headquartered in New Delhi, and it is tasked with handling the military cyber security threats. It was set up, Defense Cyber Agency was set up in 2018. Center for Development of Telematics, that is CDOT, has launched a program called Samarth. It's a cutting-edge incubation program for startups in telecom and ICT, that is information and communication technology sector. Every selected startup under this program will receive a grant of up to how much amount? Fully furnished office space for 6 months at CDOT campus in Delhi and Bangalore. So what do the startups need? If there is a startup, they need money, they need space. So they will give them fully furnished office space for 6 months. They will host them in their Delhi and Bangalore office. And they will also give them grant up to 5 lakh rupees to support them. The advantage of grant is that in return for this grant, a startup does not have to give any share. So this is a non-equity grant, which means it is like a gift just to support. So in the first phase, they have selected around 18 startups, and then these startups will be given all the things, money up to 5 lakh, office space, etc. So this is the Samarth program. So let me tell you more about it. So Samarth is an incubation program. Incubation means what? Incubation simply means that you are helping a startup with the advisory, with the mentorship, with the money, give them connections, give them technology. Now, what type of startups? So obviously CDOT is the research and development arm of telecom department, that is DOT, Department of Telecom, Ministry of Communication. So these startups should be working in telecom application, cybersecurity, 5G or 6G, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, quantum technology, etc. etc. So currently they are, in the first phase, they are selecting 18 startups, but eventually they want to help 36 startups. And who will implement this program? Implementation will be done by Software Technology Parks of India and the Indus entrepreneurs. They have been selected as the implementation partner. So yes, CDOT is going to give money, but they will be helped by the Indus partner. The Indus partner or TAI is it's a non-profit organization based in California, and Software Technology Park of India is a premier science and tech organization which works under Ministry of Electronics and IT. It is based in New Delhi. So that is how this program will go ahead. Union Minister for Railways has inaugurated India's largest automobile Gati Shakti multi-modal cargo terminal at which location? Multi-modal cargo terminal, India's largest. This one is for automobile. So it has been launched recently in Manesar in Haryana. Now Manesar is near Gurugram. It is a part of the Gurugram. And in Manesar, you also have the National Security Guard Training Center. You also have the Brain Research Institute. Manesar is a very important place, right? It's an industrial area. Manesar industrial area. A lot of industries are here. So there is a Maruti Suzuki plant. In Manesar. They manufacture their cars here. Now, these cars, once manufactured, they are sent via the cargo trains, the Malgadi or the cargo trains, to different places in India. But the problem is that from the Manesar plant, the nearest railway station is 10 km away. So this problem can be solved how? Very easy. From the Manesar plant till this railway station, which is 10 km away, you start a railway track. So this will provide good connectivity. So directly the railway will be available right at the manufacturing place. So that is what exactly they have done. What they have done is they have created a railway link to the Patli railway station, and Patli railway station is 10 km away from Manesar, and now good connectivity will be here. And by the way, this Patli railway station is a part of Haryana Orbital Rail Corridor. It is a part of Haryana Rail Orbital Corridor, and Haryana Orbital Rail Corridor is 121 km long. Haryana Orbital Rail Corridor. So Haryana Orbital Rail Corridor will connect places like Palwal, Sohna, Manesar, Kharkhoda and Sonipat. So it will go from Palwal to Sonipat. So this 10 km railway link has been constructed at a cost of 800 crore rupees. Out of 800 crore, Haryana government has contributed most of the money, 684 crore, and the remaining amount is funded by Maruti Suzuki. So the good thing now is that there is a railway line directly here. So from there you will be able to transfer the cars to anywhere in the country via railway. This is the India's first automobile and largest automobile Gati Shakti multimodal cargo terminal. multi-modal cargo terminal, right? And usually what they do, so Maruti Suzuki, they export also a lot of cars, and they use the Gujarat ports because Gujarat is relatively near to Haryana. So they use the Mundra port, they use the Pipavav port. Pipavav is also a port in Gujarat. So they use these ports. So railway connectivity will be there, and then rail will take them straight to the ports. And then because Patli station is a part of the orbital project, so it has further good connectivity with the ports of India. And how many cars they will be dispatched via the railway? 4.5 lakhs per year. It has a capacity of dispatching 4.5 lakh vehicles at full capacity. So 4.5 lakh vehicles or automobiles per annum will be loaded by this Gati Shakti cargo terminal. One more thing I will add here. So there are some trains which are called MEMU train. Okay, MEMU train. What is MEMU train? MEMU train are basically mainline electric multiple train. And these trains, MEMU train, they are basically main line electric multiple unit train, but they are short. Like, I mean, currently they are manufactured with only 8 or 12 coaches. Okay, electric trains, 8 or 12 coaches. Now there will be 16 and 20 coaches MEMU trains that will be manufactured, and this will be manufactured in a place called Kazipet. And Kazipet is a place in Telangana. So this was also announced by the Railway Minister of India. Railway Minister of India, and he said that we will manufacture 100 trains, and these trains will have either 16 coaches or 20 coaches. So they will be much bigger than the conventional 8 or 12 coaches trains, right? So, and PM Gati Shakti master plan was launched in 2021 October by Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi. In PM Gati Shakti, we are focusing on railways, roads, ports, waterways, airports, mass transports, and logistics infrastructure. All of these things we are cooperating on. Now, India completed 50 years of crocodile conservation project, which was launched at which place? With the support from United Nations Development Program and Food and Agriculture Organization. So crocodile, how many types of crocodile are found in India? There are 3 types of crocodile which are found in India. Now this crocodile, can you see? This is called saltwater crocodile. It is also called as estuarine crocodile, and it is the largest crocodile in the world. And it is found mainly in the Bhitarkanika National Park in Odisha. So it is at Bhitarkanika National Park we started the crocodile conservation project in 1975. And now this is 2025, so we have completed 50 glorious years. So you can see there are 3 types of crocodile which are found in India. Ghadial. Ghadial is very easily identifiable because it has a long beak that it uses to eat fish, etc. It is critically endangered. Saltwater crocodile, which is least concern IUCN status, and Magar crocodile. And I have seen personally Ghadial and Magar many times. I have not seen saltwater crocodile yet. So Magar is vulnerable. So this project was launched in Bhitarkanika National Park with the support of United Nations Development Program, which is based in New York, and Food and Agriculture Organization, which is based in Rome. It was launched on 1st April 1975. And then basically, let me tell you more about it. So in 1974, there was a renowned herpetologist. Herpetologist is a scientist who studies reptiles. His name was H.R. Bustard. He said that the crocodile population in India is on the brink of extinction. That is when in 1975 this program was started. And then we started incubation and rearing centers. For Ghadial, we set up a incubation and rearing center at Tikarpada in Angul on the Mahanadi River. And for saltwater crocodile, we set it up in Dangmal in Bhitarkanika, which is in Kendrapada. Now, Odisha is the only state in India that has the conservation center for all the 3 crocodile. So Tikarpada for Ghadial, Dangamal for saltwater crocodile, and Ram Tirth in Mayurbhanj for Magar. And India has 80% of the Ghadial population of the world. There are approximately 3,000 Ghadials in India, and Ghadials are found in, you can find them in National Chambal Sanctuary, Katarnia Ghat Wildlife Sanctuary, Gandak River, Corbett Tiger Reserve, and Son Ghadial Sanctuary, which is in Madhya Pradesh. Saltwater crocodile, you can find, there are approximately 2,500 saltwater crocodiles in India. You can mainly find in Bhitarkanika. You can also find them in Andaman Nicobar. And the Magar crocodile, The population is estimated to be around 8 to 10,000. 8 to 10,000. And also, in India, we have the crocodile incubation centers. Even in Kukrel. Kukrel is a place in Lucknow. That is the place where crocodiles are kept. And even in Katarnia Ghat, as you can see here, Katarnia Ghat Wildlife Sanctuary also you will find crocodile along the Gerua River. Along the Gerua River. And in Odisha, saltwater crocodile you can also find in Satkosia. Satkosia, is a tiger reserve. So there also you can find the saltwater crocodile, not just in Bhitarkanika. Not just in Bhitarkanika. And when do we celebrate the World Crocodile Day? We celebrate the World Crocodile Day on 17th of June every year to raise the awareness about the crocodile conservation. Crocodile conservation. And which organization is celebrating the World Crocodile Day? So this is an organization which is based in America. It is called Belize Zoo. Belize Zoo. This is a zoo in America. So it's Belize Zoo. And there is another organization called Crocodile Research Coalition. Crocodile Research Coalition is also headquartered in Belize in America. So they are celebrating the World Crocodile Day. And World Crocodile Day was launched by Crocodile Research Coalition in 2017. 2017. The first assembly of International Big Cat Alliance was held in New Delhi. The assembly unanimously endorsed which of the following individuals as the president of IBCA? So who will become the president of International Big Cat Alliance? Very, very important question. He is the India's Environment Minister, Bhupender Yadav. Mr. Bhupender Yadav. Now, what is IBCA? So, International Big Cat Alliance is to protect 7 types of big cats: tiger, lion, leopard, snow leopard, cheetah, jaguar, and puma. Now, jaguar and puma are not found in India. Other 5 are found in India. Tiger, lion, leopard, snow leopard, and cheetah, they are found in India. Cheetah because cheetah has been reintroduced at the Kuno National Park in Madhya Pradesh. So Bhupender Yadav will be the president of IBCA. And who will be the director general? SP Yadav. SP Yadav will be the director general. So don't get confused between president and director general. Now, this IBCA, the Big Cat Alliance, International Big Cat Alliance, it was formed when? So it was set up by the government of India. The nodal organization for Big Cat Alliance is the National Tiger Conservation Authority. And NTCA works under the Ministry of Environment. So IBCA was set up in March 2024, and currently 95 countries are a member of this organization. 95 range country. Range country means 95 are those countries which has at least one of the 7 big cats. And the headquarter of IBCA will be in New Delhi. Even the secretariat of IBCA will be in New Delhi. Now, Government of India has given money also. So Government of India, they have given 150 crore rupees to IBCA for building infrastructure and for recurring expenditure, etc. And this money will be used from 2023-24 all the way till 2028-29, 150 crore. And when was IBCA announced? IBCA was announced by Pradhan Mantri Modi on 9th of April 2023 from Mysuru, on the occasion of completion of 50 years of Project Tiger, because Project Tiger was started by Indira Gandhi in 1973. So that time IBCA was announced by PM Modi, but finally IBCA was established in March 2024. IBCA was established by the Government of India in March 2024, but it was announced for the first time on 9th of April 2023. And it became an intergovernmental organization. It became an intergovernmental organization in 2025. Intergovernmental means its membership was made open to multiple countries. Who among the following emerged as the richest woman business owner as per the 360 One Wealth Creators List 2025? So she is Isha Ambani. Isha Ambani, let me show you the list. You can see Anant Mukesh Ambani is number 1, Akash Mukesh Ambani is number 2, and Isha Mukesh Ambani is number 3. And then you have Vinod Bhai Adani at 4th position and Gautam Bhai Adani at 5th position. at 5th position. And who is the youngest wealth creator in this list? Shashwat Nakrani of Bharat Pay. Shashwat Nakrani of Bharat Pay, right? So this is a list which was released recently, and this list was released by whom? So this is 361 wealth list. Basically, it was released recently by Chrysler and 361 wealth. 361 wealth. 361 wealth is a asset management company of India based in Mumbai, and Chrysler is a credit rating agency which is a subsidiary of Standard & Poor. It is again based in Mumbai. So these are the richest. Here you can see the richest companies. Tata Group is the richest, 12.78 lakh crore. Reliance is second, 11.7 lakh crore. Adani is third, 11.5 lakh crore. Then you have Bharti Airtel, 4.5 lakh crore, and Shapoorji Group, 2.93 lakh crore. So these are the richest groups in India. Recently, Ministry of Tribal Affairs has launched Dharti Aaba Jan Bhagidari Abhiyan, which is aimed at inclusive development and tribal empowerment. Now this initiative is rolled out from which date to which date, and this initiative will be rolled out in 549 tribal dominated districts and 207 particularly vulnerable tribal group districts. There are 75 tribes in India which are called particularly vulnerable tribes. So there are 207 those districts where these PBTG live, and there are 549 districts in India which are tribal dominated, and it will cover more than 1 lakh villages and habitations. So it will run from 15th of June to 30th of June. It is called Dharti Aaba Jan Bhagidari Abhiyan. What is the meaning of Dharti Aaba? So Bhagwan Birsa Munda was fondly called as Dharti Aaba, whose birthday we celebrate on 15th of November as the Janjatiya Gaurav Divas or Tribal Pride Day. And we are celebrating 150th anniversary of Bhagwan Birsa Munda. So this campaign will be for empowerment of tribals, inclusive development. And this campaign will be a part of Dharti Aaba Janjatiya Gram Utkarsh Abhiyan. So if you remember, on 2nd October 2024, Pradhan Mantri Modi launched Dharti Aaba Janjatiya Gram Utkarsh Abhiyan from Hazaribagh, and total money that was spent was 79,000 crore. And this is to address the critical gaps in social infrastructure, health, education, etc. in 63,843 tribal villages. 63,843 tribal villages. This campaign, Dharti Aaba Janjatiya Gram Utkarsh Abhiyan, will benefit more than 5 crore tribal people in 549 districts in 30 states and union territories. And what will they do in this campaign? They will focus on 25 interventions across 17 ministries and department of the government of India. So 25 services they will provide, like education, healthcare, etc., etc. Right? So this campaign, which I told you, Dharti Aaba Jan Bhagidari Abhiyan, is like a subset of Dharti Aaba Janjatiya Gram Utkarsh Abhiyan and PM Janman. What is PM Janman? So PM Janman is Pradhan Mantri Janjati Adivasi Nyay Mahabhiyan, PM Janman. So this campaign will work under the broader framework of Pradhan Mantri Janman and Dharti Aaba Janjatiya Gram Utkarsh Abhiyan. Now about PM Janman, I would like to tell you. So PM Janman basically was launched. PM Janman was launched in 2023 on 15th of November. Same day that we celebrate 15th November as the Jharkhand Foundation Day, Jharkhand Statehood Day. Jharkhand was created on that day in 2000, separate state from Bihar, and that is also the birthday of Bhagwan Birsa Munda or Dharti Aaba. So in PM Janman also, we are focusing on 75 particularly vulnerable tribal groups across 18 states and Andaman Nicobar. And again, this is by Ministry of Tribal Affairs. Total budgetary allocation for PM Janman was 24,104 crore. And there are 11 interventions like housing, drinking water, healthcare, education, etc., etc. So this particular Abhiyan for 15 days will, you can say, will be a part of PM Janman and Dharti Aaba Janjatiya Gram Utkarsh Abhiyan by the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. Ministry of Tribal Affairs. Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, which is located in Stockholm, the capital of Sweden, has released its latest yearbook for 2025, Armaments, Disarmament and International Security. So according to this, which country has the largest nuclear warheads? 5,459 nuclear warheads. Nuclear warheads, you can say nuclear bomb. You can use these words interchangeably. So Russia is the answer. Russia has the most number of nuclear bombs. Here you can see, if you see the total inventory of Russia now in 2025, 5,459, much more than America. America has 5,177. China has 600, the third largest. You can see France has 290, fourth largest. Britain has 225, fifth largest. And then you can see India has 180 and Pakistan has 170. So India has the sixth largest stock of nuclear warheads. According to this report, there are 9 countries in the world which have nuclear bombs. Now, there are some countries which are not verified. For example, Israel, nobody knows whether they actually have or not. And North Korea, I mean, assessment is very difficult because it's a very secretive country. It's a very secretive country. Now, what other things were said, by the way, in this report? Well, this report said that the arms revenues of the 100 largest arms producing company reached $632 billion in 2023. So 100 biggest companies of the world, they sold weapons, arms worth $632 billion. And of course, out of these 100 companies, 41 are American companies, and out of 632 billion, their share was $317 billion, or half. So America, of course, by far is the largest seller of the arms. And out of 100 biggest arms manufacturing companies, 41 are American. 41 are American, right? And the top 5 countries, America, France, Russia, China, and Germany, they accounted for 71% of the total arms exports. 71% of the total arms exports, right? And this, I am giving you the data of 5 years from 2020 to 2024. Now, what about the importers? So from 2020 to 2024, in these 5 years, Ukraine was the largest importer, and second was India. Third was Qatar. And the top 5 importers are Ukraine, India, Qatar, Saudi Arab, and Pakistan. And these 5 countries, Ukraine is 1, India is 2nd, Qatar is 3rd, Pakistan is 5th, and Saudi Arabia is 4th. Now, if you see these 5 countries together, they account for 35% of the total imports of arms. And Stockholm International Peace Research Institute was set up in 1966. So Ukraine was the world's largest importer, and India was the 2nd largest importer, and exporter, of course, was America. Largest exporter was America. America was number 1, France was number 2, and Russia was number 3. Which of the following state has become the first in India to adopt e-voting system for urban body polls? The answer is Bihar. Now in Bihar, elections are coming up, the Legislative Assembly or the Vidhan Sabha elections, to determine who will be the next Chief Minister of Bihar. So they are coming up. And Bihar State Election Commission has decided to roll out e-voting system. What is e-voting? E-voting is you can vote from the comfort of your home, from your mobile phone. Android-based mobile app is there. So Bihar will be India's first state to adopt this revolutionary change. And it will start from their municipal and urban body polls, which were on 28th of June. So e-voting process will happen through 2 mobile apps. Now, one mobile app is called e-voting SEC-BHR, that is e-voting State Election Commission of Bihar, and the second app is called Bihar SEC's, Bihar State Elections Commission's official voting app, which is made by Bihar State Election Commission. E-voting SEC-BHR is an app which is made by CDAC, which works under the Ministry of Electronics and IT. And these apps are very secure. They have a blockchain platform. They have a face scan, face match, liveness detection, face comparison. So voting will be completely tamper-proof. It will especially benefit the migrant laborers, the migrant voters. For example, if there is a person from Bihar but he is working in Maharashtra, so he doesn't have to come to his hometown to vote, he can vote from the mobile app. The young people, the pregnant women, old elderly people, senior citizen, terminally ill people, it will help them. It will increase the voter turnout and make elections more inclusive. The Election Commission of India is working on these innovative things. I remember last year, in Madhya Pradesh, there is a village called Ratua Ratanpur Gram Panchayat. the elections happened here, and this was the first time in India that paperless voting was done. India's first paperless voting was done in the Gram Panchayat by-elections in Ratua Ratanpur Gram Panchayat in Madhya Pradesh, in Bhopal district, right? Capital. So these are innovative things, and let's hope that these make the process better. Which of the following institute has launched the global initiative called Yoga Bandhan to celebrate the International Day of Yoga, which was celebrated on 21st of June at Visakhapatnam. The main event happened there. So this is Morarji Desai National Institute of Yoga, which is located in New Delhi, and this institute works under the Ministry of Ayush. So they celebrated Yoga Bandhan event. Yoga Bandhan event. And what was the theme of International Day of Yoga? Yoga for one earth, one health. Yoga for one earth, one health. And International Yoga Day was celebrated for the first time in 2015. 2015. So Yoga Bandhan is like a platform to strengthen institution partnerships and showcase India's leadership in yoga. And this institute, Morarji Desai Institute of Yoga, was set up in 1998. 1998. In fact, Ayush Ministry recently hosted a summit also called Yoga Connect, which was on 14th of June in New Delhi. 14th of June in New Delhi. It was organized by Central Council for Research in Yoga and Naturopathy, which works under the Ministry of Ayush. Ministry of Ayush. Also, 23rd of September will be celebrated as National Ayurveda Day every year now. This day has been fixed. Which of the following bank has launched India's first cyber security operation center, which is called Sahakar Suraksha? Which is called Sahakar Suraksha. Which bank is this? This is the Maharashtra State Cooperative Bank. You can also call it simply MSC Bank. You can call it MSC Bank. So it has launched it. And why it has been launched? Well, it has been launched to basically keeping in mind the cyber security requirements, and cyber security requirements are also there for cooperative bank. So they have partnered with a private company called Square Tech IT Solutions. Square Tech IT Solution Private Limited, which is a cyber security company based in Mumbai, and they have spent 50 crore in setting up Sahakar Suraksha. Sahakar Suraksha. Sahakar Suraksha is what? It is a cyber security operation center. Cyber security operation center. Now, this cyber security operation center will serve 31 district central cooperative banks in Maharashtra. 31 district central cooperative banks in Maharashtra. And don't get confused between Sahakar Suraksha and Cyber Suraksha. So Cyber Suraksha is a comprehensive cyber security exercise which was organized by the Defense Cyber Agency under the headquarters of Integrated Defense Staff in New Delhi recently, and which has recently become the 50th scheduled cooperative bank of India. It is Vishweshwar Sahakari Bank. Vishweshwar Sahakari Bank based in Mumbai. It has recently become a scheduled bank, and it is the 50th cooperative bank in India to become scheduled. United Nations General Assembly, they have designated which date as the International Day Against Unilateral Coercive Measures? Very, very important question, because this day will be celebrated for the first time. 4th of December this year will be celebrated as the first time on December 4. It will be celebrated for the first time as International Day Against Unilateral Coercive Measure. Unilateral Coercive Measure. So this will raise awareness of the harmful impact of unilateral coercive measure. What is the meaning of unilateral coercive measure? Basically, it wants all the countries to stop using unilateral economic, financial or trade measure that violate international laws. You can't do something on your own. You have to trust, you have to cooperate with the international laws. Don't force anything. So these are called unilateral coercive measure. Universal coercive measure. Also, let me tell you that 10th of June has been designated by United Nations General Assembly as the International Day of Dialogue Among Civilizations. 10th of June, and it was celebrated for the first time in 2025. Government of India has marked which anniversary of Digital India Initiative, highlighting significant development in India because of this scheme? So answer is 10 years. The answer is we have completed 10 years of Digital India Initiative. Now, Digital India Initiative was launched when? It was launched on 1st of July 2015, and now we have 1st of July 2025. So it was launched by Pradhan Mantri Modi to transform India into a digitally empowered society and a digital economy. Now, if you talk about the digital economy, then of our entire national income in financial year 23, digital economy contributed 11.74%. 11.74% to our national income in financial year 23. In financial year 23. And because of digital India, there is a lot of digital empowerment of citizens also through the digital public infrastructure. And Digital India initiative is coordinated by which ministry? Ministry of Electronics and IT. Mainly it is the Ministry of Electronics and IT. So what are the achievements of Digital India? Look at the telephone connections in India. They increased from 93.3 crore to 120 crore plus till April 2025. Total number of internet connections, look at this. In 10 years, from 25 crore now to 96, almost 97 crore. Almost 97 crore. And out of 6.4 lakh villages in India, now 6.15 lakh villages, they have at least 4G mobile connectivity. At least. And 99.6% districts of India, they have 5G connectivity. 5G services are enabled. And BharatNet scheme is providing high-speed internet to 2.18 lakh gram panchayats. UPI transactions, the number 46 crore people in India, they use UPI, and 65 million, 6.5 crore merchants, they use UPI. UPI is now expanding to countries like UAE, Singapore, Bhutan, Nepal, Mauritius, and even France. Direct benefit transfer is possible because of Digital India. It removed fake beneficiaries. Open network for digital commerce, which is the government's version of e-commerce. ONDC is run by the Ministry of Commerce. Government e-marketplace is also run by the Ministry of Commerce. So these are all the examples of the progress that we have made in India through Digital India. Even, for example, Karam Yogi Bharat, IGOT platform, which is used to train IS officers under the mission Karam Yogi, DigiLocker, which was launched in 2015, Umang app, which provides more than 2000 different types of government services, Bhashini, which gives translation services. It supports more than 35 languages, So all of this is made possible because of Digital India. Because of Digital India. Arnala. Arnala is the first anti-submarine warfare shallow watercraft. It has been commissioned finally into the Eastern Naval Command. Eastern Naval Command is headquartered in Visakhapatnam. The ship has been designed and constructed by Garg LIC Shipbuilder and Engineer in collaboration with which company? So Arnala is a joint shipbuilding between Larsen and Toubro. So main builder is Garg LIC Shipbuilder and Engineer, and they are supported by Larsen and Toubro. Now, it is first of the 16 anti-submarine shallow watercraft that will be commissioned into the Indian Navy. You can see we have Arnala class and then we have the Mahe class. So in Arnala class, you have Arnala first in the series, Anjdeep, Amini, Abhay, Agre, Androth and Akshay. And then you have the Mahe class, Mahe, Malvan, Mangrol, Malpe, Mulki, Magdala and Machilipatnam. So multiple ships actually. Arnala is named after the Arnala fort, which is in Vasai in Maharashtra. And it was used by the Maratha kings. So it is an anti-submarine shallow water craft, right? It will strengthen our coastal defense. All of these Mahe class ships, they are built by Cochin Shipyard. And these Arnala class ships are made by Garg LIC Shipbuilder in collaboration with Larsen and Toubro. Larsen and Toubro. And 8 ships will be built by them together and 8 will be built by Cochin Shipyard. Total there are 16. They have named some. This is the series. Some are not named. For example, Machilipatnam is the 7th in the series. 8th one they have not named so far. And this ship, it was launched, Arnala was launched at the Kattupalli Shipyard. Because Kattupalli Shipyard is owned by Larsen and Toubro, but it will be used by the Eastern Naval Command. It will be used by the Eastern Naval Command. Very, very important question. Which of the following country has successfully launched Zhang-Heng 102 to enhance country's integrated space air ground monitoring system for early warning and observation of major natural disasters like earthquake, tsunami, volcano eruption, etc. So essentially it will track the disaster management profile of the country. The answer is China. The answer is China. And this is basically the satellite which is also known as China Seismo Electromagnetic Satellite or CSES-2. So it was launched recently from the Long March rocket, and it is named after the Chinese scientist Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng. He is the person who invented the world's first seismoscope. A seismoscope is used to study the earthquakes. So this satellite is named after him. It has a mission life of 6 years. 6 years. It will work closely in coordination with the Zhang-Heng 101 satellite, which was launched in 2018. And this project is a joint project between China and Italy. China and Italy. Now Italy, they have named this project as Limadu, whereas China calls it Zhang-Heng. What is Limadu? So Limadu, basically he was a Italian priest, Italian priest. So they have named it after him. They have named it after him. Here I would also like to tell you that Chinese scientists, they have recently discovered the world's first non-binary AI chip that uses HSN number. It was done by the Bihang University in Beijing. So there is 0, there is 1, and there is a number that will be based on probability. HSN number, we call it hybrid stochastic number. Hybrid stochastic number. So this is the world's first non-binary AI chip launched by China recently. And China has also launched the world's first fission fusion nuclear plant, which is called Xinghuo. The name is Xinghuo. Xinghuo. Who among the following has been formally awarded a knighthood by King Charles III during the monarch's annual birthday celebration? Knighthood means that in front of his name, the Sir title will be used. He is Sir David Beckham, the legendary football player who used to play for Manchester United Football Club and England team. He was the captain of the England football team. So he is the main one. Apart from that, other people are also there, like Gary Oldman, the famous actor, musician Roger Daltrey. But among the famous ones, you can remember just him. So if anyone is given a knighthood or a damehood, if it is a woman, we call it damehood. If it is a guy, we call it knighthood. So if damehood is given, then they use the word lady in front of her name. So David Beckham is the answer. And let me also tell you here that Britain Secret Intelligence Service is called MI6. And for the first time, MI6 president will be a female. Her name is Blaise Machiavelli. Blaise Machiavelli is her name. It is the name of the first president of MI6, female president of MI6, and Britain will host the 2035 FIFA Women's World Cup. 2035 FIFA Women's World Cup will take place in Britain. Which of the following state or union territory has been adjudged as the best performing state in school education in the Ministry of Education's latest performance of school education indicator, which is called the Performance Grading Index? It has come out for the second time, and it has come out for the year 2023-24, academic year 2023-24. So the best state or union territory in India where the school education is the best is Chandigarh. Chandigarh was declared the best performer, and the worst performer was Meghalaya. The worst schools in India are in Meghalaya. So there is basically a score. You can see here, if you get a score out of 1000, okay? If your score is between 941 and 1000, you get the highest category, Daksh. So if there is a state or union territory which gets a score of 881 to 940, it is Utkarsh. 821 to 880, Ati Uttam. Then we have Uttam. You can see that not even a single state or union territory in India, not even a single state or union territory is in the first 4 category. Then the next category is Procheshtha 1, in which we have Chandigarh, and the score of Chandigarh is between 701 to 760. So Chandigarh score was 703. So it just qualified into Prochesta 1. Then in Prochesta 2, again, we don't have any state or union territory. And then in Prochesta 3, we have other states like Punjab, Delhi, Gujarat, etc. etc. Their scores are between 581 to 640. Meghalaya's score was the lowest. It occupies the lowest category called Akankshi 3. The score of Meghalaya was a very poor 417.9. 417.9. Now, if they ask you, which state, so you can see there are so many states in this category, but the best was Punjab. So Punjab score was 631.1, and then we have Delhi. Delhi's score was 623. So the best schools of India are in Chandigarh, then Punjab, and then Delhi. In fact, I remember clearly that this from Performance Grading Index 1, there was a question that was asked 2 years back. So this is only the second time that it has been released. Is that clear? And do remember at least the first 2-3 categories. What is the name? And Chandigarh has the best schools in India, and Punjab has the best schools in India. Depends on whether you're asking a state or a union territory. Now, another very important thing. I told you that the score comes out of 1000. So which all indicators are there? So here you can see the indicators are divided into two parts, the outcomes and the governance management. So Performance Grading Index, by the way, it was launched in 2017, and then it was revamped to PGI2 in 2021. So to be honest, there are 73 indicators. As you can see, there are 73 indicators which are grouped into two categories, outcomes and governance and management, and these categories are divided into 6 domains: learning outcomes and quality, access, infrastructure and facilities, equity, governance processes, and teacher education and training. So these are the domains on which it is judged. Right? And Performance Grading Index, now a very important thing, Performance Grading Index is by which ministry? So Performance Grading Index is done by the Ministry of Education. It is released by the Ministry of Education, right? India has announced the launching of an operation to evacuate the Indian nationals who were stranded in Iran, because there was a fear of Iran versus Israel full-blown war. Even America started hitting Iran. So what was that operation called? To rescue the Indian students and Indians who were studying in Iran, it is called Operation Sindhu, named after the Indus River. Indus River is called Sindhu. So via Armenia, they returned to Delhi. They first went from Iran to Armenia, and then so basically Iran's neighbor is Armenia. So they went by road from Iran to Armenia's capital Yerevan, and then from Armenia's capital Yerevan, they came back to India. So more than 10,000 Indians are living in Iran, out of which 6,000 are students. Out of 10,000 Indians in Iran, 6,000 are students. And what was the name of the operation that Iran launched against Israel? That was called Operation True Promise 3. Operation True Promise 3. That was the code name. And what was the name of the operation that Israel did against Iran? That was called Operation Rising Lion. Operation Rising Lion. Is that clear? And of course, when Iran was hit by Israel, it was hit at places like Fordo, places like Natanz, where there could be nuclear bomb, Piran Sheher, Ardak, Arak, Isfahan. I mean, all these places were stuck. All those places were stuck. Sahitya Academy has announced the names of 24 writers for the Bal Sahitya Puraskar. Who among the following has been named the winner of Bal Sahitya Puraskar for his or her book of stories in English? Dakshin, South Indian Myths and Fables Retold. South Indian Myths and Fables Retold. So first of all, what is Bal Sahitya? Children's books are called Bal Sahitya. So Bal Sahitya Award is not for children. It is given to those adult writers who write for children, right? And look, Sahitya Academy Award, whether it is Sahitya Academy Award or whether it is Bal Sahitya, which is given by Sahitya Academy, Both of them are given in 24 languages, out of which 22 languages are in the 8th schedule of the Constitution of India, and two more. Which are these two more? English and Rajasthani. So these are the 24 languages for which Sahitya Academy gives Bal Sahitya Puruskar. So you can remember only for English and Hindi, right? So Nitin Kushalappa MP, he was the winner for the Bal Sahitya Puruskar in the English, for English. What about for Hindi? So there is a book called Ek Bate Bara, 1 divided by Bara, Ek Bate Bara, 1 by 12. In Hindi, Ek Bate Bara, written by Sushil Shukla. And you can see for other languages also the winners depending on which state exams you are preparing for. Now, Sahitya Academy is India's National Academy of Letters. It was founded in 1954 and it is an organization which is dedicated to the promotion of literature in the languages of India. In the languages of India, Sahitya Academy, right? So, and the winner of the Bal Sahitya Puruskar gets 50,000 rupees cash award. And look, the book should be published in the last 5 years. So this award is given to those books which are published during the 5 years immediately preceding year of the award. So for this time, when they chose the winners, they chose the winners who wrote these books. Now all of these books had to be written between 1st January 2019 and 31st December 2023. 31st December 2023. So do remember for Hindi and English, and I think that should be good enough. Now, if they ask you that Sahitya Academy, it works under which ministry, then what will you say? It works under the Ministry of Culture. It works under the Ministry of Culture. Also under the Ministry of Culture, we have a Prime Minister's Museum and Library, and who has recently become the director of the Prime Minister's Museum and Library? The answer is Ashwani Lohani, the former chairman of Air India and the former chairman of the Railway Board of India. Ashwani Lohani is now the director of Prime Minister's Museum and Library, which is located in Delhi and which also works under the Ministry of Culture. Which also works under the Ministry of Culture. Is that clear? Which of the following university has become the first university from Scotland to receive the approval for setting up a branch campus in India? Scotland is in Britain. It is a part of UK, Scotland, right? Very famous for wines, for example. University of Aberdeen is the answer. Edinburgh is the capital of Scotland. So they will set up their campus in Mumbai. It will start in 2026. So University of Aberdeen is setting up its campus in India. Now, which was the first university to set up its campus in India? Foreign university, the answer is University of Deakin, which is in Australia. And which was the first university to set up its campus in India as per the UGC guidelines? The answer is University of Southampton, which is a university in England, in Britain. University in England, in Britain. And recently 5 more universities have got the approval from UGC to set up their campus in India. That is Illinois Institute of Technology, University of Liverpool, Victoria University, Western Sydney University, and IED University of Milan. Which of the following state cabinet has declared 2025 to 2035, this 10-year period, as the decade of hydropower to harness 58,000 megawatt of electricity? The answer is Arunachal Pradesh. Arunachal Pradesh has huge potential for hydropower projects. They want to generate 58,000 megawatt of hydropower of electricity from hydropower in this 10-year time. This 10-year time. And Arunachal has signed a lot of agreements with different power developer companies, under which Arunachal will receive 12% free power from every hydroelectric plant, right? So there will be a lot of investment also. In fact, already out of 58 gigawatt, 58,000 megawatt is 58 gigawatt, around 19 gigawatt is already in construction in Arunachal. And a lot of investment is coming. Approximately 2 lakh crore of investment is being received by Arunachal Pradesh. Also in Arunachal Pradesh, there is a place called Dirang, which is in West Kameng district of Arunachal. What is happening here? So the Center for Earth Sciences and Himalayan Studies in Itanagar, it is setting up India's first geothermal production well. India's first geothermal energy project in Dirang, in association with Norway. So Norway is helping this institute. It is located in Itanagar. So this project is supported by the Ministry of Earth Sciences. Which animation film has brought international acclaim to Indian animation by winning the jury award for Best Commissioned Film at the NSE International Animation Festival in France. NSE International Festival is one of the most prestigious festivals for the animation movies, and it is called Desi Oon. Oon is what? It is wool. WOOL wool is called Oon. Desi Oon or indigenous wool. So this animation movie won the jury award for Best Commissioned Film. And this movie is directed by Mr. Suresh Ariyath. He is a renowned animator. Mr. Suresh Ariyath, right? And let me tell you that there is another film festival which happened in Switzerland recently, which was called Locarno Film Festival. I will tell you more about it. So you can see here different awards that were given for different movies, but I don't think they will ask. Only Desi Oon movie is important. NSE Film Festival is very old, It was started in 1960, and since 1998 it takes place every year. It takes place in the city of NSE, and also UNESCO. It is affiliated with UNESCO. It is affiliated with UNESCO. Now Locarno Film Festival will take place in August in Switzerland, and there is an award called Honorary Leopard Award, which was given to the American director Alexander Payne, which is called Honorary Leopard Award, and the best film award is called Golden Leopard, but that has not been given so far. That once the festival starts, they will give the award. A Different Kind of Power. This book has been written by whom? It is a book written by Jacinda Ardern. She is the former Prime Minister of New Zealand. Former Prime Minister of New Zealand. Recently, who created history by becoming the first Indian-sponsored team to win the rapid section of the 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championship? So, who has won the this championship? It is Team MGD1. So this is basically MGD1 is the team of chess management and investment firm MGD1, which is based in Pune. So they became the first Indian sponsored team to win the rapid section of FIDE World Blitz and Rapid Team Championship, which was held in London. And the main player in this team was Arjun Erigaisi. Right? Arjun Erigaisi, who is a very good chess player from India. The chess official body is called FIDE, and it is headquartered in Lausanne in Switzerland. What is India's rank in the Global Energy Transition Index, which was published by the World Economic Forum? Now, World Economic Forum is based in Cologne in Geneva in Switzerland. It is a global policy think tank. And Energy Transition Index shows the effort the countries are making in switching to renewable and the modern sources of energy like nuclear energy, hydropower, solar power, etc. India is at a respectable 71st position. And this report was given by World Economic Forum in collaboration with a consulting company called Accenture. So they both gave it, right? Now, the problem is that last year we were 63rd and we have dropped by 8 positions. So with this year we are 71. Which is the number 1 country? You can see Sweden is number 1 and Finland is number 2, Denmark is number 3, Norway is at 4th position. So it is the Nordic countries, the Scandinavian countries which are leading the pack. A surprise entry is Latvia. Latvia is at 7th position, right? So Latvia is a surprise because it has shown tremendous improvement, right? It has shown tremendous improvement. Now, why was Latvia in news recently? Do you want to challenge yourself? So Latvia has recently become the member of United Nations Security Council, non-permanent member for the first time. You know that in United Nations Security Council, there are 5 permanent members and there are 10 non-permanent members who are elected for 2 years. So Latvia has been elected as a United Nations Security Council member, non-permanent member for the first time ever. And that is why it was in news recently. Now, which country is not making any great effort? So it is Democratic Republic of Congo. This country was earlier known as Zaire. It is an African country. The last rank 118 was given to Democratic Republic of Congo. It was ranked at the bottom with a score of 42.4. 42.4, right? Now, what does this report say? So here you can see India is at 71st position. Our score was 53.3. Last year we were 63. We have dropped by 8 positions. So what does this report say? I mean, in a nutshell. Well, in a nutshell, you can see that China has achieved its highest rank ever, because China has made a lot of innovation, major clean energy investment, and China has, I mean, it has topped the rankings in Asia, right? So America, if you see, America is at 17th position. 17th position. Now, one country that surprised everyone was Nigeria. It has shown so much improvement. It is now at 61st position. And Pakistan was ranked at 101st position. Now, I know I should not bring up Pakistan here but then, I mean, everyone is interested to know how Pakistan is doing. I mean, that is why I've told you, right? So, this index takes into account a lot of things like energy access, clean energy policies, the governance, the transition readiness, system performance, all these things it takes into account. And if you want to talk about our neighbor, then Bangladesh was at 86th position and Nepal was 104. 104. Now broadly, Global Energy Transition Index has two components. One is system performance, which has a 60% weightage, and second is the transition readiness. How ready are we to transition? That has a 40% weightage. 40% weightage. So what comes under system performance? System performance basically takes into account a country's energy system across three dimensions: equity, security, and sustainability. And then transition readiness takes into account the enabling factors, the political commitments, finance, investment, innovation, infrastructure, education, human capital, all these things. And total, there are 46 indicators. 46 indicators, and a score is from 0 to 100. Now, by the way, World Economic Forum also gave a brilliant index called Global Gender Gap Index, in which India was ranked 131st, and Iceland topped the index for 16th year in a row. Astonishing. 16th year in a row. Now, the global gender gap, 68.8% is covered. So, but we still need to cover 31.2% of gender gap. The problem is that it will take a long time. How much time it will take? So their calculations show that to close the gender gap, it will take 123 years at the current rate. And I mean, and that is a problem. That is a huge problem. Who among the following has been awarded the Sahitya Academy Yuva Puruskaram 2025? Now, Sahitya Academy is India's National Academy of Letters, and it works under the Ministry of Culture. Sahitya Academy. Recently, Sahitya Academy also gave the Bal Sahitya Awards to 24 writers. Bal Sahitya Awards are given to those writers who write the books for children who are between the age of 9 to 16 years. Primarily aimed at them, and it has a cash prize of 50,000 rupees each. Now, what about this Yuva Puruskaram? So, Yuva Puruskar, again, it was given by Sahitya Academy, and for the book called Fir Ugna. Fir Ugna means rise again. It was given to Parvati, Turkey. So, I'm asking you the Hindi language winner. Okay. Now, this is the entire list. And by the way, this time 23 authors were given the prize, because for Dogri language, it was not given. Maybe they will give it at a later date, but for now, it was given to 23 authors. So for how many languages the Yuva Puruskar is given? Sahitya Academy Yuva Puruskar is given for 24 languages. 22 languages are in the 8th schedule of the Constitution of India, plus Rajasthani, plus English. So it becomes 24. But under these 22 languages, Dogri is also there. And this year, award was not given, for Dogri. Now, let me tell you about the Yuva Puruskar. So, Yuva Puruskar was started. It is relatively a new award. So, it was started in 2011, and it is given to a young writer. The age of the writer should not be more than 35 years. That is why it is called Yuva Puruskar. It is given to a young writer. And again, 50,000 rupees cash award and a copper plaque, engraved copper plaque is given. So, the book can be in any 24 languages. And so this award is relatively latest. Okay. Now, insofar as exam is concerned, you need to know English and Hindi. Or if you are preparing for any state exam, then you can check your state. For example, if you are preparing for Assam PSC exam, then you should know who won it in Assamese language. Otherwise, just know for English and Hindi. So Hindi, Fir Ugna, poetry book written by Parvati Turkey, and for English, Siddharth. Siddharth is the childhood name of Lord Buddha. The boy who became the Buddha is a novel written by Advait Kotari. Advait Kotari. Is that clear? Reserve Bank of India has developed the Supervisory Data Quality Index to assess the quality of data which is submitted by the scheduled commercial banks. Now, according to the latest data, the Supervisory Data Quality Index of the scheduled commercial banks has improved to what at the end of financial year 25 if you compare it with the end of financial year 24. So look, scheduled commercial banks, they submit data to the RBI, right? Based on that, RBI, assesses the situation of the scheduled commercial bank. So the quality of data which is submitted by the scheduled commercial banks to the RBI has to be top notch. So this index shows how much was the quality of data improving compared to the previous year. So our score was 88.6, this supervisory data quality index score, and it has improved to 89.3, which shows that there is a certain improvement. So the score SDQI, Supervisory Data Quality Index score of more than 90 is considered good. Between 80 to 90 is considered acceptable. So this time the score was acceptable. Last year also it was acceptable, but obviously we need to take it above 90. If it is between 70 to 80, it needs improvement. And if it is less than 70, then it shows major concerns. Now this, how does RBI get to know whether the data quality is good or not? So there are 4 criteria: accuracy, timeliness of data, completeness of data, and consistency of data. And this index, Supervisory Data Quality Index, is useful because it helps the RBI to assess the financial health of the commercial banks. And look, the scores are computed not just for the scheduled commercial banks as a whole, but for public sector banks, private sector banks, foreign banks, small finance bank. So the scores are given, separately also for the same, right? And again, you have to know the 4 criteria for MCQ: accuracy, timeliness, completeness, and consistency. So this much is good enough for now. And the data has improved, you can see, from 88.6 to 89.3. Which of the following airline has been named the world's best airline for 2025 for the 9th time at the Skytrax World Airline Awards? The best airline in the world, according to Skytrax, is Qatar Airways. And personally, I have flown in the Qatar Airways 2 times, and I can tell you, and I have flown business class both times, and I can tell you that it is absolutely amazing. First of all, they give the best service, and you feel like, everything is in control. In fact, when the plane is flying or it is taking off, you don't even feel that smooth airline, this one, Qatar Airways. So it is based in Doha, and it is the world's best airline for 2025. And for 9th year in a, I won't say 9th year in a row, but for 9th time, they have become the best airline. Okay. And Singapore Airlines was number 2. So you can see Qatar Airways is number 1. Singapore Airline is at 2nd position. Cathay Pacific. Now Cathay Pacific is an airline from Hong Kong, right? So that is in 3rd place. Emirates. What is Emirates? So you must be knowing United Arab Emirates. In United Arab Emirates, UAE, there are 2 airlines. One is Emirates, one is Etihad. They both are from UAE. Then we have ANA All Nippon Airways. In fact, I have flown in ANA All Nippon Airways. I went to Japan in this airline, ANA All Nippon Airways. That was not a business class. That was a normal, they call it premium economy. It was good. So these are the 5 best airlines in the world. What about the world's best cabin crew? So in cabin crew, you have all these air hostesses and, all these people are there. So Singapore Airlines by cabin crew is the best. Now, Indigo Airline. I know you will not agree with me, but Indigo is India's largest airline. It has around 65% market share. It has been named as the best airline as well as the best low-cost airline in South Asia. So in South Asia, the best airline is Indigo, and even the best low-cost airline is Indigo. And then there are some other awards which I don't think are very important. Most cleanest airline, and you can go on and on, but just study what is relevant from exam point of view. By the way, the organization that gave this index is called Skytrax, right? And World Airline Awards were started in 1999 by Skytrax. Now, Skytrax is a company that is based in London, and it is a company that was set up in 1989. It basically, um, tracks the airlines and the airports. By the way, Skytrax earlier this year in 2025, they declared the Changi Airport in Singapore as the best airport in the world. So you should know that, right? Changi Airport in Singapore was declared as the best airport in the world by Skytrax. And the Hamad Airport in Doha in Qatar was declared as the second best. Second best. According to the recently released Global Drought Outlook report, 40% of the world's land area is facing increasingly frequent and severe drought. Which of the following organization has given this report? Some people have this very bad idea about climate change. Some people think that climate change means that our temperature of the earth will keep on increasing, and climate change is only when there is a increase in the temperature. No, that is a very narrow idea of climate change. So climate change, I'll give you an example. There are some places in India where rainfall never happened earlier. Desert area, but now rainfall is happening. That is climate change. There are areas in India where the rainfall used to happen every year. Now it doesn't happen. That is climate change. There are places in India where snowfall never happened. Now it is happening. That is climate change. So at some places, temperature becoming colder is also climate change. So 40% of the world's land is facing severe droughts. The places where you used to have rain, now no rain is there. The places where you never had rain, now rain is there. All that is disturbing the cycle of the earth. Okay. Now this report is given by, you can see, OECD. Now OECD had 38 members and India is not a member. OECD is headquartered in Paris, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. So all these rich and powerful countries are a member of OECD. So 40% of the world's land area is facing frequent and severe droughts. Severe droughts. For example, they talk about the drought in Europe in 2022, the drought in California in 2021. All these droughts were very, very severe, right? And there is a huge economic impact. So 3 to 7.5% is the annual increase in the economic cost of an average drought episode. What is the economic impact of a drought? 3 to 7.5% is the annual increase in the economic cost of an average drought episode, right? That is what they are saying. And they are projecting 35%. This is the minimum projected increase in the drought-related economic losses by 2035. So the economic losses because of drought will increase by 35% by 2035. So all of this they are saying. Okay. And they are saying that even India, so they are saying that countries like India, like Australia, they will face a lot of droughts, right? In fact, they are saying that countries like Panama, so in Panama Canal, Panama Canal is so important because it connects Atlantic Ocean with the Pacific Ocean. But in Panama Canal, the water was very less. So there was a drought in Panama Canal, which affected the movement of the ships. All these things are happening, right? And, they say, they have given some very extreme scenarios. For example, they say that under a 4-degree C warming scenario, droughts will become 7 times more frequent. So if there is a global warming of where the average temperature increases by 4 degrees C, in case of a plus 4 degrees C global warming scenario, droughts will become 7 times more frequent. And droughts are becoming common because of human activities like deforestation, urban expansion, unsustainable agriculture practices, because of all these things. Now, a lot of people also die because of drought, right? So droughts account for only 6% of the natural disasters, but droughts cause 34% of all disaster-related deaths, especially in countries like Sub-Saharan Africa, Horn of Africa, where the food security is already very poor, right? So drought causes death of 34% people, of all people who die because of disasters, especially in countries like Sub-Saharan Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa. There is a report called Status of Ungulates in the Tiger Habitats of India. The Kanha Tiger Reserve has emerged as the leading tiger habitat in India in terms of ungulate population. In which of the following state is Kanha Tiger Reserve located? So Kanha Tiger Reserve is one of the tiger reserves in Madhya Pradesh, And Kanha Tiger Reserve is very famous for Barasinga, which is a type of deer. In fact, they created a mascot also called Bhur Singh. Bhur Singh mascot was created by Kanha Tiger Reserve. And ungulate population is what? So ungulate means the hoofed herbivore, which tigers eat. I mean, hoofed means what? So animals which have hooves in their toes, gaps in their toes. The hoofed herbivore we call it. Like deer, for example, cheetal, sambar, gaur. Basically, these are the food for carnivorous animals, right? So, Kanha Tiger Reserve has more than 1 lakh ungulates. Let me show you. So, cheetal, sambar, gaur, etc. These are example of ungulates, which are basically tiger's diet. Tiger's diet. And in India, there are 39 species of ungulates which are found. So, Kanha Tiger Reserve has how much population of ungulate? 1,02,485. Highest. If you have a good population of ungulate animals, then it will sustain the carnivorous population like tiger, leopard, etc. And like ungulate population is decreasing, and that is a cause of worry. Because if the herbivorous animals are less, then obviously what will the carnivorous animals eat? And then there will be a fight also among the carnivorous animals for the food. So, for example, in Maharashtra, in Tadoba Tiger Reserve, and in Ratapani in Madhya Pradesh, the carnivorous animals are high, but the ungulates are low. Similarly, in Nagarjun Sagar Tiger Reserve in Andhra and Amrabad Tiger Reserve in Telangana, tiger population is increasing rapidly, but the prey density is very low. So, what is the formula? So I will tell you what is the formula that is desired. If the prey are 30 or greater than 30 per kilometer square, there should be at least 30 or more than 30 per kilometer square prey that are desired to support 4 tigers per 100 square kilometer. I repeat, in every 100 square kilometer, if there are 4 tigers, then you need the density of 30 or more than 30, minimum 30 every square kilometer. This is the density that is desired. So they talk about different tiger reserves and the challenges that they are facing. For Indian universities, they have secured a position in the top 100 list in the latest Times Higher Education University Impact Ranking. Please note, this is impact ranking. This is different from the normal ranking. This shows how impactful is a particular university. So which of the following university is not among these 4 Indian universities? Well, Anna University, which is in Chennai, is not one of those. And Times Higher Education is based in London. It is an organization that is based in London. So let me show you. Now, if you see, there are 4 Indian universities in top 100 impact rankings. So Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham in Tamil Nadu, Lovely Professional University in Punjab, JSS Academy in Karnataka, and Shulini University, which is in Himachal. These are the 4 universities. Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham is ranked number 1, but globally it is 41, and the rankings of others also you can appreciate here. So these are the top 4 in India, and these are also among the top 100. Anna University in Tamil Nadu is at 5th position in India, but it is outside the top 100 rank. So this is the list, and this list basically, now let's talk about globally. So globally, the Western Sydney University, which is in Australia, is number 1. And for 4th year in a row, Western Sydney University is number 1 in the impact ranking. Then we have University of Manchester in Britain, in Manchester. Then we have the Kyungpook National University in South Korea. And then at 4th position, we have 2 universities, the Griffith University of Australia and Tasmania University, which is again in Australia. Once again, I repeat, these are not necessarily the best universities, but these are the most impactful universities. That is why they call it the impact rankings. Here, I would also like to tell you that recently Times Higher Education, they recently declared the Tsinghua University in China as the number 1 university in Asia. So this was their Asia's top universities. So China ranked number 1. And among India, IISc Bangalore was number 1 in India and 38th overall in Asia. According to the recently released World Investment Report 2025, which is called International Investment in the Digital Economy, India has been ranked at which of the following position among top global destinations for foreign direct investment in 2024, despite a marginal dip in inflows at $27.6 billion. So if you talk about the foreign direct investment, what is the rank of India? India is still an attractive destination, although not as much as it used to be, but still we are 15th this time. The global slowdown, the protectionism, anti-liberalism mindset these days, all of this is affecting India. And also now the tariff fear. So that is why there is a dip in the FDI. So $27.6 billion. And this is a report that is given by United Nations Trade and Development that is headquartered in Geneva in Switzerland. This is the World Investment Report. World Investment Report. Now, what does this report say? So here you can see, let's see the inflows and the outflows. Now, let's talk about only the inflow. Okay. So here you can see America continues to be the most attractive destination. In 2024, the FDI was a massive $279 billion. Singapore was at second position. Hong Kong, China was at third position. Hong Kong, China means what? Hong Kong is a special administrative region of China. So third is Hong Kong, and it is a Chinese territory. So they have written China here. Then we have China. China received FDI worth $116 billion. And here you can see India is at 15th position. So the FDI was approximately $28 billion. $28 billion. Now, in terms of greenfield project announcements, which country announced the maximum greenfield projects in 2024? Number one, of course, is America. And India is at fourth position when it comes to announcing greenfield projects. You can see India announced 1080 greenfield projects in 2024. Greenfield project means the project that you start from scratch. Okay, you start from scratch. There is nothing like a brand new airport in a forest, for example, or in some remote place. That is a greenfield project. But if you convert an Air Force base to an airport, that is a brownfield project, because you are not making this airport from scratch. You are building on something that was already present. And here you can see in terms of the international project finance deals, India was ranked at 5th position. Number one is still America. Now the one in bracket is the rank last year. So we have climbed one position with respect to last year, but last year was not any good either when it comes to FDI. Now here you can see outflow. From which country money went out, and what is the reason of outflow? Well, outflow means, for example, if some person has invested money in India, then that is FDI. But once he has invested, he will take the money back to his country, or he can that is called repatriation. Repatriation means when you take your money back to your country, that is called repatriation. So the profits, the principal amount, whatever is invested, they take back to their country. That is called repatriation. So if you see last year, India was 23, but the latest rank of India in 2024 was how much when it comes to the outflow? So India moved to 18th position. If you see the outflow of India, that was $24 billion. So $24 billion worth of money went outside India. It went outside India. Is that clear? Now, if you see here, if you see, America still is number one in outflow also. So from America, $266 billion worth of money was the outflow. Japan was second. Okay, Japan was second in the ranking. America still was number one even here. Japan was at second position last year also, this year also. China was at third position last year, this year also. Look at Luxembourg. Last year it was at 186th position, but this year it is at fourth position. I mean, that's quite a climb, Luxembourg 186 last year, this year fourth. A massive $109 billion worth of outflows were registered from a small country like Luxembourg. And India improved from 23rd to 18th position. I mean, I won't say improved because outflow is something that we will not prefer, right? But India's position, you can say India's ranking, they changed from 23rd to 18th. Now, with respect to India, if you want to know the exact amount of FDI that we received in 2024, it was $27.6 billion. And in 2023, it was $28.1 billion. So the FDI amount decreased slightly. but the rank of India improved slightly from 16 to 15 when it comes to FDI inflows. FDI inflows. So very nice question. Government of India has announced the launch of a FASTag based annual pass for 3000 rupees, which is exclusively meant for non-commercial private vehicle like cars, jeeps and vans, non-commercial vehicle. So in commercial vehicle, you have the trucks and buses and all these cargo things, non-commercial private vehicle like your car or a jeep or a van. So under this, once the annual pass completes either how many trips or 1 year from the date of activation, it will automatically revert to a regular FASTag. So the annual pass has been launched for FASTag, and FASTag works on which technology? RFID. We call it radio frequency identification technology. Even the Kavach system in railways works on the same technology, radio frequency identification technology. So this will be issued for 3000 rupees, in which you can do 200 trips or 1 year, whichever is earlier. And it has been made effective from 15th of August 2025. So it is effective from 15th August 2025. And it is only for non-commercial vehicles like cars, jeeps and vans. And FASTag is managed by whom? So FASTag, is a electronic toll collection system. It is managed by NPCI and NHAI, National Payment Corporation of India and National Highway Authority of India. When was FASTag launched in India? FASTag was launched in 2014 as a pilot project, but it was made mandatory in 2021. In 2021, it was made mandatory. So once the annual pass completes either 200 trips or 1 year from the date of activation, it will convert to a regular FASTag. And you can repurchase the annual pass once the 200 trip limit is exhausted, even if the 1 year validity period has not yet ended. So let's say you complete your 200 trips within 5 months. You still have 7 months to go. So you can repurchase the annual pass. And by the way, the pass is non-transferable and one pass, one car. So it is valid only for the vehicle on which the FASTag is registered. And it is valid only at national highways and national expressway fee plazas, not anywhere else. And if you want to access the pass, you can use a mobile app called Rajmarg Yatra. Rajmarg means national highway is called a Rajmarg. So Rajmarg Yatra app, you can access the pass from here, or you can go to the official website of National Highway Authority of India. Even Ministry of Road Transport and Highway official website, it is available. And the process will require FASTag credentials, vehicle registration number and basic verification. So you can access the pass through these places. Indian Council of Medical Research, ICMR, which works under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, has launched its first high performance computing facility. So even for medical research, we need high performance computers. And what is the name of this high performance computing facility? It has been installed at National Institute of Virology, which is in Pune. So this high computing facility is designed to enhance genomic research and pandemic preparedness in India. So what is the name that they have given to it? The name is Nakshatra. Nakshatra is the name, right? Nakshatra is the name. And this center in Pune, National Institute of Virology, it was opened in 1952. That time it used to be called Virus Research Center. Then its name was changed to the current name in 1978. And it was launched because of the money donated by Rockefeller Foundation. So Nakshatra facility will enable enhanced storage and it will optimize the pipeline for genomic research. So India will have viral genomic surveillance capacity because of this. And it has been developed as a part of which mission? So this is called PM Abhim. We call it PM Abhim or Pradhan Mantri Ayushman Bharat Health Infrastructure Mission. So this facility has been put here because of this. And it's a high performance computing structure. So this computer will serve 5 ICMR institutes across the country. Now PM Abhim is a centrally sponsored scheme and it is run by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare It was launched on 25th of October 2021. So it is a roughly 4-year-old scheme. And it started on 25th October 2021, which means it started in 2021-22, that is financial year 22, and it will run till the current financial year, that is financial year 26. Financial year 26. What is the purpose of PM Abhim? It is to set up health and wellness centers. It is to support the infrastructure development of the public health units and set up public health laboratories in all the district, set up critical care hospital blocks, basically upgrade the healthcare infrastructure in India. And Indian Council of Medical Research also works under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Global Livability Index came recently. So which is the most livable city in the world? The best city in the world to live in? Most livable city in the world is Copenhagen, which is the capital of Denmark. And in Copenhagen, we have the FEE. There is an institute called FEE, very famous in Copenhagen, because FEE gives the beaches the blue flag certificate. This is given by FEE, which is based in Copenhagen. So Copenhagen is the most livable city. And last 3 years in a row, Vienna was the most livable city. And this is given by Economist Intelligence Unit, which operates from London. Economist Intelligence Unit is the research wing of the Economist Group, which also publishes the Economist magazine. It was founded in 1946. So Vienna this year is second. Now here you can see that Copenhagen in Denmark is at first position, and this index is based on 5 parameters: stability, healthcare, environment, education, and infrastructure. Based on these 5 categories, a city is given a score out of 100. The score of Copenhagen is a massive 98. And second position is shared by Vienna and Zurich, although Vienna edges Zurich overall. And if you see the least livable city in the world, it is Damascus. It is ranked last 173. Damascus is the capital of Syria. And Tripoli, capital of Libya, is the second worst city to live in. Dhaka, capital of Bangladesh, is the third worst city to live in. So these are the top and the bottom cities to live in. And you can see there is no Indian city in the top. No Indian city in the top, In fact, if you see Osaka at 7th position, this is the only Asian city in the top 10. It is ranked 7, Osaka. Osaka is beautiful. I have been to Osaka. It's absolutely fascinating city. So Osaka in Japan is the only Asian city in the top 10. So this is the ranking. Now, what is the rank of an Indian city, if any? So if you talk about India, then New Delhi is ranked 120 in the world. It is the 120th most livable city in the world, and Mumbai is ranked 121st. So this is the ranking of any Indian city if you want to know. American Food and Drug Administration, FDA, US FDA, they have approved a drug called lenacapavir, which is sold in the market as Yes2Go. It is a long-acting injectable drug that offers near complete protection against HIV virus with just 2 doses a year. It is developed by which company? It is developed by a company called Gilead Sciences. Gilead Sciences is the name of the company. Now look, this is an American biopharmaceutical company which is based in California. It is an American company. So this medicine is taken as injection 2 times a year, and it is helpful for the prevention of HIV. Right? So HIV, what happens if HIV goes in your body? Then you become HIV positive and your condition starts worsening. That we call as AIDS, acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, which is called, so HIV virus is a retrovirus. So it is an antiretroviral medication. It can treat HIV positive people as well as it can prevent. It can be used for both the purposes. Right? So it is better to take it pre-exposure. If you are living with a person who is HIV positive, or if you have sex with unknown people, it is always better to use this drug according to US FDA. Now, so far it is not available in India, but maybe in future it can be made available in India. And that reminds me that recently there is a Japanese company called Takeda, which has launched a vaccine for dengue called Qdenga in collaboration with a Hyderabad-based pharmaceutical company called Biological E. So Qdenga will be made available in India very soon. As per recently released Hunger Hotspots, FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, and World Food Program, So these two organizations, they both are headquartered in Rome, the capital of Italy. Early warning on acute food insecurity, June to October Outlook report. Some African countries are among the 5 global hunger hotspots of the highest concern. Which of the following is not one of them? Now look, hunger hotspot means what? Hunger hotspot means that where the problem is so grave that a lot of people can die. 5 countries, 5 hunger hotspots are Sudan, South Sudan, then we have Mali, then we have Haiti, 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 and Palestine. So these are the 5 places. So Nigeria is not one of those. Nigeria is not one of those. Now look, this hunger hotspot report is released by FAO and World Food Program twice a year. Twice a year. So it is like a early warning and forecast of the food crisis, and so these are hunger hotspots. Hunger hotspots of highest concern. So there are 3 types of places. Hotspot, where there is a food problem, acute food insecurity is there. Then we have hotspots of very high concern, which means this is still worse than this. And then we have the hotspots of highest concern. Now the one that I told you are the hotspots of highest concern, where it can be catastrophic. If we don't act immediately, then lot of people can die. Lot of people, like millions of people can die, So to give you some data, for example, in Sudan, there was a famine, there was a drought in 2024. And in South Sudan, for example, 57% of the population is facing acute food shortage. Again, in Mali, because of the civil war and all these problems, again, there is a problem. In Palestine, more than 2 million people, they are facing problem of food, but 5 lakh of these 2 million, 1/4 are facing acute food shortage. And in Haiti, because of gang violence, Haiti is one of the most dangerous countries in the world. So again, this problem is there. This problem is there. Yes, in Nigeria also the problems are there, but it is not hotspot of highest concern. UPSC has launched an initiative to connect verified employers with talented non-recommended candidates who cleared all the stages of exam. What is the name of this initiative? Now let's say I clear the UPSC prelim exam, then I clear the mains exam, but somehow I am not able to clear the interview. But it still shows that I have some level, so I can be employed. I am an employable person. And therefore, there is a Pratibha Setu portal which has been launched by UPSC. And UPSC works under the Ministry of Personnel, Pension and Public Grievances. So this portal is called Pratibha Setu. The job givers, just like Naukri.com, job seeking people and job giving people will be on one platform, and they will be connected here. So that is Pratibha Setu. What is the full form of Pratibha? It is Professional Resource and Talent Integration Bridge for Hiring Aspirants. Otherwise, Pratibha is a Hindi word which means talent. So high performing candidates who have cleared all the UPSC exams, but they have somehow missed the final merit list. And so there will be more than 10,000 candidates from exams like Civil Services, IFS, Indian Forest Services, Central Armed Police Forces, Engineering Services, IES, etc., etc. And it is called Pratibha Setu. Now look, previously this was known as Public Disclosure Scheme, but now its name has been changed. That's all they have done. So it was called Public Disclosure Scheme since 2018, but now the name has been changed to Pratibha Setu. So students from all these exams who could not come in the final merit list, they will get jobs here. Which of the following university has launched Jai Hind scheme? The full form is Janjati Immersive Holistic Intervention for Novel Development. This is to Janjati means tribal people, the Adivasi tribal people. So basic computer skills and training etc. will be given to them for common university entrance test, right? A common university entrance test is a test for undergraduate courses in different universities of India, like Delhi University, etc. So scheduled tribes will get coaching of CUET free of cost, especially those scheduled tribes who are living in far off remote areas. The answer is Delhi University. So Delhi University will give them basic computer skills and training for higher education, including the CUET coaching, etc. And CUET is conducted by National Testing Agency. National Testing Agency. So this is called Jai Hind scheme. Jai Hind scheme. Now initially they have started the first batch. There is a Ukhrul district of Manipur where we have the Tangkhul Naga tribe. the Tangkhul Naga tribe. So they have taken a batch of 25 students, 12 girls and 13 boys from Tangkhul Naga tribe in Ukhrul district of Manipur. And it's a 2-week program for them. They will be given skills, they will be given all the guidance about CUET exam, etc. etc. Mistral has released their first reasoning focused AI model. What is the name of this model? It is designed for research, strategic planning, and data driven decision making. It is called Magistral. So Mistral is based in Paris, and Mistral will be available in two variants, small and large. So Magistral Small is an open source model, and Magistral Medium is also there. That is a proprietary model, and we have Magistral. So it will be available in small and medium size for now, but maybe they can launch it in large also later on. Magistral, it is a reasoning focused AI model by the company called Mistral. Mistral. SEBI has announced a slew of measures to ease the compliance burden in the stock market ecosystem, encouraging more foreign entity-owned startups to shift their domicile back to India. This practice of shifting of startups in India is known as what? It is called reverse flipping. The answer is option D. A very nice question. So let's say there is an Indian company which is headquartered in Singapore for better tax compliances and everything. I mean, basically, now SEBI is encouraging more companies to come and list on the National Stock Exchange, Bombay Stock Exchange, basically reverse flip. This is called reverse flipping. Whereas the opposite of reverse flipping is flipping. Flipping means when an Indian company transfers their entire ownership to a company that is incorporated abroad. So therefore the Indian company becomes a wholly owned subsidiary of a foreign company. That is called flipping, and reverse flipping is the opposite of it. So reverse flipping is internalization, where a foreign entity owned startup shifts its domicile back to India. And then SEBI tries its best to get it listed on the Indian Stock Exchange. The United States News and World Report, they have released their 11th edition of the Best Global Universities Rankings. Which of the following university has secured the first position globally in the list? So, US News and World Report is an American media company. They have released the best universities of the world ranking, and Harvard University is the #1 university in the world. Harvard University. So let me show you. Harvard University is the best. It's an American university. At second position, we have Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which is in Boston in America. Then we have Stanford University, which is in America. So top 3 are American universities. Then there is Oxford University and Cambridge University, which are both in Britain. So at number 4 we have Oxford, number 5 we have Cambridge. These are the top 5 global universities in the world. And this was a very comprehensive survey, very comprehensive report, because they have analyzed 2,250 universities across 100 countries. What about India? Well, let's first talk about Asia, then we will come to India. So which is the best Asian university? So you can see Tsinghua University of China is the best in Asia. Then we have NUS Singapore, National University of Singapore, and then we have the Peking University in China, which is at 3rd position. So these are the best in Asia. Now let's talk about India. So Indian Institute of Science Bangalore, IISc Bangalore, is the best university in India. But the problem is that it is ranked 633 globally, very poor ranking globally. Then IIT Madras is the second best in India, but it is ranked 641 globally out of some 2,250 universities. Then Tata Institute of Fundamental Research is the 3rd best, Shulini University is the 4th best, and Aligarh Muslim University is the 5th best. So these are the top 5 Indian universities in the rankings. And out of the total universities that they ranked, around more than 2,000, China has the maximum universities in the list with 397. Then America has second at 280 universities, and then we have India 118 universities. So this is a list that was given by the American media organization US News and World Report. US News and World Report. Now, to be honest, it's not a very important question. You should rather know what is happening in India. For example, the Ministry of Education, recently they have given out 2 things. What is that? So the first is the Performance Grading Index Report version 2. So PGI started in India in 2017, and in 2021 it was upgraded to version 2, PGI 2 report, which shows the quality of school education. So Chandigarh has the best school education in India, then Punjab, and then Delhi. Chandigarh score was the best, 703. Punjab was 631 and Delhi was around 623. And the worst schools in India are in Meghalaya. Meghalaya score was very low. It was 417.9 out of 1000, right? And in which category Chandigarh belongs? Well, in the four categories, top categories, Daksh, Utkarsh, Ati Uttam and Uttam, there is not a single state or union territory. So Chandigarh directly belongs in the category which is called Pracheshtha 1. And Punjab and Delhi, they belong to Pracheshtha 3. Pracheshtha 3. Now let's talk about another thing that was released by the Ministry of Education. So there is, you know that there is a something called Ullas scheme. Now Bharat Saksharta Karyakram, in English you call it New India Literacy Program. So in that, Tamil Nadu scored 100% result. In what? So there is a 150 marks test which is called FLNAT, Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Assessment Test, FLNAT, and 50 marks is reading, 50 marks is writing, 50 marks is numeracy. So total 150 marks. Tamil Nadu 100% success rate. Then Delhi was second, 99.3%, and Tripura was third, 98.1%. 98.1%. What is the target of Ullas? All the adults who are more than 15 years of age, they should have basic literacy. That is, they can read, write, and should have basic numeracy skills. And so this test checks your reading, writing, and numeracy skills. Tamil Nadu scored the best in the entire country. These kind of questions are more important from exam point of view. Quackroli Simon, this is the most prestigious ranking of universities in the world, vastly recognized. According to them, which is the #1 institute in the country? Indian Institute in India. So which Indian institute has been ranked #1 among all the Indian universities which are featured on the list? Which is the best university in India? It is IIT Delhi. IIT Delhi in India is the best. Let me show you. Now, in this QS ranking, which is the most prestigious in the world, IIT Delhi is the best from India. It is #1 in India, but globally it is ranked 123, which is a very big achievement for India because IIT Delhi, it was 197 2 years ago. So their ranking globally has improved from 197 to 123. 123. And you can see these are the best in the world. So Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, America is #1 in the world. Then Imperial College in London is the second best in the world university ranking. Stanford University in America is #3. Oxford University #4. Harvard University is at 5th position. It is at 5th position. Is that clear? Now what about Asia? So in Asia, you have the Peking University from China, which is the #1 in Asia, but globally it is at 14th position. Then Tsinghua University in China is the second best university in Asia, but globally it is 17th. 17. So best university in Asia, two best are #1, #2 both from China according to QS rankings. Moving on, which state government has started a scheme called Godabarish Mishra Adarsh Prathmik Vidyalaya scheme to set up high quality primary schools which aim to revolutionize the education in the rural areas? It has been started by the government of Odisha. So what do they want to do and why they have named this scheme after this gentleman called Godabarish Mishra? Who was he? So the Godabarish Mishra, he was a freedom fighter and he was a Odia language author. He used to write lot of Odia language literature and he was a freedom fighter and he was also educationist. So this scheme has been started to give him honor, to acknowledge his contribution in the Indian freedom struggle and Indian education and literature sector. What will they do in this scheme? So in this scheme, they will open Adarsh means model, Prathmik Vidyalaya means primary school. They will open very good quality primary school, model primary schools in every Gram Panchayat of Odisha. In every Gram Panchayat of Odisha. Right? How many Gram Panchayats are there in Odisha? So in Odisha, you have 6,794 Gram Panchayats. So in every Gram Panchayat of Odisha, there will be a model primary school named after, this scheme is named after Godabarish Mishra. And this scheme has been started retrospectively from financial year 25. It will continue all the way till financial year 29. And how much money government of Odisha is going to spend in constructing these around 6,000 schools? 6,794. They will spend 11,939 crore rupees. 11,939 crore, and every school will be at least I mean 5 acres, minimum 5 acres of land, right? Now also in Odisha, the Lakpati Didi initiative is gaining a lot of steam. Lakpati Didi initiative has been started by the Ministry of Rural Development. And how many Lakpati Didi do we want in India? 3 crore Lakpati Didi. Earlier the target was 2 crore. In the budget it was increased to 3 crore this year. Lakpati Didi is a woman whose annual income is at least 1 lakh. At least 1 lakh. So in Odisha, how many Lakpati Didi have been created so far? 16.6 lakh. And in this, Odisha is number 1 in the entire country. In the entire country. Okay. Now, Odisha state was formed when? It was formed in 1936. You know that on 1st April we celebrate the Utkal Divas. So Odisha was formed in 1936, which means that in 2036, which we are not very far from, Odisha state will complete 100 years of formation. So by 2036, PM Modi has a vision for Odisha. What is that vision? So PM Modi's vision is that by 2036, which is the 100th anniversary of the formation of Odisha, Odisha should become a $500 billion economy. And by 2047, which is the 100th anniversary of India's independence, Odisha should become a $1.5 trillion economy. These are the targets which have been set up by Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi ji. Also in Odisha, there is a scheme which has been started called Bada Putra Athye Gram Yojana. What is this scheme? So there are a lot of very eminent people, notable figures from Odisha who have helped a lot in bringing Odisha pride. So there are cricket players like Debashish Mohanty, for example, and many others. I think Pragyan Ojha was also from Odisha, if I'm not wrong. There are freedom fighters from Odisha. There are literature people from Odisha. There are scientists from Odisha. So there are very eminent people from Odisha. So according to the Bada Putra Aithya Gram Yojana scheme, we will go to the birthplace of these great people, their villages, etc. And we will convert their home into museums, cultural hubs, interpretation center. We will open libraries. We will make their statues to preserve their heritage and boost tourism. For example, every person in Odisha, I'm sure, will want to visit the birthplace of freedom fighter, but it should be tourism friendly. Facility should be there. There should be statue of that person. There should be a library. There should be interpretation center. There should be museum, guides, cultural hubs. So all of those will be made. So this is a scheme called Bada Putra Aithya Gram Yojana. Gram Yojana, right? So these schemes have been started in Odisha. Ministry of Education, they have set up a 9-member committee headed by which person? This is to examine the issues relating to coaching and emergence of dummy schools in India, as well as the effectiveness and fairness of entrance exam. The answer is Vinay Joshi. He is the chairman of CBSE. Now, what is this dummy school? See, basically, there are a lot of issues with respect to coaching centers in India and also dummy school. So, dummy school is a school where children do not go. They just take admission, but they don't go and they focus on their coaching. You know, for example, in NEET, which takes place after 12th class for examination into MBBS and becoming doctor, you don't need to go to to the school for 11th and 12th class. You simply submit your document, take admission, and you just focus on your NEET exam. You attend these Akash Institute or any good coaching. That is what students do. So these are dummy schools in which students, they don't actually go. They go maybe once a year for giving exam. That's all. So we have to see all these things. We have to address these things which are running in our society. So for that, there is a committee which has been set up by the Ministry of Education. It is the Vinay Joshi committee. There is a national time release study which has been released recently. National time release study. So the average release time declined between 2023 and 2025 across the seaport, air cargo complexes and integrated checkpost. This study has been done by whom? This time release study, it is a performance measurement tool developed by whom? So it is by CBIC, Central Board of Indirect Tax and Custom. You can call it our GST department. You can call it our GST department. Now look, National Time Release Study was first done in 2019. And it is done at 15 different places in India. Some are the ports, some are the inland container depot, some are integrated checkpost, all of these. So let me tell you how it works. Now look here. What is the release time? For example, so it can be for import, it can be for export. First, let's talk about import. Let's say there is any port in India. Okay, let's say there is any port in India. Let's say Kochi port. So in Kochi port, what will happen? Let's say this is the Kochi port. So a ship will come and then it will dock, which means it will stay there for a while, because in that time the cargo, the logistics will be handled. So there will be containers which will be which will be loaded on the ship, or some containers can be taken out from the ship. All this logistical handling will be there, and then the ship will depart. So what is this time which it has taken? If it is very high, it shows that the port is not efficient. But if the time is very less, which means that logistics efficiency is very good, right? So if you see, if you compare, now this dark color, this black color is the latest data. So let's see for seaports. So which seaports did the study on? Like the Mundra port, Nhava Sheva, Kolkata port, Chennai port, Kochi port was added this time. So then we have the ICD. What is ICD? ICD means Inland Container Depot, like Tughlakabad, Ludhiana, Whitefield, Gadi Harsaru in Haryana and all that. Then we have LCS. Here we have ACC, Air Cargo Complexes like Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai. And then you have the integrated checkpost like Petra, Pol and Raxol, which will connect two countries. Raxol, for example, is in Bihar. It is at a border with Nepal. So what is the release time? Has it improved? Yes, it has improved for 3 out of 4. So if you see for seaport, earlier it used to take, and I'm comparing between 2023 and 2025. So from 85 hours, it has decreased to 79 hours, which is a good thing. Then for ICD, Inland Container Depot, it has increased from 71 to 83, which is not a good thing. So ICDs need to improve. Then air cargo complexes like Ahmedabad, like air cargo, like Bangalore, Chennai. I mean, it has decreased from 44 hours to 39 hours. And then for this integrated checkpost, it has reduced significantly by 18 hours. From 31 hours, it has improved to 13 hours. This is the average release time for imports. Now, based on this data, they have given which are the top performing ports in India. So if I talk about the seaport, it is the Mundra port. If you talk about the ICD, which is the Inland Container Depot, then Tughlakabad depot has the least average release time. ACC Air Cargo Complex Ahmedabad is the best, and ICP Integrated Checkpost Raxol is the best. Similarly, they also gave data about export. But first, what is the guideline by the government of India? So these guidelines are called NTFAP 3. NTFAP 3 guideline. And what do these guidelines say? So these guidelines basically they tell about what should be the ideal time. Okay. What is NTFAP? National Trade Facilitation Action Plan 3. So for example, for seaport, ACC and ICP, the target is for seaport, it should be less than 24 hours, the average release time as per the target of NTFAP. For ICD, target should be again less than 24 hours, ICP also less than 24 hours, and for air cargo complexes, it should be less than 12 hours. This is for the import. Now, what about for the export? Well, for the export, for seaports, ICD and LCP, it should be less than 48 hours. And for ACC, it should be less than 24 hours for export. What is this LCS? Land Custom Station. And then they see how many seaports are meeting this guideline, how many ICD, LCP, they are meeting the NFTP guidelines, NTFAP guidelines. So this study was done by the CBIC and it was released by Nirmala Sitharaman. It helps us in improving our efficiency of different types of ports in India. Recently, which organization has launched a web portal which is called Gender Budgeting Knowledge Hub, which will equip the stakeholders with evidence-based tools to better integrate gender perspectives into planning and budgeting. See, the concept of gender budgeting is becoming very global now. Every country is doing gender budgeting. What is gender budgeting? Let's say I want to talk about education. So one thing is my education budget for this year is 20,000 crore. But I know that in India, girl enrollment ratio in the schools is less. So can I say out of my 20,000 crore education budget, 12,000 crore will be for the girls and 8,000 crore will be for the boys. So by doing so, what I have done, I have given more budget for the girls because they are in a more precarious situation in India. This is called gender budgeting. And the concept of gender budgeting is gaining steam now. In fact, in India, the first gender budgeting was done in the budget of 2005-2006. This was the first time in India gender budgeting was done. 2005-2006 budget. Now there is a gender budgeting knowledge hub which has been launched. This is a web portal launched by Ministry of Women Child Development. Ministry of Women Child Development. So this knowledge hub will be like a centralized digital repository of all the information related to the gender budgeting process, like policy briefs, best practices, gender data, everything will be here, whatever you need. So it will be used by the state governments and central governments to plan their gender budget. And in the budget of this year, so in the budget of 2025-26, that was launched by the government on, I believe, 1st of March by Nirmala Sitharaman, that was launched the budget. What how much money was allocated for the gender budget? 4.49 lakh crore. And this amount has increased significantly in the last few years. So gender budgeting is gaining steam, not just in the entire world, but also now in India. Which ministry? They collaborated with MyGov platform. They have launched the Badalta Bharat Mera Anubhav campaign, inviting the citizens to share creative reflections on India's transformation. Now, the current government has completed 11 years in power, and there are a lot of changes in India, which you see around you for the good, for positive changes I'm talking about. So you have to, there are 5 different types of competition which have been launched, and all the competitions that the government launches is always on the MyGov platform. So this is a competition by Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, and you have to use MyGov platform. Now, MyGov platform in India was launched in 2014, so that the government of India, they can better connect with the citizens of India. And MyGov platform works under Digital India Corporation, which is a non-for-profit company under the Ministry of Electronics and IT. So what are these 5 competition? One is you have to make an Instagram reel. First prize is 50,000, then 25,000, third prize is 10,000. You can make a YouTube shorts, again the same price, 50, 25 and 10,000 respectively. You can create a blog, you can write an essay in 800 to 1200 words. Again, the price is 50,000, 25 and 10,000. Or you can participate in the Viksit Bharat quiz. Here the price is much more, 1 lakh for the top performer, 75,000 and 50,000 for the second and third place respectively. Or you can make a short film, audio visual film up to 10 minutes. And there are prizes, 3 lakh for the winner, 2 lakh for the second position, 1 lakh for the runner-up. And the theme should be how the India has progressed in the last 11 years. What is Samson option? It is a concept that has recently been highlighted in global news amid the rising tensions between Israel and Iran. Samson option is an option which Israel has, which is to annihilate Iran through nuclear bombs as a last resort. Look, Israel has never said that they have nuclear bomb. But if experts are to be believed, Israel has nuclear bombs, around 80 to 400 nuclear bombs. And Samson option is, if they are not able to control Iran, if the fight goes on, then they can use nuclear bomb and they can completely retaliate against Iran. They can annihilate Iran. They can finish off Iran. That is called Samson option. Now, why it is called Samson option? And by the way, this word Samson option was used in 1991 book called The Samson Option. That was name of a book. This book was written by a journalist called Seymour Hersh. So Samson option is named after Samson. Samson was an Israeli person. He was held hostage by Palestinian people in the Bible. And according to the Bible, there was a temple, Philistine temple, which had pillars. And the person Samson, he broke those pillars, bringing the temple down and killing all the Palestinian people who held him hostage. So Samson option is an option which Israel has. The Paralympic Committee of India, they have launched the logo and the mascot of the 12th World Para Athletic Championship in New Delhi. The mascot for the 12th World Paralympic Athletic Championship is called what? So you can see the mascot here. It's basically a elephant. It is called Viraj. It is called Viraj. So Viraj is the mascot. And if you notice, then one leg of the elephant is missing and it is replaced with a blade prosthesis, which shows strength, optimism and resilience. And of course, it shows that the elephant is differently abled. So this is the mascot. And it's a very big event, World Para Athletic Championship. So this tournament will take place from 27th of September to 5th of October in Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium in New Delhi. And there will be total 186 medal events. 101 for men, 84 for women, and 1 for mixed. Now this is only the fourth time that a Asian country is hosting it. So Doha hosted it, Qatar in 2015, Dubai 2019 in UAE, and Kobe city in Japan hosted it last year. So mascot is Viraj, which is a young elephant. Also, Kangana Ranaut, who is a member of parliament from the Lok Sabha, from the BJP, she is the brand ambassador for the World Para Athletic Championship. And you know that Kangana Ranaut has won 4 national awards in her glorious career. Now, let me also tell you that there is a International Paralympic Committee which organizes this event. So this event is organized by the World Para Athletic Championship is organized by the International Paralympic Committee. And International Paralympic Committee is headquartered in the city of Bonn, which is a city in Germany. You know that International Paralympic Committee, it was set up in 1989 and it's a non-for-profit organization. And the Paralympic Committee of India, it is headquartered in New Delhi. It was set up in 1994. Now talking of para games, this time we also had the first time our local games, that is the Khelo India Para Games. Khelo India Para Games happened this year and it was only the second time that this tournament was organized. It was organized in New Delhi in the month of March. And Haryana finished number 1 in the medal tally in the Para Games. According to the recently released Oil 2025 report by International Energy Agency, which is headquartered in Paris, the global oil demand is forecast to increase by how much? Between 2024 and 2030, reaching a plateau of around 105 million barrel per day by the end of the decade. So the international oil demand will increase by 2.5 million barrel per day between 2024 and 2030. It shows that the global oil demand is going to increase significantly. And what about the global oil supply? Will the oil supply be also increasing? Yes. So the global oil supply will also increase. Why? Because the countries like America, they are now extracting a lot of oil. Countries like Saudi Arabia, they will also increase their production. So the oil supply is also going to increase. But first, let's talk about the demand. Now look here, oil demand. And oil demand in 2019, if you see, it was approximately 102 million barrel per day, right? And if you notice it during COVID, of course, the oil demand decreased significantly. And then it has been increasing and it will keep on increasing since 2000 till 2030. Okay. And it will increase at what pace? So global oil demand will increase at 2.5 million barrel per day. Here also you can appreciate it. This is the line for 2.5. So 2.5 million barrel per day is going to be the increase between 2024 and 2030. Now a very important question. What about India's oil demand? Now look, India's oil demand among all the major countries is going to increase the largest because India is a developing country and its GDP will increase at a very high pace. India will grow at least 6%. This is the bare minimum. It will increase till 2030 every year. So India's oil demand will increase at 1 million barrel per day. 1 million barrel per day according to International Energy Agency. Now let's talk about the supply. We have talked about the oil demand. What about the supply? Supply will increase by 5 million barrel per day. At least 5 million barrel per day. It will reach 114.7 million barrel per day by 2030. Why? Because of countries like Saudi Arabia and US, which have increased their supply. So the demand increase will be 2.5 million barrel per day and supply increase will be much more. And India's oil demand will be 1 million barrel per day. 1 million barrel per day, right? Now, which are the countries which produce oil? The oil producing countries are the OPEC countries, which are headquartered in Vienna. Currently, there are 12 countries which are member of OPEC. So they are Algeria, Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Libya, Nigeria, Saudi Arabia, UAE and Venezuela. These 12 countries are the member of OPEC. Now there are some countries which are called OPEC plus. These are those countries which are not member of OPEC, but they still produce oil, right? Like Azerbaijan, like Bahrain, Brunei, Brazil, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Mexico, Oman, Russia, South Sudan and Sudan. So these, if you include these, it becomes OPEC plus. So the OPEC countries, they are the most important one when it comes to the supply of the oil. Supply of the oil. And then there are some other data also that were given in this report. So for example, the biofuel supply, the ethanol supply, for example. So let's talk about ethanol. Let's talk about biodiesel. Now Brazil and India, these are the two countries which will lead the ethanol output growth. So if you talk about Brazil, it will add 140 kilo barrel per day, and India is going to add 100 kilo barrel per day. 100 kilo barrel per day. This will be the growth in ethanol. Brazil will be number 1 and India will be number 2. So such data was also given in this report. As per recent information, which of these organizations is rolling out National Automated Clearing House version 3, NACH 3, aimed at streamlining faster settlement of recurring debit transaction such as EMIs and systematic investment plan? NACH 3. What is NACH? First of all, you need to understand that. The answer is NPCI, National Payment Corporation of India. So basically, let's say if there is a organization, so you have a company in which 2000 people work. Now these 2000 people, they need to be paid salary on the first of every month. Now if this becomes automatic, it will reduce lot of hassle. Otherwise you have to open the account of every person, you have to send the money, you have to do 1000 2000 RTGS or NEFT. I mean, that will be one of hell of a job, right? So recurring transaction, for example, if you have to pay EMI to Netflix, I mean, if you have to make a recurring payment to Netflix, if you have to pay EMI for your car or anything on a particular date, let's say 7th of every month, you can make it automatic, right? So all of these recurring payment, EMIs, SIP, if you have a mutual fund where you need to pay certain money on every date, where you have to contribute some money every date. So all of that is enabled by NACH system. So now NACH version 3 is coming. It is better, faster, and it is a product of NPCI, National Automated Clearing House. So NACH is a centralized system, by the way, that helps the banks handle recurring transactions like salary, government subsidy, loan repayment, subscription charges, etc., etc. So what is the advantage of NACH 3? It is upgraded, it is faster, quicker settlement, improved dashboard, more cyber secure, more encryption for better data protection. All of these things are a part of it. Now, first time NACH was introduced was in 2013. 2013. So now we will have in July 2025 the NACH version 3. NACH version 3. And this company NPCI, when it started 2008, and it is headquartered in Mumbai. It is headquartered in Mumbai. As per recent information, the Indian Navy is commissioning their stealth multi-role frigate called INS Tamal, where it has been built. So Tamal basically is an upgrade over the Talwar class. INS Talwar, INS Teg. There is Talwar class, there is Teg class. So Tamal is the second ship of the Tushil class of ship. The first was called INS Tushil. So this is called Tushil class because the first ship in every category gives the category the name. So the first ship was INS Tushil and second is INS Tamal. Both are made by Yantar shipyard. Now Yantar shipyard is where? It is in a Russian territory called Kaliningrad. So you have Kaliningrad in Russia, where at Yantar shipyard, Tamal and Tushil were made. This is a deal, $2.5 billion deal that we signed with Russia, where 4 ships will be made, which will be called Tushil class. So 2 of these will be made in Russia. So Tamal and Tushil, they were made in Russia, and the remaining 2 will be built at the Goa shipyard in India. And technology will be given by Russia to Goa shipyard. Now the 2 that will be built by Goa shipyard, they will be known as Triput class. Triput class. Understood? So 4 ships agreement we signed with Russia with deal worth $2.5 billion. So 2 made in Russia, 2 made in India. 2 made in Russia will be, first was INS Tushil, second was INS Tamal, and the 2 which will be built in Goa, they will be known as Triput class, because the first one will be INS Triput and the second one will be also be named something, but they will be built in India by Goa shipyard. And 26% content in the ship is Indian. So 26% is the indigenization in the ships. And these are an upgrade over the Talwar class, the Teg class. So for example, Talwar class, we had INS Talwar, INS Trishul and INS Tabar. And then in Teg class, we had INS Teg, INS Tarkash and INS Trikand. All of these were sold to India by Russia. Right? Let me explain once more. So Russia gave us Talwar class of frigates. Then Russia gave us the Teg class, named after Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji, Teg class of frigates. In Talwar class, they gave us 3 ships, INS Talwar, INS Tabar and INS Trishul. In Teg class, Russia gave us 3 ships. Which one were these? INS Tarkash, INS Teg and INS Trikand. Then we signed a deal for 4 more. So 2 will be in Russia, 2 will be made in Russia and 2 will be made in India. So all the ships of Talwar class like INS Talwar, INS Trishul, INS Tabar, they were built in Baltic shipyard in Russia. And the Teg class ships like INS Teg, INS Tarkash, INS Trikand, they were all made at the Yantar shipyard. And now Tushil class, that is Tushil and Tamal, they are also made in Yantar shipyard in Russia. So if you total this, 8 ships are made in Russia and they have been given to us. 3 of Talwar class, 3 of Teg class, 2 of Tushil class, and now the remaining 2 will be made in India by Goa shipyard, which is called Triput class. Triput class. And by the way, INS Tamal will be used by the Western Naval Command, which is headquartered in Mumbai. Understood? Moving on. Recently, the Fossil Fuel Finance Report has revealed that the world's largest 65 banks, they committed $869 billion in 2024 to companies in the fossil fuel sector. As per this report, which of these bank was the only Indian bank in the top 65 with a $65 million increase in fossil fuel financing in 2024, from 2023 to $2.62 billion. So $2.62 billion out of $869 billion investment in the globally in fossil fuel, $2.62 billion was invested in fossil fuel by one Indian bank. And that bank was which one? So this is the State Bank of India. State Bank of India. State Bank of India invested heavily into the fossil fuel. It invested this money in those companies which are doing business in fossil fuel. So let me give you some data. 65 biggest banks globally, they committed $869 billion to those companies which are doing business in fossil fuel. And the 65 biggest banks globally, they committed $429 billion USD to those companies which are expanding fossil fuel production and infrastructure. So $869 billion was a commitment to those companies which are selling or buying fossil fuel, that is conducting the business in fossil fuel. And this much is commitment. This much was money given as a loan to those companies which are expanding the fossil fuel production and infrastructure. So State Bank of India was the only bank. Let me show you. The biggest investment in fossil fuel, you can see, was done by JP Morgan Chase. Second biggest was Bank of America, and third was Citigroup. All the three are American banks. And you can see here State Bank of India. So its rank was 47th globally. 47th globally. You can see compared to previous year, it did $65 million more financing. $65 million more financing, and total investment of State Bank of India in fossil fuel business conducting companies was $2.62 billion, and its rank was 47th. So JP Morgan was number 1. How much investment was made by JP Morgan Chase company? $53.5 billion. $53.5 billion, and $15 billion more than what it did the previous year. And which was the second? So $53 billion. You can see Bank of America, $46 billion. Citigroup, $44 billion. And how much investment was done by SBI? It was $2.62 billion. Union Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, he has announced the establishment of a Center of Excellence for Human-Wildlife Conflict Management. Human-Wildlife Conflict Management. The proposed Center of Excellence will be set up at which institute? It will be set up at Salim Ali Center for Ornithology and Natural History, which is in Coimbatore. It works under Wildlife Institute of India. And recently there was a conference or an interactive workshop on the management of man-animal conflict, or you can say management of human-wildlife conflict, which was organized on 19th of June at Dudhwa Tiger Reserve. Dudhwa Tiger Reserve, which is in UP. Dudhwa Tiger Reserve, which is in UP. Is that clear? So at Salim Ali Center for Ornithology, which is in Coimbatore, there is a Center of Excellence that will be set up for human-wildlife conflict management. And see, main reason is that there are increasing cases of elephant-man conflict and tiger-man conflict. So tiger and elephant attacks have increased severely in the last few years. So this new Center of Excellence will suggest long-term strategic solutions using technology, policy, public engagement to control all of these things. And recently the ministry gave some data. 74 people in India, they died due to tiger attacks in 2024. Maharashtra contributed 57% of these deaths, followed by UP. And this center, Salim Ali Center, is, it's very important. It is near the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve. And, recently there was a Ghadial species conservation program that was launched by Bhupender Yadav, where 7 Ghadial babies, they were released into the Gerua River, which is at the Katarnia Ghat Wildlife Sanctuary in Bahraich in UP. 7 Ghadial. Ghadial is a fish-eating crocodile, and it is critically endangered. Also, in Dudhwa National Park, there are 2 rhino rehabilitation areas which have been set up by the government of UP to protect the one-horned rhino. Is that clear? Also, Bhupender Yadav, the Environment Minister, he will become the President of International Big Cat Alliance. The International Big Cat Alliance, Bhupender Yadav will become the President of this important organization, International Big Cat Alliance. And SP Yadav, an Indian again, he will become the Director General of International Big Cat Alliance. The headquarters of IBCA will be in New Delhi. And 95 countries, 95 range countries, they will be the members of IBCA. India has also contributed 150 crore to the IBCA Big Cat Alliance. That money will be spent for 5 years from financial year 24 to financial year 29. America has carried out a high-intensity military operation against Iran's most sensitive nuclear sites. So what was the name of this operation? It was called Operation Midnight Hammer. So, more than 125 American aircraft, they participated. And can you identify these aircraft? These were called B-2 bombers. B-2 stealth bomber. And they also used missile called Tomahawk missiles. So they used B-2 bombers, and which all places they attacked? Well, the most important were Fordo and Natanz. And also Isfahan. These are the three main places that were attacked by America. Understood? Operation Midnight Hammer. Now, all of these three places, Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan, they are believed to be the nuclear enrichment places in Iran, where they do nuclear enrichment. It is believed that they do nuclear enrichment. And who makes these B-2 bombers? It is a company called Northrop Grumman. Northrop Grumman is a company, American company, which is one of the biggest defense manufacturers in the world. And these Tomahawk missiles, they are intermediate range cruise missile. So they have a range of around 800 to 1500 miles. And these are currently manufactured by a company called Raytheon. Originally, Tomahawk missiles were produced by General Dynamics, but now they are manufactured by American company Raytheon. Also, Israel, they have an option of attacking Iran with nuclear weapon. This is called Samson option. Samson option. As per the latest data released by which organization, gold has surpassed the euro to become the second most significant reserve asset after US dollar. After the US dollar, gold is the most significant reserve asset. It is told by European Central Bank, which is headquartered in Germany in the city of Frankfurt. So gold, if you see some data here, gold now forms 20% of the global reserves. Right? At the end of 2024, gold made 20%. Euro was 16%. Of course, dollar is still the most prominent, 46%. You can see 46% is US dollar. Then euro. So euro is now 16%. Gold in green color is 20% and 18% is made up of other currencies. Remaining 18% is made of other currencies. It is made up of other currencies. And the central banks of many countries, they are purchasing a lot of gold. So if you see here, the gold purchased by the central bank is in blue color. So the central banks, they purchased more than 1000 metric ton of gold for third year in a row. So you can see these lines, they are definitely crossing 1000, and for 3 years in a row, the central banks are purchasing more than 1000 metric ton of gold. And now if you see that the gold reserves with the central bank, it is approximately 36,000 ton. So which country purchased the maximum gold last year? According to the World Gold Council, it is Poland, Turkey, then India, then China. All these four countries, they accounted for almost 25% of the global purchase of gold. So Poland, Turkey, India, and China in that order. And even the price of the gold is increasing like crazy because of the geopolitical tensions. Let me also tell you here that Bulgaria has recently become the 21st country to adopt euro as their currency. Earlier, the currency of Bulgaria was lev, lev. Now they have changed it to euro. So it has become the 21st country to join the eurozone. Also, according to World Gold Council, how much gold Poland purchased? Highest 89.54 ton. It was the highest. Turkey purchased 74.79 ton, second highest. India third highest, 72.62 ton, and China purchased 44.17 ton. These are the top 4 countries that purchase the maximum gold. Chief Minister of Uttarakhand has announced India's first ever yoga policy on the occasion of International Yoga Day. International Yoga Day main event happened in Visakhapatnam. International Yoga Day, the theme was Yoga for One Earth, One Health. Under this policy, the establishment of yoga and meditation centers will be eligible for subsidies of up to how much? So in Uttarakhand, if you want to set up a yoga center or a meditation center, you will be given subsidy by the government of Uttarakhand. And this subsidy will be up to 20 lakh rupees. Up to 20 lakh rupees. Now, this policy was launched, by Mr. Pushkar Singh Dhami at Bharari Sen. Now Bharari Sen is a place which is called as the summer capital of Uttarakhand. It is called as the summer capital of Uttarakhand. And he said that in Uttarakhand they will create special economic zone, spiritual economic zone also in Garhwal and Kumaon area. So yoga and meditation center, if you set up to 20 lakh subsidy, you will get. Also, if you do research in yoga or naturopathy, you will get grant up to 10 lakh rupees by the government of Uttarakhand. So this also you should remember. Okay, this also you should remember. And by 2035, new yoga hubs will be developed in Uttarakhand. Yoga hubs in Uttarakhand. First time Yoga Day was celebrated in 2015. And yoga was declared as an intangible cultural heritage of humanity by UNESCO in 2016. Also, just like the central government has Niti Aayog, Uttarakhand government has something known as Setu Aayog, State Institute for Empowering and Transforming Uttarakhand, or President of India has opened Rashtrapati Tapovan and Rashtrapati Niketan at which place? The answer is Dehradun. Rashtrapati Tapovan and Rashtrapati Niketan. Let me tell you more about it. So first let's talk about Rashtrapati Tapovan. Rashtrapati Tapovan is in Dehradun. It's a 19-acre presidential estate and it has a lot of biodiversity, lot of plant species, animal species, etc. It is now open to the public for viewing. It is like a garden. Then Rashtrapati Niketan was known as Presidential Retreat. It was opened in 1976 and again there are a lot of things here. There are ponds, there are historic buildings, orchards, etc. There are horse stables. At one point of time, it used to be a summer camp for the Britishers' Governor General's bodyguard. And then there is a Rashtrapati Udyan, which is a garden again. It's a 132-acre public park, which is fully environment friendly and Divyangjan friendly. So it has also been opened. Now these are, now anybody can visit it. Also, Uttarakhand government has recently launched the first ever cycad garden. Cycad, they are a type of trees. Cycad garden has been opened where? In Haldwani. In Haldwani, and this has been opened with the support of Japan through Japan International Cooperation Agency, or JICA. Cycad are those plants which are sometimes also known as living fossils. Which country has approved a decision to withdraw from the Ottawa Convention which prohibits the use of anti-personnel landmines? Anti-personnel landmines. So landmines should be used for impeding the enemy tanks, etc., but not against soldiers. This is the Ottawa Convention, but there is one country which has withdrawn from it, and it is Finland. It is Finland, because Finland has joined NATO recently, and it has withdrawn. Finland had signed the Ottawa Treaty in 2011. Now, all the countries which signed the Ottawa Convention, most are European countries. They signed it in 1997. Treaty was signed in 1997 initially by most European Union countries, but Finland joined it. They signed it in 2011, much later, right? And they all fear Russia. That is why they are withdrawing from this treaty. They are withdrawing from this treaty. And Finland was the 31st country to join NATO. And which was the 32nd country to join NATO? Well, it was Sweden. So the 32nd member of NATO was Sweden. Which airport has partnered with Elnon Technology Solution to deploy India's first indigenously developed runway rubber removal machine? This is the Noida International Airport. So Noida International Airport, which is coming up in Jewar, in Gautam Budh Nagar district of UP. It is the first airport in India, and Elnon Technology is a company based in Maharashtra, in Vasai Road East in Mumbai in Maharashtra, and India's first indigenously developed runway rubber removal machine. This is a cutting edge equipment which is called Clean Jet RRM. Clean Jet RRM. So it enhances runway safety and ensure uninterrupted aircraft operations by efficiently removing rubber deposits and other contaminants. And which was recently declared as the best airline, Qatar Airways, by Skytrax. And the Changi Airport in Singapore was declared as the best airport in the world by Skytrax. Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, they have launched something known as City Accelerator Program to boost the rooftop solar adoption in the Indian cities. This program is implemented in collaboration with whom? So this program is implemented in collaboration with a organization which is called Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. The answer is option A. So basically, recently there was a national conference on skill development for renewable energy workforce that was held in New Delhi. And this conference was organized in collaboration with National Solar Energy Federation of India. So National Solar Energy Federation of India and the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, they conducted a conference in Delhi called National Conference on Skill Development for Renewable Energy Workforce. And National Solar Energy Federation of India is the umbrella organization of all the renewable energy stakeholders of India, and it is based in New Delhi. And this program which I mentioned, which is the City Accelerator program, is to boost the rooftop solar adoption in Indian cities. Rooftop solar adoption. And this rooftop solar adoption City Accelerator program was supported by Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. Now, in the first phase, this program will be rolled out in 30 cities across 10 states. And then it will be expanded to 100 cities of India. And we will try to increase the rooftop solar adoption in these 100 cities. For now, 30 cities, but eventually 100 cities. And you know that there is a scheme going on called Pradhan Mantri Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana, which is run by the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. And we want that 1 crore houses in India should have rooftop solar plant, right? So this is critical if we have to achieve our target of 500 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030. So the City Accelerator program targets the urban areas. It targets 100 cities eventually. The program aims to build institutional capacity, improve the economic understanding of rooftop solar benefits for all the stakeholders, for better adoption of rooftop solar technology in the cities. And Pradhan Mantri Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana was launched by Pradhan Mantri Modi on 13th of February 2024. And government is also giving you subsidy. So for example, if you want to set up a rooftop solar plant of 1 kilowatt capacity, you get a subsidy of 30k. For 2 kilowatt, you get 60k. And for 3 kilowatt or more, you get 78,000 rupees subsidy from the government of India. Is that clear? And these are all the objectives of the program. Identify the barriers to rooftop solar adoption, develop economic models, do awareness activities, create toolkits, knowledge products and success stories, etc. etc. Now here I would also add that recently the Bureau of Energy Efficiency works under the Ministry of Power, and the Energy and Resources Institute, which is based in Delhi, both of them have collaborated to set up what? To set up a Center of Excellence for Energy Transition. Center of Excellence for Energy Transition. And this will be set up in Hyderabad. Now another important thing, India has recently become a member of International Energy Efficiency Hub. This is a brand new organization which India has joined. And India will be represented in this organization. What is the name of the organization? International Energy Efficiency Hub. So this organization was set up in 2020. And India has become a member. And currently 16 countries are member of this organization. So you can say that India is the 17th member. And the headquarters of this organization is in Paris. And who will represent India in this organization? In this organization, India will be represented by the same organization, that is Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Recently, Government of India, they have launched Navya program. What is Navya program? What is the full form of Navya? Nurturing aspirations through vocational training for young adolescent girls. So basically those girls who are between the age of 16 to 18, they will be given skill development, they will be given training, and they will be trained in non-traditional job roles. So we'll help them to get a job in non-traditional occupations. The girls should be minimum 10th pass. Now this program Navya has been started by 2 ministries of India. So one is the Ministry of Women and Child Development, which is the other ministry. The other ministry is the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. And entrepreneurship. So this program will be started in how many cities? How many cities we are targeting? So currently this program will run as a pilot project in 9 districts across 9 states. Okay, these 9 districts are spread one each in one state. So 9 districts in 9 states. These 9 states are Maharashtra, Gujarat, Karnataka, Punjab, UP, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand and Himachal. Now, then this program will be expanded to 27 districts across 18 states of India. So for now, it will be 9 districts as a pilot project, but later on, it will be in 3 times, that is 27 districts. 27 districts. Now, these girls will be trained in what? So these girls will be, there will be 7-hour supplementary training. See, first of all, they will be trained in non-traditional job roles, right? For example, graphic design, telecom and financial services, smartphone and drone assembly, solar PV, CCTV installation, hand embroidery. And you can see these are not your traditional things. You know, in the traditional jobs means like teaching the girls cooking, how to run sewing machine and all. But you can see now the girls are trained in non-conventional things like drones, solar photovoltaic cells, smartphones, financial services, telecom, graphic design. These are relatively new areas. And you know, these 27 districts which we are targeting in 18 state, these 27 districts, most of them are aspirational districts. The districts which have vulnerable population, aspirational districts have a huge population that is marginalized. These districts have been left behind in development in India. These are called aspirational districts. This word was used by the Niti Aayog. And a lot of these districts are also from the Northeast. So girls will also be trained in hygiene, self-presentation, interpersonal skills, conflict management, communication skill, workplace safety, financial literacy. So all of these will also be a part of this. All of this will also be a part of this. Okay. So very nice question, I would say. Ministry of Women Child Development and Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. This is a Navya program is by the 2 ministries. As per the recent information, the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, so this ministry is conducting the first ever household income survey in 2026. And for that, there is a committee they have set up. So this is the technical expert group being set up to guide the ministry on the method of estimation and other aspects of the survey. Who has been appointed as the chairman of the committee? So the chairman will be eminent economist Sujit Bhalla. Basically, what happens is there are critical data gaps in our Indian economy. You know, so for that household income survey will be conducted. And this will be done through the National Sample Survey. So the National Sample Survey will conduct for the first time the household income survey in 2026. And this will give a lot of insights into income distribution in India. Income distribution in India. And NSS was set up in 1950. 1950. National Sample Survey is globally renowned because they do very rigorous, methodically, very accurate household surveys. Right? So this survey, the household income survey, will strengthen India's statistical infrastructure. And to make sure that this survey is done in the right spirit, in the right way, there is a committee, and the chairman of the committee will be Sujit Bhalla. Now, Sujit Bhalla has held important positions in the past. So, for example, he was the executive director for India at the International Monetary Fund. So, in a way, you can say he represented India at the IMF. He was also the member of PM Economic Advisory Council. He was also eminent economist, etc., etc. And National Sample Survey is under which ministry? Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. The job of National Sample Survey is to collect primary data by conducting full India, pan-India surveys. Pan-India surveys, that is the job. Okay. And in India, 29th of June, we celebrate as the National Statistics Day because it is the birth anniversary of Dr. Prashant Chandra Mahalanobis, PC Mahalanobis. As per recent information, major Indian banks, they have been roped to develop a digital payment intelligence platform to combat the surge in digital payment frauds. Now, which organization has been assigned for building a prototype of DPIP? See, all the major Indian banks, they should have a DPIP, that is Digital Payment Intelligence Platform, to stop the digital payment frauds. All the major banks of India, whether it is public sector or private sector. Now, DPIT prototype will be developed by Reserve Bank Innovation Hub. Reserve Bank Innovation Hub is a wholly owned subsidiary of RBI and it is headquartered in Bengaluru. So what will DPIP do? DPIP will collect and analyze the data from different sources to identify the potential threats and prevent fraudulent activities. It will enable real-time data sharing and DPIP will prevent scams. It will ensure secure transactions, right? In fact, there was a committee that was set up last year called AP Hota Committee. Remember the name of this committee, don't forget. This DPIP was suggested for the first time by which committee? This committee was AP Hota Committee, which was set up in June 2024, last year. And if you see the latest annual report of RBI, there is a significant increase in the bank frauds. So the bank fraud, if you see in financial year 25, the total amount that was involved in the bank fraud was 36,014 crore, which is almost 3 times. In financial year 24, the amount that was involved in the bank fraud was approximately 12,230 crore. So you can see the amount has become almost 3 times. And that is why Reserve Bank said, let's make a committee, and that committee was AP Hota Committee, and AP Hota Committee said, let's have a DPIP. And Reserve Bank Innovation Hub will make the prototype of DPIP. And by the way, Reserve Bank Innovation Hub, as I said, it is headquartered in Bengaluru and it was inaugurated in 2022 by the RBI. It is a wholly owned subsidiary of the RBI. The job of RBIH is to accelerate innovation in the financial sector. It is a Section 8 company, which means it is a non-for-profit company under the Companies Act of 2013. And when it was set up with a capital of 100 crore rupees by the RBI. Scientists of which of the following countries, they have developed a 2 kilowatt fiber laser capable of operating without the protection of heating or cooling systems across Earth's most extreme climate. So whether you take it to the minus 50 degrees Celsius or you take it to plus 50 degrees Celsius, this laser light will not require a protective covering. It will not require a protective covering. So this has been done by the scientists from China. So they have made this 2 kilowatt fiber laser, and this device can be deployed for both defense and industrial purposes. Now, if I compare it to India, for example, India has recently developed IDDIS, Integrated Drone Detection and Interdiction System, which is implemented by Bharat Electronics Limited. It requires truck transport with a container, and that container is very large. That container has cooling units, but the one that China has created does not require any cooling unit. Right? So it is better than IDDIS of India. In fact, it is better than the French technology. So the French, they have something called Helma P, which is a laser technology of France, but it also requires cooling. So, but what China has created is absolutely marvelous. In fact, and how did they do it? So they used a material which is called ytterbium. It is a element, ytterbium, YTTERBIUM. They used ytterbium enforced fiber. Recently, which of the following state has increased its wind power capacity by more than 1,300 megawatt in just 1 year? And it has now become it has secured first place in the country for wind power capacity addition in financial year 25. So in financial year 25, which state of India added maximum wind power? It is Karnataka. Karnataka was number 1. In fact, Karnataka alone added more wind power capacity than many countries like New Zealand, South Africa, Portugal, Sweden, Australia. So second was Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu added 1136 megawatt, and third was Gujarat. Gujarat added 954 megawatt. So what is the total wind power capacity in Karnataka? It is now 7351 megawatt. 7351 megawatt, right? And India currently is the 4th largest wind power generator in the world. India's wind power capacity now is more than 51 gigawatt. 51 gigawatt. And by the way, you must be knowing that India wants 500 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030. Now, out of this 500, they want 100 gigawatt from wind power. 100 gigawatt from wind power, right? Also, let me tell you that there is a Global Wind Energy Council. Global Wind Energy Council is an organization. It's it's the main organization in the world with respect to wind energy. Global Wind Energy Council. Now, where is the headquarter of Global Wind Energy Council? So it is headquartered in Lisbon, which is the capital of Portugal. Global headquarter is in Portugal. And why this is so important is because Global Wind Energy Council, earlier its headquarter was in Brussels. Last year only in 2024, they moved their headquarter to Lisbon. As per recent information, DRDO are in the advanced stages of developing a multi-layered indigenous air defense system, which is called KUSH, which will come in three variants: KUSH M1, M2, M3. So which of the following company is working closely with DRDO as the development partner for Project KUSH? So Project KUSH will be our own air defense system. So far, that we depend on S-400 from Russia or all these, but we want to develop our own. So Bharat Electronics Limited will be the go-to company in this regard. They are working closely with DRDO. And this air defense system is designed to counter the aircrafts, drones, ballistic missiles, all of that. And there are various names which is given to it. For example, it is also known as Extended Range Air Defense System. It is also known as Precision Guided Long Range Surface to Air Missile Defense System. And it should be deployed by 2028-29. So DRDO is leading the project KUSH with Bharat Electronics Limited. So it will have KUSH M1, M2, M3. So for example, KUSH M1 will have short range missile system. M1 interceptor will be around 150 kilometer range missile. Then you have KUSH M2, which will be medium range surface to air missile category, which will intercept the targets well beyond 400 kilometer. And then you have M3 interceptor. So M2 interceptor will be 250 kilometer missile, and M3 interceptor will be 350 to 400 kilometer, the longest range missile in the system. So M1, M2, M3, right? And the entire system will be called Project KUSH. By the way, there is one more project that DRDO is working on, which is to develop the hypersonic missiles, and that project is called Project Vishnu. Which of the following state government will launch Maaji Vasundhara campaign for the 6th time? And they will strengthen environmental conservation efforts. Maaji Vasundhara is by the Maharashtra government. Some of the questions you can do just by common sense if you know the word Maaji. So you can do it easily. Right? Maaji Vasundhara means our planet Earth, my Earth, Maaji Vasundhara. So this is a campaign which runs every year basically in Maharashtra, and this time it will run for the 6th time. So it will start from 1st April and it will end on 31st of March next year, that is 2026. So their focus is on earth, water, air, fire and sky, 5 elements. They promote climate awareness, they promote sustainable living and all that, right? So basically it takes place in Amrut cities, non-Amrut cities, urban local bodies and Gram Panchayat. And then the top performers are praised by the government. Result is declared on 5th of June. Result will be declared on 5th of June next year. So what will they work on? Well, they will focus on carbon reduction, greenhouse gas emission control, eco-friendly lifestyle. They will work with civil society members. They will work with the urban local body, non-for-profit organization. As per recent information, Indian Farmer Fertilizer Cooperative IFFCO, they are setting up their first plant abroad for manufacturing nano soil nutrients. In which country? Nano urea, nano DAP, all of these will be manufactured abroad. So this is their first plant outside India. They are setting it up in Brazil. So basically it will be a 7:3 joint venture between IFFCO Nanoventures, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of IFFCO, and Brazilian company called Nanofert in a 7:3 ratio. 7:3 ratio. It will produce 4.5 million liter of nano fertilizer annually. And this nano fertilizer, India is exporting to a lot of countries. More than 40 countries we are exporting, right? Now, if we manufacture it abroad, it will reduce our cost, it will improve our production, and we can sell in South American country because Brazil is a South American country. South American country. To give you one example, India manufactured 289.5 million bottles of nano fertilizer in financial year 25, and we sold 26.5 million bottles of nano urea plus, and we sold 9.7 million bottles of nano DAP. This is our export. So we sold almost 35 million, more than 35 million. Out of 290 million bottles, we sold 35 million bottles abroad, right? And now even nano zinc, nano copper, IFCO is working on that. IFCO will very soon introduce nano zinc and nano copper in liquid form. And nano urea, for example, is available for 240 rupees per bottle. This is a 500 ml bottle. And nano DAP, diammonium phosphate, nano DAP fertilizer is available at 600 rupees for a 500 ml bottle. So if you give the soil nutrients in liquid form, they are absorbed better compared to the conventional fertilizers. So a great effort by IFCO. Hockey India, they have signed a MOU with which state government to host the FIH Men's Junior World Cup in 2025. So FIH is International Hockey Federation, which is headquartered in Lausanne, and now the FIH Junior Men's World Cup will take place in Tamil Nadu. The answer is Tamil Nadu. So Tamil Nadu government will spend 65 crore rupees for this tournament. This tournament will take place in Chennai and Madurai from 28th November to 10th of December. How many teams will participate? 24 teams will participate. In the last Junior World Cup, only 16 teams participated. This time 24 teams will participate. This will make it the biggest tournament ever. It will be hosted in two cities, Chennai and Madurai. And semi-final and final match will be played in Mayor Radhakrishnan Stadium. Mayor Radhakrishnan Stadium is in Chennai. Right? So Hockey India is our official hockey body. And international hockey, it will be organized by Hockey India in collaboration with the Tamil Nadu government. Which of the following state has become the first to formalize a multi-party agreement with the government of India through Digital Bharat Nidhi to provide high-speed internet to all the villages through the BharatNet program, further strengthening its leadership in rural digital empowerment? So the answer is Gujarat. Digital Bharat Nidhi was earlier known as Universal Service Obligation Fund, and now it is known as Digital Bharat Nidhi, because Digital Bharat Nidhi, USOF, was renamed in 2023 as Digital Bharat Nidhi. It is a research and development fund which was set up by the Department of Telecom, which works under the Ministry of Communication. So Government of India and Digital Bharat Nidhi, Government of India through Digital Bharat Nidhi, they will promote, telecom, they will promote high-speed internet in all the villages in Gujarat, right? And which company will provide this internet? BSNL, Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited, which is the only government sector owned telecom company. And how much money will be spent in this? Approximately 5,631 crore. Let me show you. So in Gujarat, there are approximately 14,654 gram panchayat. All of them will have uniform digital connectivity. And different modes are there, like fiber. Basically it will be done through the optical fiber infrastructure. Now, what is the amended BharatNet program? You know that earlier there was a BharatNet program. Now we have something called as amended BharatNet program. It was launched on 4th of August, and this program will be funded by the Digital Bharat Nidhi. Optical fiber connectivity will be given to almost all the gram panchayats in India, which are 2.64 lakh gram panchayats, right? Also, there are 3.8 lakh non-gram panchayat villages. So look, the total number of villages in India is approximately 6.5 lakh. Okay. Now 2.64 lakh are gram panchayat villages and 3.8 lakh are non-gram panchayat villages. So now the optical fiber connectivity will also be given to non-gram panchayat villages under the amended BharatNet program. And to ensure smooth implementation, BSNL has been appointed as the project management agency. And till what time it will be done? Well, there is a timeline for upgradation of the existing BharatNet infrastructure and creation of around 42,000 new GP, that is Gram Panchayat, and creation of around new that is set for March 2027. Now in this amended BharatNet program, how much money will be spent? How much money will be spent? So this is the amount, 1.4 lakh crore, approximately 1,39,579 crore. Now, where did this amended BharatNet project come into being? That's a long story. There was a program called National Optical Fiber Network. This project was launched in 2011 October by the then Congress government, UPA 2. Then PM Modi renamed this program as BharatNet in 2015. 2015, right? And this program is implemented by the Department of Telecom under the Ministry of Communication. And this program is funded by the Universal Service Obligation Fund, which we'll now call as Digital Bharat Nidhi. And we want to provide 100 Mbps speed internet in every Gram Panchayat. In every Gram Panchayat, right? So yeah, now we have the amended program, which will target the existing Gram Panchayat as well as the new Gram Panchayats that will be there. Also, it will target the non-Gram Panchayat villages. Non-Gram Panchayat villages. The Prime Minister of India has taken part in the 51st G7 summit. This is being hosted by which country? So the answer is Canada. The answer is Canada. Now what happened in the G7 summit this time? So India G7 trade has crossed $248 billion in financial year 25. And India has a trade surplus. If you see, with all the G7 countries combined, India has a trade surplus. So G7 was created in 1975. I mean, the first G7 summit happened in 1975. So we are celebrating 50 years. We are celebrating 50 years of partnership among the G7 countries. The first G7 meeting happened in France in 1975. 1975. So which all are the G7 countries? What do you know about the G7 countries? G7 was started in 1975 in response to the oil crisis. These are the world's most advanced countries. So Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, UK and the US. And the US. Also some countries are invited from time to time as a guest. So India this time attended the G7 country as a non-G7 member. And there were other countries also that were invited along with India who attended the G7, right? So this G7 summit took place in Kanana's case in Alberta in Canada. And this is the second time that Canada hosted the G7 summit. Last time Canada hosted it was in 2002. That time it was called G8. Then they threw out Russia when Russia attacked Crimea, which was a part of Ukraine, in 2014. And since then we call it G7 because Russia was thrown out of G8 and it became G7. G7. Now, where will G7 take place next year? G7 summit next year will take place in a city which is called Avion-les-Bains. Avion-les-Bains, which is in Haute-Savoie in France. These are very difficult to pronounce names, but okay. Avion-les-Bains, B-A-I-N-S, which is in France. It will take place next year. Now we have a trade surplus with the G7, which is a good thing. It is in our favor, which means we import less and we export more to all the G7 countries put together. So exports to G7 countries was $138 billion and imports were approximately $110 billion. So you can see if you minus this, it becomes $28 billion in our favor. In our favor. So $28 billion worth of trade surplus we have with G7. And the trade with all the G7 countries is expanding. In fact, America is the largest trading partner of India, followed by China. And UAE is the third largest trading partner of India, although UAE is not a part of G7, but I'm just telling you. Now, when PM Modi visited G7, he gifted something to every big person, okay? So, to the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, he gifted a handcrafted brass Bodhi tree from Bihar. To Mary Simon, Governor General of Canada, he gifted silver clutch purse from Odisha made with Tarakashi or filigree work. President of France, he gifted a Dokra Nandi bull sculpture from Tamil Nadu made using the Dokra lost wax technique. Prime Minister of Australia, Anthony Albanese, he gifted a Kolhapuri silver pot. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, he discovered a sandstone replica of the Konark wheel from Odisha. Daniel Smith, the Premier of Alberta, he gifted a ebony wood box from Rajasthan decorated with Nakkashi, which is a silver inlay work and a hand-painted peacock. Salma Lakhani, Lieutenant Governor of Alberta, he gifted a papier-mâché box from Jammu Kashmir. Then Brazilian President Mr. Lula da Silva, he gifted a cane and bamboo boat with a swan from Meghalaya. So these are some gifts which he gave to the G7 and other people he met. Okay, and other people he met. In fact, he gifted to the South African president a brass dokra horse from Chhattisgarh. A brass dokra horse from Chhattisgarh he gifted to the South African president Cyril Ramaphosa. Then he also met the South Korean president Lee Jae-myung. He gifted a Madhubani painting from Bihar to South Korean president. And he also met the Mexican president Claudia Sheinbaum. And what did he give to her? He gifted a Varli painting from Maharashtra. A Varli painting from Maharashtra he gifted to Mexican president Claudia Sheinbaum. So these are some things if you want to know. And then what was announced in the G7 summit? This is not important for you because these are countries which, I mean, they have announced packages for Ukraine and all, but those are not important from our local exams in India. State of the Climate in Asia report has been released. It says that 2024 was the warmest year on record in Asia with widespread and prolonged heat waves. This report has been released by which organization? This report has been released by, you can see, the World Meteorological Organization, which is headquartered in Geneva. So in the Asian continent, 2024 was the warmest year on record. Warmest year on record. So what does this report say? Now look here, and I will try to make it simple for you. It will be difficult for you to understand this graph, these candle shaped graphs, right? Let me make it very simple. If you see the temperature in different places in the world, new records were created when it comes to high temperatures, right? And if you talk about the average temperature, right? Let me make your concepts very clear. Now you know that COP21 of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change happened in Paris, which is called Paris Climate Agreement in 2015. India has also signed it. And all the countries are working together to ensure that the average global temperature or the mean temperature does not increase by more than 1.5 degrees C. This is what they are working on. Now to tell you the truth, 2023 was the warmest year till 2024 because in 2023 the temperature increased by 1.45 degrees C. 1.45 degrees C, which is very close to 1.5. In 2024, believe it or not, 2024 beat 2023. Why? Because according to WMO, the mean temperature increased by 1.55 plus minus 0.13 degrees C. So, but there is some scope of inaccuracy. 1.55, it is already more than 1.5, but there is a scope of 0.13. 0.13. This is a substantial increase and it is definitely more than. In the report, they also talk about the tropical cyclones. Lot of cyclones came in 2024. In fact, something strange is happening. United Arab Emirates, which is a desert country, you know that, they recorded a rainfall of 259.5 millimeter in just 24 hours on one of the days. This is the most extreme weather events ever since 1950. And look at the landslides in Wayanad in Kerala on 30th of July last year. In September, you saw record-breaking rainfall in Nepal. You saw how lightning struck in India. 1,300 people died in lightning in India in the rainy season of 2024. So all of this shows what? All of this shows climate change. And look at the cyclones that we suffered in the Bay of Bengal. Remal, Dana, Fengal. In the Arabian Sea, we had cyclone Asna. You know, so this report talks about all of these things. It talks about all of these things. They have given a list of all the cyclones that came in 2024. International Atomic Energy Agency, which is headquartered in Vienna, capital of Austria, and which of the following country they will launch the world's largest and most complex international nuclear emergency exercise called convex nuclear emergency exercise. So it will be launched by Romania. There is a European country called Romania, capital is Bucharest. Now, why Romania is organizing this exercise? And look, a lot of countries will participate in this exercise. In fact, 75 countries will participate in this exercise. Because in Romania, 20% of the electricity is produced by nuclear power plant. And which is the largest and only nuclear power plant in Romania. So it is near to the Black Sea. It is called Cernavodă. Cernavoda. Cernavodă nuclear power plant is the largest and the only nuclear power plant in Romania. Now Romania is always worried. What if there is some problem in this nuclear power plant? So there is always a emergency situation which can happen, right? That is why it does this exercise called convex. And in this exercise, multiple countries will participate. This time, approx 75 countries are participating in this exercise. Now, first time this exercise happened was in 2005, and it takes place every 3 to 5 years once. So it is not every year, but it takes place every once 3 to 5 years. Delhi cabinet has approved to launch its first artificial rain project. This project is led by which institute? So which IIT is helping Delhi government to have artificial rain? So this is IIT Kanpur. IIT Kanpur. Kanpur is only 3 hours away from Delhi. And what do they want to do? Well, this project is funded by the Environment Department of Delhi. And in Delhi, we also have IMD, India Meteorological Department, which has also given its support. IMD works under the Ministry of Earth Sciences. So I'll tell you what they do. They use some chemicals, right? They use some chemicals like silver iodide, for example, AgI, silver iodide chemical they use. They use other chemicals also. I'm not saying silver iodide is the only chemical they use. They use potassium iodide sometimes. They also use dry ice, which is solidified carbon dioxide. They put these chemicals into the clouds. Now cloud should have 50% moisture content. And these clouds are located between 500 to 6,000 meters from the surface of the earth. And these are targeted. And then when these chemicals are put in the cloud, the nimbostratus clouds are formed, and they squeeze the clouds basically and create artificial rain. So this is a project of Delhi. 55th edition of the International Paris Air Show happened, which is the world's oldest aerospace exhibition. Which company has signed an agreement with Dassault Aviation, which is a French company which manufactures Rafale aircrafts also, to manufacture Falcon 2000 business jets in India. Now Dassault Aviation, they have these very powerful Falcon 2000 business jets. Falcon 2000 business jet. They will be manufactured in India by Reliance Aerostructure Limited. And this air show happened in Paris recently. So these were the highlights of the Paris Air Show insofar as India is concerned. The Mumbai-based company Reliance Aerostructure has signed an agreement with Dassault Aviation to manufacture Falcon 2000 business jets in India, and they will be manufactured in Nagpur by Reliance Aerostructure. Also, India was represented by Dinesh Kumar. He is a person who works in the Ministry of Defense. Now there is a Spanish company called Air Nova Airspace. They have signed an agreement with Narsapura. Narsapura is a place in Karnataka. So in Narsapura based company Mahindra Aerostructure, and there is a $300 million agreement between them. Mahindra will manufacture metal subassembly and component for a range of Airbus aircraft and Embraer aircraft families. So earlier they were manufactured by Air Nova Aerospace, a Spanish company. Now they will be manufactured by Mahindra. So this company will give Mahindra the technology. Embraer is a company from Brazil. It is a commercial aircraft company from Brazil. And Airbus, it is a multi-country company. Then Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, they have signed an agreement with a French company called Safran. They will manufacture some parts of their LEAP engines. Then Bharat Forge Company of Pune, they have signed MOU with a French company called Turgis Gaillard, and they will jointly manufacture Aroc drones. These are medium altitude long endurance drones. They can operate at a very high height of 10,000 to 30,000 feet, and they can stay in the air for 1 to 2 days. And then there is a Indra, which is a Spanish defense and aerospace company. They have signed an agreement with the Bengaluru company called Axiscades for local production of high-tech systems in India. So all of these, you can see that so many agreements were signed. Another thing, you know that the French company Dassault Aviation, they manufacture Rafale. Now Rafale are of three types. We have Rafale B, we have Rafale C and Rafale M. So Rafale M are called marine aircrafts. Rafale C are one-seater, single-seater, and Rafale B are two-seater. So we want Rafale Marine. So 26 Rafale Marine we want. 26 Rafale Marine or Rafale M jets India will get somewhere around 2028 or 2030. And this is a deal worth 63,887 crore, which we have signed with the company Dassault Aviation, which manufactures all of these. And of course, the Falcon aircraft will be produced for the first time outside France. So Reliance Aerospace will do it. So these are all the agreements that were signed. And look, Paris Air Show was held first time in 1909. Can you imagine how prestigious it is? It is like a trade fair show in the aviation sector. Recently, which of these organizations has identified a completely new blood group system called GUADA negative, which is officially recognized by the International Society of Blood Transfusion, a very, very rare blood group, right? GUADA negative. And the answer is French Blood Establishment. In fact, only one person in the world has this blood group called GUADA negative. GUADA negative. So it is defined by the absence of EMM antigen. In the normal people red blood cell, we find this antigen called EMM, but here this antigen is not present. It is extremely rare, but medically significant. In fact, this is the 48th blood type, 48th globally recognized blood group which has been discovered. And this one person who has this EMM GUADA negative, where EMM is not present, or GUADA negative blood group, is from which country? So it is a woman from a country called Guadeloupe. Woman from Guadeloupe. Understood? And International Society of Blood Transfusion is headquartered in Amsterdam, which is the capital of Netherlands. Also in India, we have E-Rakt Kosh. E-Rakt Kosh, which was launched by the government of India. E-Rakt Kosh was launched in 2016 by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. It was designed and developed by CDAC Pune, but it is owned or launched by Ministry of Health. The technical E-Rakt Kosh was made by CDAC Pune, which works under Ministry of Electronics and IT. Now E-Rakt Kosh has been integrated recently with the Rare Donor Registry of India. Rare Donor Registry of India is an initiative of NIH, National Institute of Hematology, National Institute of Immunohematology, which works under ICMR and located in Mumbai. Who among the following has won the men's javelin throw competition at the Paris Diamond League? He threw 88.16 meter. So it is none other than Neeraj Chopra. Neeraj Chopra, and he won the Paris Diamond League competition. Who was second? Second was Julian Weber of Germany, 87.88. Third was Luis Mauricio de Silva, 86.62 meter. And he is from Brazil. Mauricio de Silva. World Economic Forum has announced the 2025 cohort of its Technology Pioneers program. It features 100 startups from around the world, and there are 10 Indian startups which have been selected. Which of the following is not one of those? What is this Technology Pioneers program? Now, as the name says, Technology Pioneer program was started by the World Economic Forum, and World Economic Forum basically selects those startups which are making great progress in technology. This program was launched by the World Economic Forum in the year 2000. So this program has completed 25 years. And how does World Economic Forum select these startups from around the world? These startups should be creating transformative technologies that aim to address global challenges, and they should be able to create positive impact in the society. And how does this program help these startups? Well, World Economic Forum shares best practices. You know that World Economic Forum, there are a lot of pioneers, technology pioneers, which are a part of the innovation communities of the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution is present in multiple cities, and therefore startups get all the help that they need. Now there are 10 Indian startups which are a part of Technology Pioneers program. The one that is not is actually Skyroot Aerospace. This is a company based in Hyderabad. So let me show you all the 10 Indian startups which are a part of it. Agnikul Cosmos. It provides affordable space launch services. Sinler, DZ, Digantra. Digantra again is a space service provider. Equal, Exponent Energy, Freed Tiger, Galaxy, and Solar Square, and the E-Plane company. And these 10 Indian startups, they are, some are in space technology, some are in health technology, some are in clean energy, some are in financial technology, but they are all making big impact. Agnikul is based in Chennai, Digantara is based in Bangalore, Galaxy based in Bangalore. A lot of these are based in Bangalore. In fact, DZ, Digantara, Exponent Energy Private Limited, Galaxy, they are all based in Bangalore. Some are based in Mumbai also, like Solar Square, Freed Tiger, they are based in Mumbai. So they are based in different cities of India, and 100 startups were selected from across the world. Now, America leads. Out of these 100 startups, 29 are from America, and then European Union, 28 are from European Union. India has 10, China also has 10. Now recently, it was said that these 100 startups, they will be able to participate in the annual meeting of the new champions. Annual meeting of the new champions will take place in Tianjin city of China. It took place, this meeting, in June 2025. So that was another advantage of getting selected in this 100 startups. Here, I would also like to tell you that World Economic Forum, they have an index called Global Energy Transition Index. In Global Energy Transition Index, India's rank was 71 this year, and number one country was Sweden. So Sweden was number one. And also don't forget that World Economic Forum, they recently gave an index called Gender Gap Index, in which India was ranked 131, and number one country was Iceland. Also, 68.8% of the gender gap is now completed or covered. So 31.2% still, this gender gap still needs to be covered. Now let us talk about a scheme called Amrut, Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation. This scheme has completed how many years, and what is this scheme about? So in our urban areas, in all the urban areas in India, we need to provide basic infrastructure like water supply, sewerage, sewage treatment plant, for example, urban transport, green spaces, parks. Basically, we have to redesign our urban spaces. We have to transform our urban cities. And how many cities were chosen in Amrit? So there were 500 cities which were chosen in India. These are called Amrut cities. So Atal Mission has completed 10 years. Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation. When was it launched? It was launched on 25th of June 2015, and now we have 25th of June 2025. So we have completed 10 glorious years. And look, this Amrut mission has been very, very successful. By the way, which ministry was responsible for this mission? So it is the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs is the ministry under which comes the Amrut mission. So you can see that we focused on these things: water supply, sewerage and septage management, storm water drainage, non-motorized urban transport, green spaces and parks. And this much money, almost 77,000 crore, was allocated that time. So what are the achievements under Amrit? Achievements are in every field. Whether you talk about sewerage, water treatment plant, water supply, we have improved in every possible way. And these are the key reform-oriented outcomes. So you can see we have saved a lot of carbon emissions. We have a lot of street lights in place. We have replaced street lights with energy efficient LEDs. So Amrut was then replaced with Amrut 2. And the nodal ministry for the same is Ministry of Housing Urban Affairs. By the way, Amrut is a centrally sponsored scheme, which means the money is shared between the central government and the state government. So when was Amrut converted to Amrut version 2? It was on 1st of October 2021. So Amrut 2, when Amrut 2 started on 1st October 2021, Amrut was stopped. So it was on 1st October 2021, which means it was started in 2021-22, and Amrut 2 will continue till the current financial year It will end on 31st March 2026 in 500 Amrut cities. And how much money will be spent on Amrut 2? It is 2.99 lakh crore. And how much of it will be contributed by the central government? 76,760 crore will be contributed by the central government and remaining by the state governments. And what is the target of Amrut 2? I mean, same all things. I mean, water supply, sewerage, and I mean, all those things which you expect. And these are the achievements. So in Amrut 2, we want 100% sewerage and septage management in 500 Amrut cities. We want water secure cities. We want good water supply in all the urban areas, right? All of these are and you know, under Amrut, the state governments can start their own campaign. For example, the government of Maharashtra under Amrut 2 has recently started Maji Vasundhara campaign. So under Amrut campaign, which is a big campaign, you can start your own state level campaigns. No problem in that. ISRO has announced a innovative challenge. It's a competition called Bharatiya Antariksh Hackathon. And again, you will be given space related problems, innovative problems, and you have to suggest innovative solutions. So which company has been selected as the innovation partner for this initiative? Innovation partner will be a company called Hack2Skill. Hack2Skill is a company that is based in Noida, which is in UP. And this competition was launched by the chairman of ISRO, Mr. V. Narayanan. And look, this is not the first time this competition is being organized, because this competition was introduced in 2024 to basically inspire young innovators in the field of space technology. So now they are given 14 problem statements. Okay, these are the 14 problem statements which are given. And of course, the teams are there. Around, I think, 140 teams are there. These teams will be then suggesting the solutions of these 14 problems, and then attractive prizes are there for the winners. As simple as that. And ISRO was also in news recently because it has shared the technology for small satellite launch vehicle with Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. So Hindustan Aeronautics Limited is going to build these small rockets, SSLV, small satellite launch vehicles. Iran has launched Operation Bashar al-Fateh in response to the American operation called Operation Midnight Hammer. So Iran targeted the Al Udeid Air Base. In which country? It is located in Qatar, in Doha. You know, so Al Udeid Air Base is one of the largest air base of America, and it is located in Qatar. And Qatar, you know, is not very far from Iran. So Iran started targeting Al Udeid Air Base of America. It is an American air base in Qatar. And because America did Operation Midnight Hammer and destroyed Natanz and Fordo and all these nuclear enrichment places, Iran targeted Al Udeid Air Base of America inside Qatar. This operation was called Operation Bashar al-Fateh. Bashar al-Fateh. And what was the name of the operation, you know, which was launched by Iran against Israel? So that was called Operation True Promise 3. Operation True Promise 3, right? In which they targeted different places in Israel, like the Ben Gurion airport and embassies, and I mean all those things. So that operation of Iran was called against Israel. It was called Operation True Promise 3. True Promise 3. Understood? Brand Finance, which is a consulting company for branding and marketing, it has released the India 100 ranking, highlighting the total brand value of India's top 100 brands as $236 billion. So the 100 most valuable brands in India, if you see, the total brand value is $236 billion. So which company is India's most valuable brand? Look, there are two ways to measure a brand. One is the brand value. I mean, brand value you measure in dollars, the actual value, the market capitalization. But there is another thing called brand strength, and that is completely different. So Tata Group is the India's most valuable group. Here you see, first let's talk about the most valuable Indian brands and then talk about the strongest Indian brand. And I will tell you the difference between the two. First, let me talk about the most valuable. Most valuable simply means, I mean, whose market capitalization is the largest. So Tata Group is valued at $31.6 billion. Then we have Infosys, then we have HDFC Group, then we have LIC Group, then we have the Reliance Group. So these are the top 5. But in terms of the strength of a brand, see, when you hear of Taj Hotels, what impression do you get? I mean, you talk about quality, you talk about luxury. I mean, so that is the strength of a brand, right? So in terms of the strongest Indian brand, Taj is number 1 and Asian Paints is number 2. Amul is number 3. So do remember, they are asking India's strongest brand. It is 92.2 score out of 100, which is Taj. And they have different criteria. We'll not go into too much detail in that. But the brand strength and the brand value are two completely different things. Okay. And this company, Brand Finance, it is based in London. It is a very, very prestigious company. Okay. What is the name of the mobile app that is launched by the East Coast Railway? Look, East Coast Railway is headquartered in Bhubaneswar. Okay. So East Coast Railway has launched a mobile app which is to enhance the travel experience of the pilgrims during the Jagannath Rath Yatra in Puri. What was the name of this app? It was called East Coast Railway Yatra. So this app will give you real-time, reliable and user-friendly updates about the Yatra and all. Look, now we have 19 railway zones. So East Coast Railway is one of the 19 railway zones of India. It is headquartered in Bhubaneswar. So it is like a one-stop solution. It will give you everything, all the details about the festival, like train schedule, special services, live updates, everything you will get on ECOR Yatra. So Jagannath Rath Yatra, you know, it's a 9-day festival during which the idols of Lord Jagannath, Balram and Subhadra, they are taken from the Puri temple to the Gundicha temple. Then they take a few days rest there and then they are brought back. It is, the return trip is called Bahuda Jatra. And look, it is one of the most important festivals of India, not just Odisha. It is like a pan-India festival now, right? These yatras are now, these processions are now taken out not just in Puri but in different Indian cities, right? So in fact, this yatra has got recognition from UNESCO also. India has entered into the top 100 countries in the Sustainable Development Goals Index. What are Sustainable Development Goals? So Sustainable Development Goals are 17 in number and these have to be achieved by 2030. So these were adopted by different countries in 2015 and they need to be achieved by 2030. And India is now in top 100 countries. So which is the number 1 country in achieving these Sustainable Development Goals out of 167 countries? So India's rank is now 99, which is very respectable. It is our highest rank ever. Number 1 is Finland. Let me show you. Finland is number 1. You can see Sweden is number 2 and Denmark is number 3. Remember all the first, second and third position. And how many countries they were judged? 167 countries. 167 countries were judged in this ranking. But what is the last rank that they gave? Which country was ranked at the bottom? South Sudan. South Sudan was ranked at the bottom. Its rank was last 167. You can see Finland's score was 87. South Sudan's score was 41.6. 41.6. And there are 17 sustainable development goals. Now, what is the score of India? So India's score is 67, which is very good, which is, I mean, it's a significant improvement. You know, last year we were 109 and this year we are 99. So any improvement is improvement, right? And America is at 44th position. China 49th, Bhutan 74, Nepal 85, Bangladesh 114, Pakistan 140. Sri Lanka is 93, Maldives is 53. Now, I'm saying all this just in case you are curious about how do our neighbors rank? How do our neighbors rank? So that is the Sustainable Development Goal Index for you. And then there are some other other rank. For example, if you look at which countries have made most progress, so you can see Nepal has made a lot of progress. You know, Nepal has made crazy progress in achieving Sustainable Development Goal. Eastern Europe and Central Asia, Uzbekistan has made most progress. In Latin American, Caribbean, Peru. In Middle East and North Africa, MENA countries, it is UAE. And in Sub-Saharan Africa, it is Benin. So they have also gave kind of a more, you know, the country region wise which has made the most appreciable or most promising progress. And what is the how much of sustainable development goals, how much percentage of that they are to be achieved worldwide? How far are we? You can see here, these are the 17 sustainable development goals. For example, number 1 is no poverty, number 2 is zero hunger, number 3 is good health and well-being. And you can see The one in red color are major challenges. So there are major challenges in achieving zero hunger, good health and well-being. In fact, only 17% of the targets are on track to be achieved if things don't improve. I repeat, if things don't improve, then only 17% of the targets will be achieved. That's it. And that is the biggest problem. So there are some sustainable development goals, which yes, they are making good progress, but you can see there are significant challenges. In fact, not a single sustainable development goal is achieved so far. And in orange color, you have significant challenges. Significant challenges. Which of the following company has commissioned India's first off-grid 5 megawatt green hydrogen pilot plant in Kutch in Gujarat? Which company? So I'm talking about the Adani Group. The answer is Adani New Industries Limited. Adani New Industries Limited is the answer. It is a wholly owned subsidiary of Adani Group, and they have commissioned India's first off-grid 5 megawatt green hydrogen pilot project. Green hydrogen pilot project. Is that clear? So this, what is the meaning of this off-grid green hydrogen plant? It simply means that this green hydrogen plant is powered by solar energy. So what do? Is we take water and we break down the water. We do the electrolysis of water using solar energy, and we create this hydrogen, which is called green hydrogen. So we use solar energy to split the water into hydrogen and oxygen. That is number one. That is called green hydrogen. And we also have battery energy storage system. That is called off-grid. Now, why do we need battery energy storage system? Because the grid is not present. So whatever is the green hydrogen we produce, there is nothing to store it. So that is why we need battery energy storage system, which enables it to function independently, and we are not dependent on the grid. Now look, if we use hydrogen powered vehicle, right? So 25 kg of hydrogen is filled in the vehicle, and it will drive you 300 kilometers. It will drive you 300 kilometers. And in this process, you will save 350 metric ton of carbon emission, which is equal to planting 13,000 trees. So just one refill of hydrogen in a hydrogen vehicle is enough to save almost like plant 13,000 trees, equivalent of 350 million ton. So hydrogen is the future. Hydrogen is the future. And Adani company, they are very, very bullish on hydrogen. They are doing a lot of great work when it comes to hydrogen manufacturing. Who among the following has become the first female and first African president of International Olympic Committee? So Thomas Bach, the president for a long time, he is now retiring. International Olympic Committee is headquartered in Lausanne, and the first female and the first ever African to become the president is from Zimbabwe. In fact, she's a 2 times gold medalist in swimming for Zimbabwe. Her name is Kirsty Coventry. Exceptionally important question. Okay, so she will replace Thomas Bach. She is a former Zimbabwe swimmer. She won 2 Olympic gold medals. She was born in the capital of Zimbabwe, Harare, and she has now become the president of International Olympic Committee. She will replace Thomas Bach. Student from which institute? They have designed and developed a solar powered car. Look at this solar powered car. It is called Agney. Now this will participate in the Bridgestone World Solar Challenge in Australia. Solar powered car has been designed and developed and innovated by the institute called IIT Madras, which is number 1 in India according to NIRF rankings. So this car has been developed by a team which is called Team Agni Rath. Team Agni Rath. Team Agni Rath. Now they will represent India in Australia. There is a competition in Australia in the city of Adelaide, and they will drive this car from Darwin to Adelaide in Australia. This competition is in August. It is from 24th to 31st of August, and this competition takes place every 2 years. So let's hope they win. Aralam Wildlife Sanctuary is located in which state of India? And it has been officially renamed as Aralam Butterfly Sanctuary, making it the first butterfly sanctuary in India. So this sanctuary is located in Kerala. The answer is Kerala. It is located in Kannur district of North Kerala. So it is officially now the butterfly sanctuary. It is a small sanctuary. It is only 55 square kilometer, but it is in the Western Ghats, and therefore it is very beautiful, because Western Ghats, they have a lot of biodiversity. And Why they are calling it butterfly century? Because in this century, you will find more than 266 different types of butterfly species. And these butterfly species are Indian and some are migratory. Migratory means they fly from some other countries to India. Now, Aralam Wildlife Sanctuary, it was created in 1984 and it is a favorite sanctuary of butterfly scientists. You know, in fact, every year they conduct butterfly survey here to find out how many different species of butterfly are present. So this is a very important question because it is the first butterfly sanctuary of the entire country. Now talking of Kerala, Kerala government has recently started a program called Vithut. VITHOOT Vithut program. The word Vithut means seed shower. So basically they want to plant trees, So this program Vithut is a afforestation program and they want to rehabilitate Kerala's natural ecology. They want to reduce the human-animal conflict. And this program will take technology into action, community engagement, local tribes, local people. That is what they want to do. And they will plant all the indigenous plants, indigenous herbs, shrubs, medicinal plants, endemic plants and all that. All of this will be done by the Kerala Forest Research Institute, which is in Thrissur in Kerala. In fact, Kerala government has started one more program which is called Jyoti program. What is Jyoti program? So in Jyoti program, all the children of the migrant workers in Kerala, the daily wage is one of the highest in India. So there are workers from every state, they go and work in Kerala. So all the migrant workers, children, those children who are between the age of 3 to 6 and who are into the Anganwadi, they will be integrated into the public schools of Kerala. So it is an education program for the children of the migrant workers. And there is a city in Kerala called Kozhikode. Kozhikode city in Kerala has officially become the member of World Health Organization's global network for age-friendly cities and communities, which means that this city is only the second Indian city after Kochi in Kerala to be designated by the WHO as friendly for senior citizens. Union Cabinet has approved a proposal from the Department of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare. This department works under the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare to set up International Potato Center's South Asia Regional Center. An extremely important question. Potato is a very important Indian crop because almost in every house it is used in vegetables. And which Indian city is the number one producer of potato? It is UP. So UP is the number one producer of potato in India. Okay, UP is number one, and then second and third position we have West Bengal and Bihar. They keep on swapping their position. International Potato Center, where is it located? So it is located in Lima, and Lima is the capital of Peru, which is a South American country. So International Potato Center, they are setting up South Asia's regional center in Agra in UP. The answer is Agra, the city of Taj Mahal. And what is the reason? What will this center do? This center will do potato research. It will have new potato varieties. We will increase food and nutrition security because of this. The farmer's income will be increased. Job creation. We will improve potato and sweet potato productivity. Post-harvest management. All of these things will be done. In India, potato is mainly grown in UP, West Bengal and Bihar. Now, for this center, 171 crore rupees will be spent. Will this entire money will be contributed by International Potato Center? No. Out of 171 crore, 111 crore will be contributed by the Indian government. And International Potato Center, the remaining 60 crore will be spent by them. So it is a joint effort of International Potato Center and the government of India. Now what about in the world? Which country is the leading producer of potato? The leading producer of potato in the world is China, and India is second. India is second. The latest data that is available, China produced around 78 million ton of potato 2 years back, and India produced 51 million ton of potato. So India is second, but of course India would want to become number one. And International Potato Center, CIP, it was set up in 1971. Headquarter is in Lima, the capital of Peru. Capital of Peru. Hello India University Games will be organized in which city? University Games, okay? Not Hello India Youth Games. So Hello India University Game this time will take place in Jaipur. So this is the 5th edition of Hello India University Games. And you can see these will be hosted in 2 universities of Jaipur. One is the Purnima University and second is the Rajasthan University. Rajasthan University. So Khelo India University Games, they were held in 2020 for the first time. And now they will take place for the 5th time. If you remember last year, Chandigarh University was number 1 in the medal tally. And last year, the games happened in multiple cities of Northeast, like Assam, mainly in Guwahati, Arunachal, Meghalaya, Mizoram. So basically, the northeastern states hosted these games last year. And Chandigarh University won the overall trophy last year. So Khelo India University Games, they are organized by the Sports Authority of India and the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. And these are for those athletes whose age is between 18 to 25. 18 to 25, right? So that is Khelo India University Games for you. The answer is Jaipur. Jaipur is the capital of Rajasthan. Now in Rajasthan, there is a model called Cash Plus model, which was in news recently because here you give 5,000 rupees to the woman when she gets pregnant for the second time, in line with the central government's Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana Yojana, which is run by the Ministry of Women Child Development. Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana Yojana pays the same amount for first child, but Cash Plus model gives it for the second child. And since the scheme was in news recently, you should remember this, right? You should remember this. Global Peace Index was released recently. Global Peace Index, and it is given by which institute? This is called IEP, or Institute for Economics and Peace. Institute for Economics and Peace, which is headquartered in Sydney in Australia. So the average level of global peacefulness has deteriorated by 0.36%. What is the rank of India in the Global Peace Index? Is India a very peaceful country? No. According to this index, no. So we are ranked 115th. 115. Now this index was released for the 19th time. This was the 19th edition of this index. And the global peace has actually reduced by 0.36%. And how many countries were ranked? Our rank is 115 out of 163 countries. 163 countries. So you can see the most peaceful country is Iceland. Iceland was number 1. Now, if you remember, Iceland was also number 1 in the gender gap index of the World Economic Forum recently. So there are 2 indexes in which Iceland is number 1. Ireland, when we say Ireland, we mean Republic of Ireland, which is a European country. New Zealand is number 3. So remember top 3, and that is good enough. That is good enough. You can see here, out of 163 countries, they have given Russia as the least peaceful. Obviously, Russia is having a war currently with Ukraine. So Ukraine was second last at rank 162. And then of course we have the usual suspects. Sudan, third from bottom. Democratic Republic of Congo, fourth from bottom. And Yemen, where a civil war is going on for a long time, is ranked 5th from bottom. If you want to know more about the Yemen war, I made a video on Yemen war, what's going on in Yemen 5 years back, and it has 15 million views on YouTube. So please search Yemen war and write my name and you will find that video. I have explained in detail what is going on in Yemen. So that is about this index, right? Now, which is the least peaceful area in the world? The least peaceful is the MENA area. MENA means Middle East and North Africa. It remains the world's least peaceful area for the 10th year in a row. And South Asia, by the way, is the second least peaceful, and India is a part of South Asia. So India is ranked 115. If you see India's neighbors, Afghanistan 158, Pakistan 144, and Bangladesh 123. So India's some neighbors are worse off than India. And There are 23 qualitative and quantitative variables across 3 domains on which this index is established. So first domain is the societal safety and security. Second is the scope of ongoing domestic and international conflict. And the third is the degree of militarization. Degree of militarization. These are the 3 main domain, and under this we have 23 qualitative and quantitative variables. And if you see some of our other neighbors, then you can see Bhutan is very peaceful. It is ranked 21. Nepal is relatively peaceful at 76. Sri Lanka performs better than us surprisingly at 97. And India is 115, Bangladesh 123, Pakistan and Afghanistan. So these are the South Asian countries. We call them SAARC countries. SAARC countries. And they are headquartered in Kathmandu, which is the capital of Nepal. Now, if you remember, in the month of April 2025, this same organization, Institute for Economics and Peace, they gave one more index called Global Terrorism Index, which shows how much a country is impacted by terrorism. In that, Burkina Faso was number 1, Burkina Faso, which is an African country, and Pakistan was number 2. Pakistan was number 2. India was at 14th position. India was at 14th position. So that index is also given by Institute for Economics and Peace. As per recently released Global Tobacco Epidemic Report, 6.1 billion people, they are now protected by at least one of the Empower measures. What is Empower? Monitor, protect, offer, warn, enforce and raise. So Empower is a criteria which was given by WHO to protect the people from tobacco. And globally, if you see, the tobacco consumption is decreasing because of so many awareness campaigns and because of Empower measures. For example, in India, if you buy a cigarette packet, 85% of the packet is pictorial warning. They will showcase cancer and all these things. So 85% is the warning on any cigarette packet in India. So that is an example of warn. So basically, Empower are the measures. Monitor, protect, offer, warn, enforce, raise, in short, Empower. So this is a report by WHO. So now see, the population of the world is 8 billion and 3/4 of the population, which is 6.1 billion, that is more than 75%. They are now protected by at least one of the Empower. And in Empower, you have these 6 measures. So they are protected by at least one of the 6. In 2007, only 1 billion people were protected by one of the 6 measures. Now 6 billion people are protected by it. Now these 6.1 billion people, they are in how many countries? So there are 195 countries which are member of WHO. Okay, and these 6.1 are in 155 countries, which means that there are still 40 countries which have not implemented at least one of the 6 measures which are called Empower. So still a lot of work needs to be done. But the good thing is that since 2007, 155 countries have implemented at least one Empower protocol. Now, how many people they die because of tobacco every year? 70 lakh. 70 lakh people they die from tobacco every year, according to this report. And are there any countries which have implemented all the 6 criteria? MPOWER? Yes. Brazil, Mauritius, Netherlands and Turkey. These are the 4 countries which have implemented the full Empower package. Full Empower package. Now, what is the goal? What is the goal of the WHO? So the report says that 40 countries, as I said, they have not put into place any Empower measure. And that is something that we need to do. And the best gains have been made from graphic health warnings. For example, in India, I told you 85% of the cigarette packet is warning. That helps. That definitely helps. And around 110 countries, they are running anti-tobacco campaigns now. Also, if you see the average size of the warnings, it was only 28% in 2007. But now it is 60% in 2024, with some countries like India having as high as 85%. But globally, if you see, the average size of the warning was earlier just 28%, so it has increased to a massive 60%. And some countries like India, they have 85%. 85%. In fact, health warning on the cigarette pack is among the highest in the world in India at 85%. 85%. In fact, there are only 10 countries in the world which have a larger graphic health warning than India, more than 85%, right? So that is about it. And by the way, China is the largest producer of tobacco. Largest tobacco producer is China. If you see in metric ton, then 2.2 million metric ton was the tobacco production in China. This is a figure of 2023, latest that is available, and it is by far number one. If you see India, so India was 0.7 million metric ton, approximately 7,69,000 or 0.76 MMT, you can say 7.6 lakh metric ton, and Brazil was third at 0.68 million metric ton. These are the top three countries when it comes to the tobacco production. Which organization has launched top national player stipend scheme to support the growth of the chess at the grassroots level? So this is All India Chess Federation. All India Chess Federation. Current world champion is also an Indian called D. Gukesh from Tamil Nadu. All India Chess Federation. So they will give stipend, financial assistance to chess players covering categories from under 7 to under 19. How much money they will give? So they will give the stipend which will range from 60,000 to 1.5 lakh. This will help in identifying the talent early and developing them into future superstars. Future superstars, right? So financial support will be given which will range from 60,000 to 1.5 lakh. 1.5 lakh. Which state government has started a new educational program called Vidya Shakti, aimed at helping the students who are falling behind academically in the public schools and colleges? If the students are falling behind, Vidya Shakti scheme will help them. It has been launched recently in Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh. Across all Andhra Pradesh residential school, model school, Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalaya, etc. And of course the Sarkari school in Andhra. It is a technology-driven remedial teaching initiative that offers extra support to students in math, science and English outside the regular school hours. So for example, if a school is running for 7 hours, after 7 hours, those students who are lagging behind, they will be given extra attention in math, science and English with the use of technology. So the main goal is to raise the learning standard, reduce the school dropout rate and improve the gross enrollment ratio. Also in Andhra, there is an economic region which is coming up, which is called Vishakha Economic Region. Vishakha Economic Region will be spread across 36,000 square kilometer in 8 districts. And it will contribute immensely to the economic output in Andhra. In fact, they are targeting that Vishakha Economic Region will contribute $120 billion in economic output by 2032. These 8 districts are Vishakhapatnam, Vizianagaram, Srikakulam, Anakapalli, Kakinada, East Godavari, ASR and Manyam. So these are the 8 districts in which Vishakha region will be set up. Indian Army, they did a joint operation recently in Jammu and Kashmir in collaboration with Jammu Kashmir Police in Jammu Kashmir, and they killed a terrorist in an encounter in Basantgarh in Udhampur district. What was the name of this operation? Multiple operations were done by the Indian Army. The latest one is called Operation Bihali. Operation Bihali. It was called Operation Bihali. It was done by the White Knight Corps of the Army and the terrorist was neutralized recently. Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, they have launched which company? Now look, this is India's first NBFC in the maritime sector. It has been given the license of NBFC by the Reserve Bank of India. So this company will be called SMFCL or Sagarmala Finance Corporation Limited. Sagarmala Finance Corporation Limited. It has been officially registered as a NBFC by the Reserve Bank of India on 19th of June 2025. And it has also earned the status of a Mini Ratna Category 1 company. Mini Ratan Category 1 company. What is the meaning of Mini Ratan Category 1 company? Mini Ratan Category 1 company is a central public sector enterprise which is profitable in the last 3 years, and the profit should be minimum 30 crore in one of the 3 years. in at least one of the 3 years, its profit should be minimum 30 crore. So what will this company do? This company will provide financial products like loans, etc. to those startups, MSMEs, which are into the shipping sector, maritime sector, port sector, etc. So it will promote shipbuilding, renewable energy when it comes to this sector, the cruise tourism, maritime education, all of that it will do. So NBFC has to be recognized by the Reserve Bank of India. Reserve Bank of India. Is that clear? Now, the shipping sector, the ports, etc. in India, they have a very impressive growth. For example, in the financial year 25, which is the latest data that is available, all the major ports of India, and how many major ports are there in India, that I will come to it in a bit. So the major ports in India, they had a very impressive annual growth. There, if you see the total cargo handling, it was 855 million ton. 855 million ton was the total cargo that was handled by all the major ports of India, and this is a growth of 4.3% compared to the financial year 24, in which it was 819 million ton. 819 million ton. Now, can you tell me any port of India which handled more than 150 million ton of cargo? So there are only 2 ports in India which handled more than 150 million ton of cargo. The highest cargo was handled by the Paradip port, which is in Odisha. We call it simply the Paradip port. And the second highest was Deen Dayal port. Deen Dayal port is also called Kandla port, and it is in Gujarat. It is in Gujarat, right? So these are the 2 ports which handle the maximum one. Now I asked you how many major ports are there in India. Now I asked you a very simple question, which is the 13th major port of India, or how many major ports are there? So as of now there are 12, but 13th and the 14th one, they are under construction. The 12th major port of India was the Kamarajar port in Chennai on the Coromandel coast, the Kamarajar port, named after the great Kamaraj, the former chief minister of Tamil Nadu, Kamarajar port, right, which is located on the Coromandel coast, Kamarajar port. And what about the 13th major port? Government of India has declared recently that the Galathea Bay port in Andaman Nicobar, which is also a transshipment port, is officially the 13th major port of India. Officially the 13th major port of India, and which will become the 14th major port of India once completed. So that will be the Vadhavan port. Vadhavan port in Maharashtra, once completed, it is located in Palghar district of Maharashtra. Once completed, it will become the 14th major port of India as of now. As of now. Clear? Fast patrol vessel Adamya, the first in a series of 8 being constructed for the Indian Coast Guard, was inducted into the Maritime Force. Now this fast patrol vessel was designed and built by which company? Very nice question. Adamya is a fast patrol vessel. It is mainly used for patrolling. These are basically small ships which can be turned very fast. The answer is Goa Shipyard. Goa Shipyard, right? And it is indigenously developed. It has very superior maneuverability, which means it can rotate very fast, turn directions very fast. It has operational flexibility, and it can be used for disaster management, fire control. It can be used for many purposes. And by the way, it is the first under the 8 FPV project, and all the 8 will be manufactured by Goa Shipyard. Goa Shipyard. So it is called Adamya. It is built and designed entirely by Goa Shipyard. Now, what are the names of other ones? So the first is called Adamya. I will tell you the names of a lot of them. First is called Adamya. Second one is called Akshar. Third is called Amulya. Fourth is called Akshay. What was the name of the first one? Adamya, the first of the 8, right? And then we have the fifth one, which is called Achal, Achal, Achal. That is the fifth one. And then the remaining 3 they will also have names which I will tell you. So these are the Adamme class because these names are kept after the first in the series. So the first in the series is Adamme, that is why you can also call them Adamme class. Fifth is Achal, again by the Goa shipyard for the Indian Coast Guard. In fact, Government of India recently said that the sixth one will be called Atal, but they have not named seventh and eighth yet. So yes, they have named the first six ones, but they have not named the seventh and the eighth ones. Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, they have signed a MOU with which center to set up a digital center of excellence with an aim to accelerate digital transformation in India's maritime industry. Now, India's maritime industry needs complete digital overhaul. So that will be done by Center for Development of Advanced Computing, which is headquartered in Pune, and this center works under the Ministry of Electronics and IT. Ministry of Electronics and IT. So CDAC will work with Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. Another very important thing, there is a platform. So there are two things. First, there is a digital center of excellence. For that, Ministry of Port, Shipping, Waterway and CDAC, they are coming together. This digital center of excellence will provide advanced IT solution, logistic support, foster innovation and modernization of ports, etc. Second thing is Sagar Setu. Now the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterway, they have launched the Sagar Setu platform, which marks a new era in India's logistics and maritime ecosystem. The go live of this digital initiative aims to enhance operational efficiency, bring in productivity and ease of doing business. So Sagar Setu will integrate multiple service providers to offer seamless EXIM related services. EXIM means export import. This platform is designed to significantly reduce the processing time for the vessel and cargo documentation, promoting faster and paperless logistics. This platform connects over 80 ports and 40 key stakeholders, reflecting broad industry adoption and collaboration. So do remember both of these things. What is Digital Center of Excellence and what is Sagar Setu? Sagar Setu will basically reduce the processing time for vessel and it will decrease the time for cargo documentation. It will make logistics easy. And Digital Center of Excellence will provide IT solutions, etc. One more thing is Drishti. What is Drishti? Data-driven decision support review institutional information system for hastening and tracking implementation. Drishti framework was launched to fast-track the maritime goals, providing a comprehensive monitoring framework to accelerate the implementation of Maritime India Vision 2030 and Amrit Kal Vision 2047. So Drishti will be built on four strategic pillars: KPI monitoring, key performance indicators monitoring, achievements tracking, organizational monitoring, and functional cell oversight. And then finally, we have scale of rates of major port. A standardized scale of rates template for all the major port to enhance the transparency and ease of doing business was also released recently. So multiple things they have been released recently by the Ministry of Shipping. And last but not the least is Gateway to Green. This is India's ports transforming into hydrogen hubs. Now there are a few Indian ports which will cater to the clean energy demands like the V.O. Chidambaram port, Paradip port, Deen Dayal port, Jawaharlal Nehru port, etc. They are very well positioned to cater to the clean energy demands of East Asia and the European Union. We want, this report Gateway to Green has been released by the ministry in collaboration with the Indian Port Association. This report talks about how we can make our ports green and they can become the center for renewable energy or green hydrogen, clean energy basically. Now, can I ask you a question? Which Indian ports will be developed as hydrogen hubs? Which Indian ports will be developed as hydrogen hubs? The central government of India has announced recently. Very, very important question. So remember the Deen Dayal port, also called Kandla port, the Paradip port, the V.O. Chidambaram port, these three ports. V.O. Chidambaram is a port in Tuticorin in Tamil Nadu. Tuticorin also called Thoothukudi, and Paradip port in Odisha, and Deen Dayal or Kandla port in Gujarat. These are the three ports which the government of India wants to be developed as green hydrogen hubs. And even the Jawaharlal Nehru port in the future will be developed as a green hydrogen hub. Green hydrogen hub. So big plans insofar as making the ports green hydrogen hubs is concerned. it is concerned. Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, they have rolled out a campaign with an aim to reduce the public health risk by tackling the clogged drains, garbage hotspots, water stagnation, and ensuring the access to sanitation and safe drinking water. What is the name of this campaign? Now, these are urban problems. If you see, these are urban problems. So, for example, garbage hotspot, you see garbage everywhere in the cities, clogged drains, all the sewers and all, they are clogged with plastic waste, etc. So there is a campaign that has been launched by the Ministry of Housing Urban Affairs, and it will be called Safai Apnao Bimari Bhagao, which means embrace cleanliness and say no to diseases. Safai Apnao Bimari Bhagao. Now look, this campaign ran from 1st of July to 31st of July. And what was the mission's motto? So the mission's motto was Swabhav Swachhta Sanskar Swachhta, which means my behavior is of cleanliness and my values are of cleanliness. Swabhav Swachhta Sanskar Swachhta. This was the campaign. This was the campaign. And of course, urban local bodies, they are told to maintain the drains, prevent the waste in water bodies, because otherwise disease like dengue, malaria, chikungunya, they can spread very fast. So all those things that you expect, they were there. Clean hands, clean homes, clean neighborhood. These are the 6 mantras of this campaign. Clean toilets, clean drains, clean public spaces. It will be run in 100 smart cities. 100 smart cities. So this is mainly by Ministry of Housing Urban Affairs, although they are taking support of other ministries also. And look, this campaign happened last year also. Even last year they focused on rainwater harvesting, and they worked closely with civil societies, with NGOs and all that also, right? So this is by the Ministry of Housing Urban Affairs. Recently released report called Science and Technology Clusters Annual Report has come. It highlighted the several significant outcomes from the clusters, including the deployment of electric vehicle charging infrastructure in Delhi NCR. This report has been released by whom? Basically, this report shows the achievements of the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor of the Government of India. The answer is option B. Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Who is he? So he is Mr. Ajay Sood. Mr. Ajay Sood. He is currently the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. So this Science and Technology Cluster Report has been released by this organization. In fact, this is the flagship program. This initiative is the flagship program. We are developing science and technology city clusters. These will be developed by the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. And this program, what program? That we should have science and technology clusters. It was launched in 2020. Who recommended that such a program should be launched? So it was launched on the recommendation of PM STAYAC. PM STAYAC means Pradhan Mantri or Prime Minister's Science, Technology and Innovation Advisory Council. So Prime Minister's Science, Technology and Innovation Advisory Council said we should launch such program. And finally, the Science and Technology City Clusters program was launched. City Clusters program was launched. So Science and Technology Cluster, they will function through a consortium based model aimed at addressing the local challenges via collaborative and science driven solution. This initiative brings together the people from the academic field, research and development institutions, industries and local governments to implement regional interventions using science and tech tools. So these science and tech cluster will follow a structure. They will follow a 3-tier pyramid model. This is the 3-tier pyramid model. At the base, you have a shared ecosystem. On the top, apex, you have the nationally and globally competitive clusters. And in the middle, you have regional solution provider. So the foundation tier builds a shared ecosystem among the institution. The intermediate tier has regional problem solving, and the top tier has nationally and globally competitive cluster. So this is the model of these science and tech cluster. Science and tech cluster. Now, if I ask you how many such clusters are active right now in India? So there are 8 clusters, 8 science and technology clusters which are active in India right now. We have the Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad, this cluster. It was set up in 2020. And I told you this scheme came in 2020 only. We have the Jodhpur City Knowledge and Innovation Cluster in Jodhpur. And all of these clusters, they cater to some science and tech requirement. For example, these are the verticals in which they work. Jodhpur City Knowledge and Innovation Cluster works in medical technology, water, environment, etc. etc. Pune Knowledge Cluster, you can see the year is either 2020 or beyond. Then you have Delhi Research Implementation Innovation Cluster, Bhubaneswar City Knowledge and Innovation Cluster, Bangalore Science and Tech Cluster, PU IIT Roped, Punjab University IIT Roped Cluster, and finally you have Vizag Science and Tech Cluster. The latest one is this. It was established in August 2024. Understood now completely what is this cluster approach? And this cluster approach is an approach of Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Now, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, he has a status equal to the Cabinet Secretary. It is a Cabinet Secretary level position, and this position was created in 1999 by the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government, and the first Principal Scientific Advisor was APJ Abdul Kalam. APJ Abdul Kalam ji. So, very important position this one. Which of the following country has become the first African country as well as the first high burden HIV country worldwide to achieve WHO's gold tier status for the elimination of vertical transmission of HIV is a public health issue? What is the meaning of this? See, HIV virus can enter your body from three ways. One, unsafe sex. If you do sex with a person who is suffering from HIV, then HIV will come in your body. Second is sharing the syringes. Lot of drug addicts, they share the syringes. If you are sharing syringe with a person whose body is HIV positive, the virus can come to your body. And the third is the vertical transmission. That is from the mother to the child. From the mother to the child. So these are the only three ways. And mother to the child, we call it vertical transmission. Now they have eliminated the third one. That is this one. Vertical transmission from mother to child has been eliminated completely. So it has been eliminated in an African country recently. And this is still a big achievement. They have not eliminated HIV, but they have eliminated one of the three ways in which HIV can be transmitted. It is the country of elephants. It's an African country. It is Botswana. And by the way, this is the first African country which has eliminated vertical transmission of HIV as a public health issue. In fact, WHO works closely with an organization called UNAIDS, which is the Joint United Nations Program on HIV/AIDS, which is headquartered in Geneva. WHO is also headquartered in Geneva. So they work together to stop this problem. And first, a country achieves silver tier status and then gold tier. So Botswana has achieved gold tier, which was the first country in the world which eliminated the vertical transmission of HIV from mother to child. It was Cuba. They did it in 2015. Now, HIV virus is a retrovirus. So antiretroviral drugs are given. So how did Botswana achieve it? So there are various things. For example, pre-antiretroviral therapy, implementation of open medical record system, better community health workers training, and all of this. But they did it. They have achieved it. Salkhan Fossils Park. Salkhan Fossils Park is considered one of the world's oldest fossil parks. It was added to UNESCO's tentative list of World Heritage Sites. In which of the following places is the Salkhan Fossils Park? An extremely important question. See, if you want to become a World Heritage Site, you cannot become directly. First, you have to be added to the tentative list. Only then you can become. For example, this year UNESCO designated the forts of Maratha military architecture as the World Heritage Site, but they were already in the tentative list. So this fossil park has been added, which means in the future it can become a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and it is a tourist site in Sonbhadra district of UP. Sonbhadra district of UP. You find it is like 15 kilometers away from Robertsganj in Sonbhadra. And there is a dedicated focus by the tourism department in the last 1 year. They want this to be declared as a World Heritage Site. Finally, they have been successful in making it to the tentative list of World Heritage Site. Now, which organization was helping the UP government in restoring this fossil park? So it is an institute in Lucknow called Birbal Sahani Institute. Birbal Sahani Institute of Paleosciences, which is in Lucknow. So this is how it is. First tentative list, then nomination file, advisory body, World Heritage Committee, and finally it is selected. Now, why is this park so famous? Because 1.4 billion year old algae fossils, stromatolite fossils and all, they are all present here. That is why it is very famous. So Birbal Sahani Institute of Paleosciences helped it to make it to the tentative list. And this fossil park is very near. In fact, it is inside the Kamur Wildlife Sanctuary. And Kamur Hills are a part of Vindhyas, you know, the Vindhya mountains. So Kamur Hills are a part of the Vindhyas. Ministry of Heavy Industries, they have launched the online application portal under the scheme to promote manufacturing of electric passenger cars in India. Approved applicants would be required to make minimum investment of how much under the provision of the scheme. You know, there are a lot of companies, the foreign companies, which are which manufactures electric vehicles, for example. Like, so for example, there is a company called Citroën. Now, Citroën is a company from France, right? Similarly, there is BYD from China. Have you heard of this company called VinFast? So VinFast is a Vietnam electric vehicle company, and it has recently launched its cars in India, for example. They are opening their plant in Tamil Nadu in a place called Tudiyallur. So I'm just saying that we want lot of foreign companies to open their manufacturing units in India. It will give us access to technology. It will create jobs. So the Ministry of Heavy Industries, they have launched a scheme called Scheme to Promote Manufacturing of Electric Passenger Cars in India. If a foreign electric vehicle manufacturing company invest minimum 4,150 crore in India, then they will get a lot of subsidies from the government of India, right? And the application portal has been launched now. This application portal was opened on 24th of June, and you can submit your application till 21st of October. So they have given a window to you, approximately 4-5 months window. So this scheme wants global EV manufacturers to set up their production bases in India and generate employment and boost technological innovation. So a lot of custom duty benefits are also given. For example, to encourage the global manufacturers, the approved applicants will be allowed to import completely built-in units of electric four-wheelers with a minimum cost, insurance and freight value of 35,000 USD at reduced custom duty of 15% for a period of 5 years. Okay, so for a period of 5 years, you will have a custom duty of just 15% on the cars which are up to 35,000 USD value. Then the maximum number of electric four-wheelers allowed to be imported at the aforesaid reduced duty shall be capped at 8,000. So you can bring in India 8,000 cars maximum per year, per company per year, and you have to pay just 15% custom duty. Now under this scheme, how much is the maximum financial incentive that will be given to one company? So that will be the lower of these two. The maximum duty foregone per applicant will be limited to lower of the 648.4 crore or the investment made under the scheme. It will be lower of the two. So the maximum duty foregone per applicant will be 6,484 crore or the investment made under the scheme, whichever is lower. For example, let's say I am investing 10,000 crore. So minimum I have to invest 4,150 crore. Let's say I'm investing 10,000 crore. Now, how much will be the maximum duty that I can claim? So this will be lower of my investment or 6,484 crore, which means I will get 6,484 crore. So you can say the maximum duty foregone will be 6,484 crore, right? 6,484 crore. This is the maximum that you can get, maximum. And what will be the minimum? Minimum will be the lower. Minimum will be the lower of the two, 6,484 crore or your investment. So if I have made an investment of 3,000 crore, can I make an investment of 3,000 crore? No, because minimum is 4,150 crore. So let's say I have made an investment of 4,200 crore. What is the maximum duty foregone possible here? It is 4,200 crore. Lower of these two numbers. So lower of these two number is 4,200 crore. And also domestic value addition criteria is there. if it's not like you can manufacture a car abroad and sell in India, so you have to do some domestic value addition in the car. Minimum domestic value addition will be 25% within 3 years, and minimum domestic value addition will be 50%, which has to be achieved within 5 years. Can every car company apply? Can every foreign car company apply? No. The group revenue should be minimum 10,000 crore, and the global investment of company or its group companies in fixed asset based on their latest audited annual financial statement should be minimum 3,000 crore. So global investment of the company in fixed assets should be minimum 3,000 crore, and the group revenue of the company should be at least 10,000 crore. HDFC Life Insurance Company, they have collaborated with Society for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, and which of the following institute they have launched HDFC Life Insureka, which is an innovation challenge for the startup. So it is like a hackathon, it is like a competition launched by IIT Bombay in collaboration with HDFC Life Insurance Company. They collaborated with Cine. Cine is a center of IIT Bombay, Society for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, and this is a center, Cine, of IIT Bombay. So they have started this competition of insurance technology. Last day to apply was 7th of July. 7th of July. And Cine is a technology incubator at IIT Bombay, which was set up in 2004. HDFC Life Insurance Company was launched in the year 2000. It is a subsidiary of HDFC Bank. India's first advanced traffic management system project has been inaugurated on the Dwarka Expressway in Delhi. ATMS has been developed by which company? Advanced traffic management system. How will it work? So it has been developed by Indian Highways Management Company Limited, and it has been installed on the Dwarka Expressway recently, and basically it will create smarter and safer roads. How does it work? Look, first of all, this company IHMCL, it is a company under the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, and so they have developed it. And who will be implementing it? Implementation will be done by NHAI, National Highway Authority of India. National Highway Authority of India, right? So in fact, IHMCL is a subsidiary of NHAI only. It is a subsidiary of NHAI only. So this system, basically, there are traffic monitoring cameras, right? There are incident detection video cameras. So they will be able to detect if you have not worn the seat belt, if you are overspeeding, triple riding. So they will catch if you are violating any traffic laws automatically. There are some 14 different types of incidents like overspeeding, no seat belt, triple riding, and challan will be issued to you automatically. So that is how this ATMS system works. Challan will be issued to you under the Motor Vehicle Act. And what they will do is they will integrate ATMS on the NIC e-challan portal. E-challan portal. On e-challan portal, you can get to know all of your traffic violation and all the money that is due. E-challan portal was designed and developed by National Informatics Center of the Ministry of Electronics and IT. So that was the video for LIC AAO exam, non-stop current affairs marathon. I hope you liked and enjoyed the video. If you did, give me a thumbs up. And I have a course for the same, LIC AAO course 2025. Just 2 months are remaining, so make the best decision and may you enjoy and have a great life. Thank you so much.